All right, we are going to get started. And just before we move to delegations, I know Councillor Brown, you had a motion on our schedule today.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've spoken with the majority of committee before we started just now, and I believe there's the will to carry on beyond 7 p.m. should that be the need. So I do have a motion, and I'll ask the clerk's team to put that up on the screen. It is be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of Procedure Bylaw 2025-100.
Okay, thank you. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Dissent.
Okay, that's carried. Let's resume with our delegations, and the first one is Rodney Moores. Is he online? Yeah, okay. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Moores.
everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for having me. My name is Rodney Moores. I am the National Capital Amateur Football Association Vice President, Director of Flag Football. And again, thank you for having me. I'd just like to just quickly start off with my history in football and trying to prove to you what a strong Ottawa resident I've been for basically my whole life. My football involvement goes back to the Queensway Titans, the Myers Riders, the Scarborough Borden Bengals, the Ottawa Bootleggers, Ottawa Nepean Canadians, who are primarily known for baseball, but sponsored a championship team that had a lot of success, the Ottawa Capitals. I've refereed for a number of years. I've gone to more Riders and Red Blacks games than can be counted. And I just at this one juncture wanted to mention what an incredible meeting place Lansdowne Park and TD Place has been over the years. It literally, every time you walk up and go, you literally go, how many people am I going to run into that I haven't seen in a little while? And so I know you know the importance of TD Place as a meeting place. And I strongly echo that. It's just an incredible, exciting place to go to. And I'm really for all of the developments that are being proposed for TD Place. Next, I would just like to briefly mention, again, my role in amateur football. I run the flag program. I also run the Bell Warriors, which is a member club of NCAFA. But in NCAFA, I run the flag program. Ottawa has an incredible tradition of non-contact football led through the leadership of Ed Laverty and now through Tammy and Gord Laverty. And Ottawa, more than any place in the world, has had an incredible non-contact legacy, but in particular, female involvement. We have one of the largest, if not the largest, female league, and this was set up in the 90s. And I ran that league into the 2000s, starting around 2010, and it grew to 600 or so people. And in COVID, we decided that we wanted to make it bigger and better for everybody. And we decided to change to flag football, which is another version of non-contact. And we decided to add boys as well, keep our girls. And in about 4 or 5 years, it's gone from 800 participants to over 2,000. So it's really exciting to be part of that flag football growth, a great opportunity. I sort of call it the Olympic of sports, where you've just got these incredible fundamental movements to learn: running, catching, throwing, with a little bit of scheming put in there. So it's really a great game. And for me, what I'm trying to convey here is it's an incredibly exciting time for football on an amateur level, with the strength of tackle football in NCAFA, the resurgence of high school football. We're adding programs slowly but surely in Ottawa high schools, and the incredible growth of flag football. Obviously, adding it to the Olympics as an Olympic sport has heightened it, but that growth was already there before the Olympics happened, and the Olympics edition is a fantastic event, and it's going to drive it even more. but fundamentally it's about getting kids to run, catch, and throw. And it's really an exciting time in football. I also mention this because of Ottawa's strength. Ottawa has been and will continue to be a great location for provincial and national events. It already has been. And I predict international events in flag football. It's really quite something because flag football is played on 1/4 of a regulation field. The energy density is unbelievable at flag football tournaments where you can have 4 games going at once. And it's really just a tremendous thing to watch. Again, I call it sort of that energy density. And so it's really exciting. So I want to now just to get into, though, the main thing, and that is the incredible partner that OSEG has been with NCAFA. OSEG and NCAFA have been joined at the hip from the very beginning, and their support of amateur football through NCAFA has been fantastic, and we like to think we've been a great partner on our end, trying to showcase the Red Blacks' involvement. This year we had many shirts. As we just get through, we had many shirts with the Red Blacks logo on it, and we will have that up to 100% of the players next year.
That's time, unfortunately.
That's 5 minutes. Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Conseillère Plante has a question.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to thank you for your delegation. I'm just wondering, are you aware of what's called the Ottawa Next, or do you know them? They're a flag football team.
So they sound like a competitive. Is this a program or a team?
It's both.
So I've heard, I believe what you're talking about is a Carleton University summer program. There are many programs jumping up in Ottawa, and this is great. We have the Ottawa Women's Football League. We have Next. We have all sorts of leagues springing up. So I'm very aware of all of these ones. I've got my hands full with. We are the biggest entity, again, 1,000 games, 200 teams. And so, so I'm aware of them, and I'm so excited for all the opportunities. Ottawa University, Carleton University both have collegiate teams. There's November 15th, 16th, Ottawa U, the Canadian Collegiate Women's Showcase, 6 on top Quebec teams against 6 top Ontario teams. So exciting times for flag football.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to highlight them, if you'll indulge me for a minute, Mr. Mayor. They're exclusively a Black team as well, and they're really doing everything they can to try to recruit more people into flag football. And I know they played their first tournament at Lansdowne as well. So I just wanted to flag them. I don't know if that's fun, but okay. I just wanted to bring them up because a lot of their players live in my ward, and they gifted me a shirt. And anyway, I just wanted to flag them for you. I don't want to take too much time, but if you need the contact info, let me know.
Please do. And I like to feel that NCAFA is very accessible in terms of monetary issues. We try to be very accommodating. And so we now have basically every club in NCAFA covering the whole area. Right. So anyways, thanks
so much. Thanks for the indulgence, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Plante. Mr. Morris, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for what you're doing in the community. We appreciate it.
All right. Have a good day.
Next, we'll go to Tyler Mazaru from the Canadian Elite Basketball League. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am the president of the Canadian Elite Basketball League, and before I have my 5 minutes here, I'll just give a shout out to Rodney and Stephanie's comment. I'm on the board of directors for Football Canada, and I'll acknowledge the growth of flag football is explosive as we work towards LA 28, and it very much is a sport that is serving both men and women, boys and girls. And I think football and OSEG and what's happening across the country is incredibly important. I've spent 25 years in pro sports and 6 months here at the CBL, but I spent 13 years at the Canadian Football League serving as the Chief Revenue Marketing Officer. So I've had many experiences at Lansdowne, everything from the first Red Blacks game, the 105th Grey Cup, including the iconic Shania Twain moment, as well as some of the moments where those rain buckets that some of my colleagues, Jason Winters and Adrian Seraph, have shared over the years. So certainly the south side is an incredible experience. The north side does need some work. And as we think about bringing great events and teams to Ottawa, those are things that from an operator's perspective are incredibly important. If you're not as familiar with the CEBL, we're one of the fastest growing leagues in Canada. We have 10 teams. Really important to note that we're young, a very young audience, a very diverse audience. 67% of our fan base belongs to a visible minority, and 49% have children. We've sent over 35 players to the NBA from the CEBL, and I just want to reiterate that it very much is a strong Canadian league built by Canadians for Canadians. You heard from Jason Winters yesterday. You would have seen a video from Justin Pascoe, our new owner in Ottawa, focused on how important basketball it is for young, diverse youth, as well as just the community, and focused on not just pro sports, but the impact of these venues and how it supports the grassroots basketball system as well. I do want to acknowledge OSEG's involvement in the community, as well as their support for homegrown Canadian leagues. These leagues do not have the financial resources as other big pro North American leagues. And so they do lean in and support emerging leagues like the NSL and certainly the Canadian Elite Basketball Leagues. And modern day venues are really important for the sustainability and keeping these teams in Ottawa and other communities across the country. And that means you need modern day facilities that attract fans, and not just diehard fans that come for the game, but come for the full experience. And that is now the new norm for casual fans that are coming down, not just for the game itself. I touched upon some of the challenges with the current venue in which the Blackjacks play in. There are some operational challenges when there's moisture on the court that creates a delay of game. It hurts the broadcast. It also creates some challenges with player health and safety. And as it relates to premium events, whether it's the CEBL or other leagues, we are looking for modern day venues that can support larger scale multi-day festivals, whether it's a championship weekend or it's an all-star game. Those are real considerations, and bringing more events to the city of Ottawa is good for the economy. My last point that I'll make is that modern day venues is great for fans. It's great for the community, and it's really good for business, good for the leagues, good for the teams, good for big event promoters, and good for the businesses that surround Lansdowne. And I'll say for this group, really good business for the city of Ottawa, which is what's important as well. As the world becomes more digital, we need more in real life experiences. We need to be social. We need to get kids off the screens and down to Lansdowne to experience what it's like to hang out with friends and family, and sports brings that together. I urge the City Council to support OSEG and Lansdowne 2.0. I think this is a win-win-win all around. And I beat the 4-minute mark.
Okay, thank you for keeping an eye on that. Conseillère Plante.
Yes, hi, Tyler. Nice to meet you virtually as we talk about.
Well.
Yeah, so I am a referee, a basketball referee, both here in Ottawa and Gatineau. I'm actually writing my FIBA test at the end of the month. And I was just wondering, because I do think about this a lot. We had an event earlier this year, which the mayor attended, sort of celebrating referees in all sports and umpires and all that stuff. How would you envision this space? Because one of the complaints I get a lot, I've had a lot of conversations with different types of referees, is that even just training referees is extremely cost prohibitive, in the sense of like having to book a space, which they're already all booked all over the city, and then renting the space and then lunches and everything. So I was just wondering how you thought this space, not just for basketball, but for all kinds of sports, whether it's football, soccer, etc. Because I know there's a shortage of referees in literally every single sport, whether they require judges or whatever. How could you envision this space being able to help with that shortage?
Well, I'll start by saying thank you, because the unsung heroes that always get the bad sort of end of the stick are the referees. And so spending 25 years and 13 at the CFL, good friends in the officiating space. So thank you for being someone that keeps the game moving. These are multi-purpose venues. I think if they're used, they're used to support the right vision, which is not just professional sports, but community, and understanding from the grassroots level right up to the professional sports. How do we create a gathering point And these modern day facilities have the technologies and they have the ability to actually use, use these facilities to help bring, people together.
And do you think there could be some sort of mechanism? Because I'm really racking my brain here. Like, it is cost prohibitive for a lot of leagues to be able to do that kind of training. I know there's referees associations all across the province, but I'm just wondering if there is something we can do. And I'm looking at you, not like looking at you to solve the problem, but I am looking at sort of your leadership as to how we can encourage, not just here in Ottawa, but places to be more accommodating for referees, whether it is lowering rental prices or paying membership fees, that kind of thing. Because I'm one of few women out there doing this. There are some, but there's not a lot. And I kind of do worry about the next generation and how we can get them interested in it, if that makes sense.
It 100% makes sense. And you're asking great questions, and I'm glad this has surfaced. I know Commissioner Johnson was on the call yesterday, Commissioner Crawford. I mean, I would recommend that there's a small committee or a working group or even just an informal conversation to tackle these challenges. You would be someone who I'm sure we'd love to continue to talk to
Sure.
understand this. But I'll say again, in pro sports, like the game can't happen unless you have referees and officiating, and they are the unsung heroes. And I think we need to do more as a sporting community to invest. And it's good business. Again, you need referees. And if you think about one of the major challenges is if you don't have referees that are trained properly, that impacts the game, impacts the quality of the experience. So I'm a big supporter, Stephanie, and I'd certainly do my part to support anything in terms of the growth and development of referees. And I think that's a really salient point for the venue as well, carving out an opportunity for not just the players and the teams, community, and everyone involved.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Next is Dave Walsh. Good morning, Dave.
Morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good morning, Mark, Mayor Sutcliffe, and the councillors. My name is Dave Walsh. I'm the managing partner for KPMG here in Ottawa for the National Capital Region. I'm here as a member of our vibrant Ottawa business community to discuss the significance of Lansdowne 2.0 project and why it matters so deeply to business owners, employees of all of our businesses, residents, families, and the future residents of our city. I'll tell you that we're proud at KPMG to be a partner of OSEG and have our name associated with the Ottawa Red Blacks and the Ottawa 67s. We do not enter into partnerships lightly. We do choose to align with organizations that share our values of leadership, integrity, and a commitment to community. And I will tell you that OSEG and its ownership group embodies those qualities. As someone who has spent my entire career advising organizations on how to grow responsibly and sustainably for the long-term success of the organization, I've seen the difference that a well-planned, forward-looking investment can make. Cities and municipalities, like businesses, succeed when they have courage to invest in themselves. They stay competitive, they attract talent, and they inspire progress. Lansdowne 2.0 is exactly that kind of investment, in my opinion. It's not simply about replacing aging municipal infrastructure. It's about ensuring that one of Ottawa's most visible and vibrant gathering places continues to thrive as part of the city's cultural and economic fabric. Lansdowne today supports more than 4,000 jobs and contributes over $300 million in annual economic impact. Those numbers are very meaningful, and what's more important is what they represent. Sustained local employment, small business activity, and a ripple effect of opportunity that reaches beyond the site itself. Those benefits are only going to grow with the modernization of the city's assets at Lansdowne. I'm also here as a sports fan and a music fan, and someone who truly enjoys what Lansdowne and TD Place brings to the city. I can tell you that I've attended numerous games at both the stadium and the arena, as well as some fantastic concerts at both venues. I regularly host clients and colleagues there. I can tell you that every time I'm there, I'm reminded of how powerful it is when a community comes together to celebrate sports, music, and culture. These city facilities are now antiquated. There's no question of that fact. I think we all agree on that. They simply do not meet the standard of a modern, world-class capital city of a G7 country like Ottawa, not in quality, functionality, or experience. Ottawa deserves infrastructure that matches its ambition, facilities that reflect not just where we are, but where we're headed as a city. Lansdowne 2.0 leverages private investment and on-site revenues to offset public costs. I believe that's a smarter, more sustainable way to invest in civic infrastructure, and that's unlike most municipal projects. And there's a practical reality here as well. Delaying this project, as I understand it, is only going to increase the cost to taxpayers over time. Construction costs are forecasted to rise, infrastructure will continue to deteriorate, and the challenges we're discussing today are only going to get more expensive to solve tomorrow. So approving Lansdowne 2.0 is a statement that all of you are prepared to build for the future, to have a city that wants to thrive and values its key assets and infrastructure. And thank you for your time speaking to you today. Look at that. Geez, 2 minutes left to go.
This is just getting better and better.
Yeah.
Dave, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts today.
You're very welcome, Mark.
Next is Christopher Pyfinch. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Good day, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and delegates. I'm a fourth-generation union stagehand working at Lansdowne. My family started working on the grounds in the late 1800s. Over that time, my family's watched the grounds change and adapt to the needs of the community. Fairs, concerts, animal shows, circuses, food vendors, faith events, entertainment, military training, and of course, the X. Buildings came and went. The community changed and grew, as did its needs. We built the Ottawa Civic Centre in 1967 Centennial, replacing the Ottawa Auditorium. The needs of the community have changed. We need more housing, a hotel on the glebe, a new hockey arena that has modern amenities and specifications. The current arena is old and used up. We, the stagehands, have had to deal with bad design of the loading dock and ramp, difficult power placement, running follow spots in condemned areas, inadequate space for equipment, and very uneven floors. The current facility causes setups and takeouts for far longer than in other facilities the events travel to. The loading dock is shared with all the restaurants, gas supply, garbage removal, etc. The ramp is cramped. The ceiling is too low for some equipment to pass, a big angle that makes it difficult to move heavy items. We've had young workers injured, one broken hand due to the flawed design of the loading ramp. Forklifts get stuck trying to move equipment from the concrete area to the ice area for concerts. Just a couple days ago, on the Foreigner concert, a speaker stack fell over and we had a close call. One stagehand had to seek medical attention after the stack caused them to fall to the ground hard. The dressing rooms are embarrassing and do not befit the talented entertainers and athletes that are assigned to them. The current arena has raccoons, squirrels, and birds, even had a fox or two visit. OSEG is running the current facility at a loss, effectively subsidizing the city and saving the taxpayers $10 million a year. As a common man, I can see the common sense in building a state-of-the-art facility that serves all manner of citizens, athletes, entertainers, political, faith, and cultural leaders. The other day when setting up the Foreigner concert, I walked around on my lunch break to see if I could navigate the building without using stairs. The small elevator is in the dressing room area. There are 3 ways to get to the elevator. 2 go through the backstage area. That is the difficulty for the audience member and the artist. With an older crowd at the recent concert, this caused a slow exit at the conclusion of the event. $65 million in air rights and over $4.5 million in potential tax base per year from the housing and hotel will offset the city's portion of TD 2.0 over time. $14 million for affordable housing is a hefty boost to a much needed necessity. Since 1967, the Civic Centre has provided a place for the community to gather and participate in sporting, faith, entertainment, political, and cultural events. Let's give it a retirement and build a facility to be proud of. OSEG has done a great job serving the community. Let's give them the tools to do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pyfinch. Appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you.
Next is Alex Cullen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Yes, I'm Alex Cullen. I'm a resident of the West End of Ottawa. I'm also a former City of Ottawa councillor, pre-amalgamation from 1991 to 1994. Those days, the city operated Lansdowne Park. The stadium was rented for 8 home games for the CFL Rough Riders to Ottawa and Carleton University for the infamous Panda Game, for the Central Exhibition for 3 weeks at the end of summer, for concerts, for exhibitions and other activities. The Civic Centre was home to the 67s, as you know, also used by the X, and also for concerts and conventions. Pierre Elliott Trudeau was elected there. The balance of the site, including the Lady Aberdeen Pavilion, the Horticultural Building, the now departed McElroy Building, were often rented for trade shows. The city derived revenue from these activities. Did it turn a profit? No. It was a public facility, just like the other cities' public facilities, as libraries, arenas, community centers. In 2000, I was elected to the newly amalgamated City of Ottawa. The CFL Rough Riders, unfortunately, were gone by 1996. In 2001, we got the Renegades, their second CFL franchise, but they left in 2006. The Auto X was fading and on its way out. In 2007, we discovered cracks in the Southside stands, which had to be demolished. Council was faced with decisions regarding the future of Lansdowne Park. Initially, Council wanted to hold an international design competition to see what best could be done with this 40-acre site. However, an unsolicited offer was made by the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, who were interested in bringing back a CFL franchise. To finance this, OSEG wanted the control of the operations of the stadium and the arena, install commercial development on Lansdowne site to generate income, and build a condo tower on the site. The city was to rebuild the Southside stands for $121 million, financed by debt, with debt servicing coming from part of the property taxes generated by the commercial development. This, as you know, was controversial, as it involved significant expenditures by the city and turning over city assets to a private for-profit organization. Lansdowne Redevelopment did propose that the city obtain a return on its investment under the waterfall scheme, which would see dollars first go to operations, then to OSEG, then to the city. The city was promised that Lansdowne would become a world-class destination and everyone would benefit. I was amongst those who opposed this proposal because it involved a significant public subsidy by taxpayers' money to a private for-profit sports company. OSEG controlled the bookings, the ticket prices, concessions for the city, and owned Struck Stadium and Civic Center, derived revenue from commercial development on city land. Even the debt servicing was a public subsidy because 25% came from the property taxes, but they consumed municipal services. Municipal taxpayers had to cover the difference. Did this work? No. We have Lansdowne 2.0 before us because the redevelopment has failed to produce enough profits for OSEG and no revenue whatsoever for the city. Lansdowne 2.0 proposes to continue this public subsidy to OSEG by having the city pay for the moving of the Civic Center out of underneath the Northside stands to an event center and rebuilding the Northside stands in order to accommodate even more commercial development. With the city incurring debt being serviced again on the same basis as Lansdowne 1.0, where 25% of the commercial property taxes for debt servicing, leaving the taxpayers, of course, to fulfill the balance that those businesses of these municipal services those businesses consume. This is a bad deal. And to add insult to injury, we get a smaller stadium, a smaller arena, and loss of green space. And there is no guarantee whatsoever of a return to the city for 46 years. This deal deserves to be rejected. Does this mean that we're stuck with a decrepit stadium and arena? No. We don't need to move the Civic Center out to make repairs to the arena. We don't need to take off the roof on the Northside stands to improve that facility. The city can do this for far less than $418 million being asked for here. The Deloitte report affirms that the current facility continues to be safe to use. Yes, upgrades are necessary. Accessibility would be a good thing, but not at this cost. Don't throw good money after bad. And reject this deal and start looking for better alternatives. You've got time. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. We will go next to Michael Wolfson. Mr. Wolfson, good morning. I think you have to unmute. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and members of council, for this opportunity to comment on Lansdowne 2.0. I have 4 slides. This is the first one. First, by way of background, I have a PhD in economics, and I joined the Federal Public Service as a policy analyst, writing policy briefs for Minister of Finance and others, and spent 25 years as a senior executive at Statistics Canada. The first bullet point here is the proposal should be voted down. This does not mean that I'm opposed to improving Lansdowne Park. Of course, that's worth doing, but in general, but not this specific proposal. As a number of your delegations have said, it's financially highly risky for Ottawa taxpayers, and there are better ways for the city to spend $500 million. Next slide, please. Yes, 10 years ago, and I did pay attention at the time, OSEG and the city were perfectly comfortable with keeping the north side stands in the Civic Center. They were expected to last at that time for 40 years. Why are they now suddenly too expensive to maintain? So they need to be torn down. Contrary to the original plan, as a number of your delegations have pointed out, OSEG has lost money. So why should we now trust the financial projections in the Lansdowne 2.0 plan? There hasn't been sufficient time, and I have to ask why not, to assess carefully these hundreds of pages of document and the risk assessment. But it's most likely that risks are being understated. I think you've heard from a couple of discussions that, what if the red black sleeve? What if the charge leave? And these costs are back-end loaded more than 5 decades into the future. Next slide, please. The economic evaluation has been cited a number of times, all the money that this will bring to the city. Anyone who has studied economics or policy analysis, when the question is prospective economic impacts, knows that you never evaluate a proposal only by comparing it to do nothing, which is precisely what the Deloitte economic evaluation has done. It's only compared Lansdowne spending almost $500 million to do nothing. It's completely misleading to claim all kinds of economic benefits when spending almost $500 million to doing nothing. I think it's John Maynard Keynes who's pointed out that, you can spend $500 million digging holes and filling them up again, and that will increase GDP. A proper economic evaluation would compare Lansdowne to some other ways the city could be spending $500 million. Interestingly, on the second last page of the Deloitte evaluation, where they have the fine print of their disclaimers, they recognize that this does not recognize alternatives or opportunity costs. A proper economic evaluation would compare Lansdowne 2.0 to some other ways the city could be spending $500 million. I heard former Mayor Durrell yesterday saying that we shouldn't be comparing this proposal to perfection, but that's not the point. We should be comparing it to other options that are better. And I'm pretty sure they are, although the city decided years ago not to allow there to be a design competition. Last slide, please. So who are the gainers, losers? That's typically what one puts into a policy brief in the federal government, at least when I was back in the Department of Finance. Well, some real estate developers are going to win. I've left out a bullet that says that we heard a number of sports team and music venues would be better, and the higher income condo owners could watch the game from their windows since there would no longer be a roof over the north side stand. Ottawa taxpayers are likely to lose. The users of the Civic Center with less seating, users of the Great Lawn and the Hill. I was shocked to hear about the loss of the artwork, very crass there. Retailers and immediate neighbors during the many years of construction, and all the other Ottawa neighborhoods and other things that have been mentioned, like transport and other infrastructure, are other ways to spend the money. And I have to leave it's unclear what would happen to OSEG. The documentation is very difficult to understand. They still have 8% return on their equity, dropping to 5% apparently, but there's no consolidated document that shows all the puts and takes. Thank you very much for this opportunity to offer some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfson. Next is Ryan Bowl from IATSE Local 471. Were we expecting him in person? Okay. We'll move to the next person, who is Tristan Olaf. Tristan Olaf? No? Okay. Marcia Morris? I understand Marcia Morris is online, so we're just trying to get her lined up. Okay, we're going to jump ahead. We'll try to get back to some of these people if they had technical difficulties, but I understand Julia Weigel is available.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I'll turn on my video here. Hi. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Julia Weigel. I'm employed by the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group in the role of Senior Manager of Guest Experience. I'm here today to express my support for Lansdowne 2.0 and to convey to you why this project moving forward is so important for our city and the people who live, work, and play here. In my role, I'm responsible for a team of 4 full-time staff, 100 to 150 part-time staff, up to 30 volunteers, and the safety, enjoyment, and well-being of every guest who attends an event at TD Place Stadium and Arena, of which there are hundreds of thousands every year. If you've been to an event at TD Place, you have encountered my team. We are the people who scan your tickets, help you find your seats, answer your questions, and get you from point A to point B. Our team is involved in every event that happens at TD Place, including our teams and tenants, the Red Blacks, 67s, Ottawa Charge, Athletico, Rapid FC, and the Blackjacks, and every concert, comedy show, Christmas market, volleyball, rugby, curling, wheelchair basketball, and basically anything else you could name. We love our jobs. We take a lot of pride in what we do, but we are limited by our facility. And the reality is, while we do what we can with what we have, we could do so much more with Lansdowne 2.0. I'm sure the failings of our current building have been well explained and documented throughout this process. You have heard about the building leaks in the arena, how they affect the field of play, guest seating, concourses, and offices. What you may not have heard is the story about last spring when our entire marketing department had to work from home for a week after their ceiling fell down and their workstations sustained water damage. How we non-ironically have nicknamed our security office the water park, as the people we trust to keep us safe work in an office that has tarps and buckets rigged up to keep their equipment dry. The food vouchers and seat upgrades that we issue to fans who have the misfortune of sitting under a persistent drip, or how we regularly need to check the ceiling tiles on the concourse before an event to see which ones are full of water, drain them, replace the tile, crossing our fingers that it holds up until the end of the event. You probably also heard about the accessibility challenges that we face at our venue, how we only have one elevator in the arena for guests and equipment that does not service guests in the Northside Stadium and brings guests who have courtside or floor tickets right down to the performer or athlete area in the arena. The ramps that have an incline that is too steep and the uneven stairs that do not have railings. The lack of accessible washrooms or spaces for people who need to pray, breastfeed, or a quiet area to regulate their senses. A media bench that is inclusive to reporters and commentators with accessibility needs does not exist here. The list of inaccessible spaces is long, and by the standards set by the AODA, this venue is not acceptable. To put a human perspective on the issue, I want to share with you a story about a guest who attended a recent comedy show in the arena. When she arrived at her section, she took the first step and realized it was farther down than she thought, and she was stuck. Without railings or a staff member nearby to assist, she fully turned around backwards and crawled down the steps to get to her row. She then discovered she was in the wrong section and needed to crawl back up the steps, using people's armrests to support, then perform the same backwards crawl to get to her correct seats. While she was making jokes and laughing about the experience, I can only imagine the humiliation and loss of dignity that comes with being unable to safely get yourself down a few rows of stairs, simply because they are not to code and are not wide enough to accommodate a railing. Not to mention, if she wanted to get up to get a drink of water or some food or needed to use the washroom. My heart goes out to this woman and to every patron who visits our events who needs to swallow their pride and ask us for help to perform the most basic of human tasks due to our venue being outdated and inaccessible. Speaking of washrooms, I'm sure you have heard many times throughout this process about how our facilities are not enough to handle our current crowds. In fact, the number one complaint we hear from the Ottawa Charge fans is that we need to build more women's washrooms. In the current arena, we have a total of 27 stalls for women, of which only 3 are accessible. For Ottawa Charge game days, we convert a men's washroom in the arena to a gender neutral, where we change the signage and cover the urinals, effectively adding a total of 3 stalls for the female demographic of this crowd. During intermissions, our staff become hall monitors, managing the lines and looking for anyone who might be pregnant or disabled, and escorting them to our office spaces to use back-of-house staff facilities. Sorry, I've lost the rest of my presentation. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm so sorry.
Do you need a minute or?
My document is, yeah, sorry. I don't know what happened.
Okay.
My next point was about washrooms. Oh, sorry, I have
about 20 seconds left.
Okay, sorry. When we talk about the north side stands in the arena being past their expiration date, it's not rhetoric. These are very real problems for the guests and the staff who work here. On a Red Blacks game day, we have anywhere from 700 to 800 frontline staff working in the stadium in various roles. We are very proud to work with a team with a vast range of abilities, backgrounds, and experiences. I will just skip ahead to the end here as I've lost some time.
Okay.
We have staff members who are wheelchair users, legally blind, live with Down syndrome, neurodivergencies, are transitioning and battling cancer. We've worked hard to build an environment where everyone belongs and is valued here. We provide meaningful work and volunteer opportunities for some of the most vulnerable people in our community. We created memories and experiences here that will last a lifetime. As you consider the future of Lansdowne, I urge you to keep us at the forefront of your minds. We are the people behind the show who pour our hearts and souls into what we do. We've done the best that we can with what we have. With an updated and accessible venue, we could do so much more. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr, you had your hand up, but it's not up now. Are you?
I had a question as to whether there were folks on staff who had physical or developmental disabilities, but Julia answered it through the course of her presentation. So,
okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go back to Tristan Olaf. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Your Worship, and fellow councillors. I am coming as a proud Ward 13 resident, and not necessarily someone who brings significant expertise around the business situation, and not even someone here really to try to discuss the key facts of the reports that have been shared, because that's not my expertise. What I do look at is strategic planning and communications with nonprofits and foundations and charities across the country and here in Ottawa. What I wanted to share is that, the past week and especially the past 24 hours have been deeply concerning. And I think it's just important to try and root a lot of that in not just what's taking place in this chamber, but outside of it too, and how the general public is engaging with all of this. This is the single largest discretionary spending decision that the council is going to make likely in its entire 4-year term. And it's one vote or a couple that are coming up and nearly $500 million. And, one thing that's surprising, as we might say, for municipal politics is that people are really paying attention. And it's not just the usual delegates that are showing up in these meetings. Over the past couple of days, I've been reading hundreds of comments from residents across Facebook neighborhood groups, Vanier, Barhaven, Orleans, Beyond, and having serious conversations about what is going on. And a lot of what is emerging is just, it's not good. John saying nobody is saying improvements to the arena in the North Stands aren't needed. What they're saying is the city shouldn't be spending $500 million to create a new entertainment center that will go in direct competition with the privately funded New Sens Arena, Live Nation on Rideau Street. Michelle says, could we solve traffic issues instead? People spend so much time commuting everywhere, there's no time to go to Lansdowne. Ron says, why don't you focus on what is causing huge stress for taxpayers all across Ottawa? Transit and traffic, which is so unbelievable now. Forget another giant mega project sports venue. Ottawa taxpayers have been bled for the CT Centre, the Link Stadium, Lansdowne V1, and will be on the hook for many costs associated to LeBreton. Deborah and Vanier says, if you're going to lay down as much cash as a stadium requires, why are we settling for less than we have? The new arena is so small, it's unsustainable to a city of our size. Heck, London, Ontario even has a bigger mid-sized arena. We can't be competing at the same size. For the cost, it's not worth it, and a smaller arena will take us out of contention for events that will choose Montreal or Toronto over us. And it impedes the PWHL and other developments in finding an arena that hits the sweet spot. I wanted to share these things with you because I know that sometimes, within these decisions and the groups who have the most access to council and can engage in these nuanced conversations around these big topics, they're always going to be primarily at the top of our minds. But regular people, folks who usually don't have the time to pay attention to politics and the proceedings on council, are paying attention. And as they start to understand the variables that are at play, the response is supremely negative. And I'm not just trying to cherry pick comments over here. But looking back at the timeline, 2019, OSEG comes to council saying Lansdowne has disappointing financial results. During COVID, they say they're defaulting on their agreement and need support. 2022, we're proposing Lansdowne 2.0 at $330 million. 2023, the price jumps up to $419 million with a third tower gone. In 2024, the Auditor General warns that the cost could actually be $493 million and that the revenue projections are too optimistic. And now, with this final report dropping, the significant changes in order to try and get us to a price that's more palatable. But yet, so many of these concerns remain, especially, for example, around the size of the stadium and the utility of this kind of spending at this time in the council's trajectory after multiple budgets that speak to the need for financial constraint to ensure that we can invest in our city effectively across the board over the years to come. And I think what I want to say is that, like, at the end of the day, as a strategic professional, it brings great fear to me that this is most often what failure looks like when we're finalizing agreements with major tenants 1 week before asking council to commit $500 million. That isn't a plan that sounds like hope. When costs keep rising and benefits keep shrinking and the risk keeps transferring to taxpayers, that doesn't sound like partnership. It sounds like a bailout. And when the independent auditor raises red flags about financial projections being too optimistic, and the response is to accelerate the timeline and squeeze councillors as much as possible in order to get this reviewed and voted on as quickly as possible, that is not confidence. It sounds like desperation. And what I really want to try and communicate is that the city is paying attention. And it's going to be really difficult to see how this goes forward. Nonetheless, I wish you good luck in this very difficult decision, and I don't envy you.
Thank you. Conseillère Plante?
Salut Tristan. I'm just going to indulge me for a minute. He was a candidate in our area for the federal election, if I'm not mistaken. They were back to back, but I believe it was a federal election. So thank you, Tristan, for putting your hat in the ring to the best area of the city. I say that often because it's true. I did have a question for you, though, because I think about this a lot. We had a server present yesterday. We had the guy who was just he sets up equipment for musical events prior to you. And these are blue collar workers, right? These are people who necessarily don't have benefits. They're people who they don't work 9 to 5. And I empathize with that because I used to be a server as well. So I was just wondering, they are saying that I don't want to speak for them, but they're kind of saying that they are worthy of having nicer spaces and better spaces to work and more spaces that are more amenable to the type of work that they do. So I'm just wondering, what do you think of that? Because that, I'll be honest, that really resonates with me. Like, why are we not making spaces for those kinds of workers? It's not just for the athletes.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak about this a little bit more because I came to Ottawa 10 years ago to attend university. My first job in Ottawa was at South Street Burger, which used to be one of the premier not retail, but service industry spaces that was used by Lansdowne. And what I can tell you from that experience was that within the stadium, at least, elements of the business model were pretty flawed. Like outside of game days, there was just not enough foot traffic that was coming in during the week in order to meet those needs. And and I think that's sometimes where even some of the concerns of like how the different changes that have been made to try and meet the different interests that are at play here in order, to get these renovations done, but also meet the needs of residents. Obviously, we heard from the community association lead for the Glebe yesterday, and I think that what she said resonated a lot with me, which is that like, no one is saying that we don't want to, as residents, stimulate business growth, investment, tourism within the city. The concern is very much that that putting all of these eggs in the basket of Lansdowne. The original Lansdowne deal was supposed to be revenue neutral, and only 7 years later, essentially, OSEG was asking for a bailout and a change in order to stimulate that. And so much of what we heard, like, yes, it sounds great to say we're going to have a brand new venue, and we're going to have a refreshed, hub for tourism in the city. It sounds great, but there's also real reasons why the initial business model did not work initially outside of game days and weekends. And especially as we reduce, for example, the amount of housing units that are going to be available in the area, there's a lot of reason to say that that may not continue, but that's not to say that there aren't spaces around the entire city where significant opportunities for investment are going to take place. I really wanted today to come and share a perspective of what I've been hearing from folks, but when I was originally thinking about what to share, part of it was also thinking about how do we save our powder per se, keep it dry for additional projects that may arise in the future, such as redevelopment of the Le Breton area, which stimulates a different area right at the intersection of different neighborhoods. Because when that comes up, all of the same folks are going to be coming and making all of the same arguments, saying this is the right thing to do for our city, to stimulate growth, to build a new stadium, to bring sports closer to the downtown core. And we're going to be saying, shucks, like we just put $600 million into this. Sorry, I'm not a financial person. I'm closer to 419, I know. But into this right at this moment, are we putting all of our eggs into a basket that we have known to have an empty bottom at times? And that's a lot of the concern that is placed here. And more so than anything, because of the period of time, something that's galvanized in the ears of residents.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tristan. Thanks again for representing yourself in the best part of the city. I stand by that. So thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we'll go to Ali Shafai. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and members of council. My name is Ali Shafai, Vice President of Live Nation Canada and co-founder of the Escapade Music Festival. Just for some background, Live Nation will produce over 60,000 concerts globally in 2025 and is the largest live event producer in the Ottawa region with over 100 concerts this year alone. Today, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you in support of Lansdowne 2.0, a project that is vital to the future of live entertainment in our city. Live music does more than entertain. It brings people together, it fuels local economies, and it drives tourism. Every concert or festival that happens here in Ottawa supports hundreds of local jobs, from stagehands and technicians to bartenders, hotels, restaurants, small businesses across the city. It's one of the strongest economic and cultural engines a city can invest in. Ottawa has made real progress over the past few years in building its live music scene. But to continue that momentum, we need the right infrastructure. That's why a new modern mid-sized event center at TD Place is so important. Right now, we see there's a clear gap in Ottawa's venue landscape. We now have the brand new Hard Rock Theatre. We'll soon have the 2,000 capacity History Ottawa to go alongside venues like the Bronson Centre and the NAC. We already have the Canadian Tire Centre for large-scale arena shows and various sites for outdoor festivals. However, what's missing in a major metropolitan like ours is a mid-sized event centre. A flexible, modern venue that can host a growing number of artists and shows that fall between those two ends of the spectrum. The mid-sized venue fills a critical void. It allows Ottawa to attract tours that currently bypass the city because we just don't have the right venue to meet the production or audience needs. TD Place already plays an important role in Ottawa's entertainment ecosystem, but the current facilities, particularly the event center, are just outdated. Promoters and artists know that, and it affects their willingness to book shows here. The reality is, very few artists want to perform in aging facilities with dated locker rooms, doubling as green rooms, or lighting and rigging systems that no longer meet modern standards. These are just not comfort issues, they're competitive disadvantages that limit what Ottawa can host. Lansdowne 2.0 isn't just about replacing old facilities, it's about ensuring Ottawa stays competitive as a live entertainment destination, supporting jobs, tourism, and community life as a whole. At Live Nation, we see the potential in Ottawa. We see a growing audience base, a passionate community, and a city that deserves venues capable of hosting world-class concerts and live music experiences. That's why we at Live Nation support Lansdowne 2.0. It's a smart, future-focused investment, one that will strengthen Ottawa's position as a vibrant, connected, and competitive music city for decades to come. Thank you for your time and for your continued support of live music in our community.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. Hi, Ali. Nice to see you. We're hearing a lot from industry reps or folks connected with OSEG or the site in some way. I just wanted to ask you, do you know how long the deal is structured for and for how much the city is looking to pay over that time in debt?
The Lansdowne deal specifically?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm familiar with the deal.
Okay. Just in terms of the debt, we're looking at a nearly $700 million over the 40-year partnership. $700 million.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that there should be a ceiling here? Do you think that's too much, too little?
I mean, I'm not in the business of building arenas. I'm in the business of obviously producing concerts. And, you know, for us, we believe that Ottawa is lacking a mid-size event center, you know, given the size of area that we are. And we see it in terms of tours that we produce that, you know, we tend to skip over Ottawa many times, you know, and we'll do a Toronto and we'll do a Montreal and we'll just kind of skip the corridor. So, and a lot of that is just based on the facilities that we have available to us here.
The new facility, the old Chapters building, do you think that that's going to cover quite a bit of those concerts that might have been missed in the past?
No, because that's a totally different demographic. I mean, if you look at the evolution of an artist, you know, they'll typically start at, you know, playing a small bar or, you know, club for 300-400 people. And then they'll go into that 2000, which is really that kind of benchmark number as the next step. And then they go to a mid-size and then they go to a major hockey arena and then they do a festival. That's really the evolution of most major artists. You can kind of look back for many years and see that's how it works. And ultimately, the one that goes to play the 2,000 person venue, if they're a 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 person act, then they'd have to do multiple nights at, let's say, History Ottawa, which then pulls them out of another market if they have to come do 2 or 3 shows here versus going and doing one at a mid-size event center.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess the big question is whether or not we need to be spending so much money to get to that one perfect outcome that you're talking about versus what we have now that can be repaired and improved. Does all of that money need to go into that one piece, or can we use what we have? Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plante?
Hi, Lee. Nice to see you.
Hi.
So I actually have a similar question to him. Do you not worry that the history, which will, again, thank you to Councillor Menard for pointing it out, which will be in the best ward in the city at the former Chapters, do you not worry that that will be a bit of a competition to this space? Like, or is it kind of, I mean, I'm not in the artist booking business, but do you kind of offer them a menu of spaces and then they pick? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I mean, artists typically will know their plan for, you know, a calendar year, multiple years in advance. They'll know their growth patterns. We'll know their growth patterns, so we'll be able to assess in advance of if an artist fits a, you know, 500 person room or a 2,000 or an 18,000. So, you know, or an 8,000, 7,000. So it's really, you know, it's not competition because there's artists for every size of room. And, you know, right now what we're seeing is we are seeing the, you know, 2 to 7,000 person artists completely skip the market, or at times go and play, the CTC and, play for 5,000 people. So that's really, it's not a competition at all. We think that it's actually, if you look at historically other major metropolises like ours, they have these types of rooms that all succeed.
And then I kind of, and again, I know you're not on the sort of the front lines, but yesterday we had a really great delegation from a woman who's a server who talked about her experience trying to serve clients at hockey games and stuff. I was just wondering, because I find that perspective's not talked about a lot, the people who are loading the equipment, the people who are kind of, selling the t-shirts, that kind of thing. I was just wondering if you could just maybe address that briefly, because I do think that's a perspective that's not talked about a lot. We're sort of talking big picture, and I really appreciated that sort of micro perspective we got.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking specifically about TD Place right now, I mean, the lack of shows that are going in through that building because of the challenges that it has ultimately affects everybody, right? I mean, less shows means less stage-hands because there's, less events, less gear to load in, less bartenders working, less people selling merch because there's just less shows. And so right now, the way the music industry has evolved over the years when it comes to production and things like that, it's you just can't load the amount of trucks into TD Place that tours need. You can't rig the same amount of video screens that tours are now bringing, or lighting that they're now bringing. So because we can't produce as many shows there, it's essentially a ripple effect of less work being available for anyone on like you said, the micro side that would be selling the merch or pouring the drinks.
Okay, thanks so much. And apparently there's like some sort of baseball game or something going on in the next couple of days. I'm sure people are inundating you with requests for tickets, but I won't. So just wanted to make that clear.
I'm
Thank
still
you so
looking
much.
for myself. So
thanks so much, Ali.
Okay, Ali, thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Next is Marnie Peters.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to continue to advocate for an accessible Lansdowne for all. I know that Wendy Gittins from Wheelchair Basketball Canada spoke yesterday about the upcoming 2026 World Championships being held here. And hearing some of today's speakers reminds me that I'll have to ensure she puts a note in the athletes package reminding them to use the washroom at their hotel before they go to Lansdowne, since the change rooms at Lansdowne don't have washroom facilities that are accessible for our wider wheelchair basketball wheelchairs. I had previously led an accessibility tour for counselors, and on Monday I led one for the media about accessibility. And I know a number of the accessibility issues identified are not structural and could be addressed currently. But this would only solve a few of the minor issues and not the greater issues related to overall accessibility, particularly those faced by people with mobility disabilities, whether they are athletes, fans, press, or even working for OSAG or the city. I came to Ottawa over 30 years ago to attend university. And since then, the facilities at Lansdowne, in terms of the arena primarily, but also the north side stands of the stadium, have not improved for people with disabilities, such as myself who use a wheelchair. So imagine if the city had a quota system for who could attend an Ottawa Charge game. Ooh, sorry, we already have filled our quota for white men over 45. Or instead of white men, we used any number of identifiable groups like the LGBTQ2S or the BIPOC community. People would be really, really offended, as everyone should be, shouting how discriminatory that would be. Well, that's how the disability community feels every time someone says people need to make do. This segment of our city community has been making do for over 30 years already. We've been making do with the patchwork approach, having washrooms that don't quite meet our needs, needing assistance to get to our seats, having to move every time another person using a wheelchair wants to get to their seat that's past where you're sitting, not being able to reach your food and beverages on the counter because it's too high, or not being able to communicate with staff because there's no assistive listening systems. I don't want to rehash all of what I've covered in previous presentations to councillors and the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And while I totally agree the city has many community facilities that need funding for repairs, Lansdowne, including the arena and Northside stands, are supposed to be for all of the community. And this needs to include the 27% of people in the Ottawa community that have self-identified as having a disability. So let that sink in for a minute. By continuing to question the need for Lansdowne 2.0, you're essentially telling over 1/4 of the population of the City of Ottawa that they aren't valued, that they need to continue to make do. Too bad, so sad. You won't be able to experience the game or the event. Maybe you could just watch it on TV or catch it on the news. Because as I heard today, accessibility would be a good thing, but not if it costs too much. Not that we don't need to invest in community level facilities, but we don't invite the world to those facilities as athletes and fans, or for the media to see that the City of Ottawa is not able to accommodate athletes, officials, and the press, whether for parasports or any other sporting event, like the Junior Worlds, the national or international curling events. Like, I could just go on. Lansdowne facilities are not something we can simply continue to put a Band-Aid on. It already has multiple Band-Aids on it, and they're peeling. There are widespread structural issues within the existing facilities that prevent us from achieving the accessibility standards that we should not only be striving for, but meeting in a municipal facility. I'm proud to have been the city's accessibility consultant to Lansdowne 1.0 and now for 2.0. And I reiterate that it remains unacceptable that a municipal facility that serves as the City of Ottawa's preeminent sport and entertainment destination is not accessible in the same way it is to guests who are not living with a disability. While improvements have been made, there's only so much that can be accomplished in an older building. The City of Ottawa has a responsibility to uphold and protect human rights, including creating an accessible city for everyone. To continue to delay replacement of this facility that has reached its end of life and is essentially functionally obsolete is outright denying people living with a disability their rights. Thanks once again for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Marnie, and thank you for all your passionate advocacy on this. And other issues related to accessibility in our community. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks very much. Hi, Marnie. I know you came and spoke to us in April of 2024 and delegated at that time, and you spoke about the need for accessibility at Lansdowne. But since that time, I continue to hear feedback. You heard it yesterday, I think it was the Glebe Community Association. Recently saw it in a councillor's newsletter on October 15th, that we don't have to spend this money. We can do accessibility upgrades without a complete rebuild, and it will cost less. Can you speak to me about what could actually be done? I believe you've been the accessibility consultant for the city on this file for a long time. What could we do that is cheaper to make it accessible?
Well, you can't add more accessible seats, that's for sure. What you could do is some minor things like putting guards around all of the support beams that come down that hold up the north side stands that are in the concourse for the arena. So that's like adding cages around the bottom of all of the pillars. I think it'd be very challenging to add another elevator. Just structurally finding a spot where you could cut a hole in the concrete to add an elevator, that'd be challenging. You could add some assistive listening systems for people who are hard of hearing at many of the concession stands or at the information booth. I guess what you could do is, rip out all of the concession stands and add in new counters. But then once you start that, then you're looking at new electrical, new plumbing, new kitchen equipment. So for sure, you could throw money at it. Is it going to solve the accessibility of the wider range of users? No. I think we've already heard there's not enough washrooms at Lansdowne. It would be exceptionally challenging to add more washrooms in general, more accessible washrooms in particular, just because of the spatial requirements now of the Ontario Building Code. And also, you can't just say, oh, well, we'll take 2 stalls and make them into 1 because you already don't have enough toilet count for the occupancy of the building. So there's a number of challenges with just saying, we'll make these small improvements. And so the building is already so far behind in its sort of level of accessibility and compliance with today's standards that it's like taking a car that's 15 years old and saying, yeah, I could put in like a used transmission and a used motor and it'll maybe get me like 5 more years, but at some point the car is going to die. And so you could spend the money now, making these tiny fixes and tiny upgrades, or you can put the money towards something that creates a more efficient car that's more sustainable, is better for the environment. Now you have a family of five instead of just like two people. It just accommodates more people in a more comfortable way, and it's just better for all of the users, not just from the sport perspective of parasport and athletes, but we've heard from Live Nation in terms of concerts and getting acts and performers in here. Like that was one of the things that we talked about on our tour, which is, there's staff with disabilities that work at these events, and sometimes there'll be a performer there who'll say, oh no, I don't want anybody cutting through my dressing room area. So then the staff person's like, oh, I'm sorry, you can't go to the washroom right now because you can't use the only elevator we have in the building. So there's things that you just won't be able to ever fix, and that's impacting operationally. It's impacting people who want to use it, who live here in our community, as well as people coming from outside who might want to rent it, who decide to bypass the city of Ottawa for other options.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I was going to ask you what can you fix, and then I was going to ask you what can't you fix, but you kind of answered both. And I'm assuming for people that have a visual impairment, you can't fix those structural beams. You can't fix the ability to navigate through the arena, right?
That's right. I mean, there's a few small things that could be fixed that would help people, but it just creates more barriers and challenges for other people.
Okay, thank you. There was a suggestion yesterday that the community should design an accessibility plan, that's something they haven't been asked to do. In your experience as an accessibility consultant, does that require, what does your job require that perhaps a community association-led accessibility plan couldn't do?
Right. So I've been working in the field of universal design and accessibility for over 25 years. I specialize in large commercial institutional projects that are public facing. So projects that you don't know who's coming, when they're coming, how many might be coming that have a disability. So although I'm a wheelchair user, I sort of work from the perspective of addressing the needs of everybody. So whether you're a wheelchair user, have vision loss, or are blind, deaf and or hard of hearing, varying cognitive abilities, are you neurodiverse, are you a person of large stature, small stature? So the full range of human functioning. So quite often when we talk about community groups that try and do this, they don't bring that same level of expertise or knowledge or experience, not only with sort of building codes, but international best standards related to what's happening in Canada, but also globally related to universal design, and really ensuring that we're creating a fully inclusive environment. And so although I've been working with the design team, I've also had the opportunity to work with the city's Accessibility Advisory Committee related to Lansdowne, but also related to other city projects, related to infrastructure, public realm. So I have a very good relationship with the disability community in Ottawa, and I reach out to them with questions and clarifications or challenges they're experiencing, so that as we design things, we make sure we're incorporating the perspectives of the various disability communities.
Thanks very much, Marnie. I appreciate having a better understanding of your knowledge and expertise in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much for your delegation. It's very much appreciated. Can you help me understand, how does TD Place get awarded a world wheelchair basketball event if it has so many accessible deficiencies within the facility itself? I would assume before a facility is awarded the hosting duties for an event of this nature, the site would be visited. There would be basic criteria that would have to be met so that players and coaching staff and others can be accommodated. And I don't understand, if TD Place has so many deficiencies in the area of accessibility, how would they then be able to host these types of events?
Mm-hmm. That's a very good question. So I'll say that Lansdowne is but one of several facilities being used for the World Championship. So Carleton University is also being used, as is U Ottawa. In the parasport world, getting countries to host is sometimes difficult. So sometimes when nobody else steps up, some countries step up and say, okay, we'll accommodate it. The bidding for this event happened, I think, back in 2020. At which point there were site visits to Lansdowne to discuss some of these challenges and what would need to be fixed. And these things were pointed out. And I know because I actually led the led the tour for that. And where it goes after I sort of indicate that to the parties that were part of the tour, I can't say, oh, they didn't do it or they, I don't know what happened after that in terms of where the information went, but it was certainly identified that some changes were needed to be done to the change rooms to make it sort of a feasible location. Since that time, there's been some sort of additional challenges related to Lansdowne in terms of related to the press areas. And just making that a bit more challenging. So for the press, when it comes to parasport events, often the people doing the live broadcast or the press are former athletes or former officials, so they are people with disabilities. So ensuring accessibility of those areas is also important. So yes, this facility is a challenge for the event.
I don't doubt it. I certainly believe everything that you have shared with us today, and I've seen you interviewed in the media in the past. You've mentioned you've worked half of, or you've worked with the city for point one and now point two. Have you had direct communication with OSEG? Have you brought issues to their attention, or have you mostly worked with the city of Ottawa?
So for Lansdowne 1.0, when we were doing sort of the site assessment and doing the south side stands, and there was some discussion at that time about whether or not the north side stand should come down. A lot of that is a financial decision, but at that time, it was identified that accessibility of the north side stands and of now TD Place, the arena, were insufficient and could not be made accessible or easily accessible without extensive cost. And at that time, the work was deferred because there was some thinking that it was going to happen rather more imminently than than it has. So yes, it was identified even back then that there were significant challenges to improving the accessibility. And since that time, of course, the Ontario Building Code's been modified yet again to further improve accessibility. So the longer it gets delayed, the more behind we are and the more challenging it would be to actually bring it up to accessibility standards of today.
I appreciate that information that you shared. Thank you so much for your delegation.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Marnie, for being here. I don't have a question for you, but I just wanted to thank you for your continued advocacy on this issue. The accessibility improvements are among my favorite parts of the new design. I've been championing making our city parks more accessible, and Lansdowne Park is no exception. So it does warm my heart to know we'll be making this much loved amenity more inclusive for individuals and families. And it has been a bit disappointing to see the accessibility needs at the current Lansdowne site minimized by some of the opponents of the project. So I just wanted to sincerely appreciate your ongoing effort to keep this issue front and center. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, Marnie, for your advocacy, and it's been great talking with you when you've been at TD Place in the arena and speaking with guests there. I think we've had some good conversations. I just on the current site, because I don't know that everybody knows the work that's been done by yourself and by the city and others to improve after Lansdowne 1.0 was created. The para transpo taxi pickup drop-off zones, those exist now at Exhibition Way and Paul Askin Way for events at the stadium. Are you open to having more accessible parking converted on the site than is available right now for those, I guess, public parking spaces?
I would say yes. I mean, I think when the initial site was developed, there was specific numbers, but as I mentioned earlier, the accessibility requirements related to pretty much everything in the built environment continue to change and improve and require like more accessible parking and car accessible and van accessible. So some are things that weren't necessarily required at the time of the initial build.
Okay, no, that's great. That's great to hear. I think we should be moving in that direction as well. On the accessible seat locations, right now there's accessible seat locations on both the north and south side of the facility, like the main concourse and sections B, H, and PointsBet Field Club 1. Is that the your current understanding?
Sorry, is that for the TD Place or the Northside stands, like outside
Yeah.
for football or inside for hockey?
So for both, in the arena sections 13 and 17, but then on the football side, or I guess the larger, the
Right.
north side stands,
Yeah.
you can north and south side stands accommodate this at this time. Is there options to convert more seats to being accessible than we currently have converted?
No. So in this in the TD Place, so in the arena, the seating that is accessible now is like at the top of, the ramp that leads to the vomitory that leads to the seating. I don't know why they call it that name. It's a horrible name. But anyways.
It is a bad
Yeah.
name.
So the ramp that leads up to the seating is where the accessible seating is. So it means that sometimes, depending on how large the wheelchair is, it actually blocks the route for other people who are ambulatory trying to get to their seats. So the routes actually aren't wide enough to be able to add additional seating. So around like the bowl, we'll call it. So it only works when you're at the top of the ramp in TD Place. So there's only those locations that were ever even possible. So it's not possible to add more. In terms of outside on the north side stands, yes, there's accessible seating. So during the media tour on Monday, we did a little demonstration. So I used a small manual wheelchair. Somebody else had a small one, but she had a backpack on her back, and I couldn't actually get past her. So what happens at football games is if somebody's using a power wheelchair and they're sitting close to like the entrance area, every time another wheelchair user comes and they want to get to their seat, that person and the person next to them and the person next to them, they all have to move out of the way. So imagine you're the person at the end, you finally get to the end, and then it's like, end of the first quarter of a Red Blacks game, and now you have to go to the washroom. So every single wheelchair user that is sitting in that area has to get out of your way so you can go to the washroom. And then you come back with your beer. And now they all have to get out of the way again. So yes, quote, there's accessible seating, but you're an inconvenience to every single person there. And then everybody who's ambulatory and walking is tripping over you or bumping into your backpack or your wheelchair because there's not an access aisle. So it's like if you all show up with your friends and you all go single file, that might work. But when it's a bunch of strangers, so you always feel like you're in someone's way.
And is the south side fully accessible with the options that were built in 2014?
Yes, there's seating options at all the levels and in the middle at either end, not just in the very, very end corner of the end zone. So for sure, the south side experience is much, much better than the north side stands for people with disabilities of all different types of disabilities.
Fantastic. And then just on the assistive listening devices, assistive listening is an option at these events?
Currently?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. My understanding is it is available.
Well, there is one concession stand that has, so maybe you're on the other side of the stadium, and if you're hard of hearing, you are the only person that has to walk all the way around. So is it available? Is it really?
Yeah, I think there's certain events and obviously heads up needed, but that I understand is available. ASL interpretive services is also something that can be requested, as I understand it.
Yeah, it's operational. So I deal with built environment and a certain amount of operational, but yeah. It can be.
Okay, and then mobile concession order pickup is available during 6 sevens and Red Blacks games as well.
That's fine. But I guess where I'm going is people with disabilities want the same experience, right?
Yes,
we don't want to be treated different.
absolutely.
We don't want to have to, I don't want to have to go out of my way and do something different than what everybody else has to do.
Of course, absolutely. And that makes perfect sense. I think that is the case in this facility and 500 community facilities that are public facing across the city that are a struggle to get repaired, that don't require ticketed access, that are free for the public to get into, that we are pushing down the line in our communities as well. And I think this is the difficulty in making decisions around financing is what do you spend your money on to upgrade when there is a finite amount? And the argument is made about events that come here and people that access it, and that this completely makes sense to me. And the upgrades that are needed here is completely understandable, as is the argument around the 500 community-facing buildings out there that require a huge amount of upgrade as well. And so it is a finite amount of resources, I suppose, and in this case, that is part of the battle. It does not mean people do not care or that they are not trying to, as much as possible, be accommodating. But there is a discussion to be had about priorities around community buildings in each of our wards across the city, and this facility, and that's I think why having this discussion is important. And I appreciate you and our discussions to date, and thank you for what you've done for the city.
Thank you.
Okay, Marnie, thank you very much for delegating today.
Thank you.
Next is Marcia Morris. Good morning.
Good morning. It's actually Marcia.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
We have a Marcia on the team too, and I didn't know. Just looking at it.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Marcia Morris, and I'm a community sport advocate. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. Over the last 20 years, I've had the privilege of contributing to sport in the City of Ottawa in a variety of capacities. Through these experiences, I've gained a deep understanding of the significant value that both high performance and community sport bring to our city. In 2007, I had the incredible opportunity to serve as the general manager for Ottawa's site of the FIFA U20 World Cup. Ottawa was the most successful site for that tournament. We sold out Lansdowne Park for 9 matches and generated millions of dollars in economic activity. That experience clearly demonstrated the substantial economic and social benefits that professional sport can bring to Ottawa. That experience also demonstrated to me why the revitalization of Lansdowne was so critical. I'm not sure if any of you remember, but on the first night of the tournament, the sewage pipes above the Argentinians' change room burst, spilling sewage all over their change room. Also, that at the end of that tournament, we had to take down the south side stands, and there were many times during the tournament seeing all the raucous fans jumping up and down that made me very worried when I heard afterwards that the south side stands had to come down. Needless to say, I was a big supporter of Lansdowne 1.0. Having said that, following 2007, I spent the next 14 years of my career supporting community sport organizations, and I've grown to appreciate the critical role they play in strengthening our city's social and economic fabric. Ottawa is home to more than 750 community sport organizations, which collectively serve over 300,000 participants. These organizations provide diverse, inclusive, and accessible programming, which aligns with one of the city's key objectives to foster healthy and active communities. Beyond their direct community impact, these organizations also host provincial and national events that generate further economic activity for Ottawa. However, for these organizations to exist and provide their programming, they need space to play, whether that's a field, a court, a pool, an arena, a diamond, or a track. While Ottawa does possess a wide range of recreation facilities, many are aging and need a significant renewal. According to the May 2025 Recreation and Cultural Services Asset Management Plan, 47% of our aquatic facilities are in fair, poor, or very poor condition, with 23% classified as very poor. 48% of sport fields are in fair, poor, or very poor condition, and 59% of arenas are in fair, poor, or very poor condition. Financially, the same plan highlights that the total capital needs results in a $1 billion service gap. These figures aren't just statistics. They have real and lasting impact on our community. A prominent example of this challenge is the Nepean Sportsplex. It was built 50 years ago, and at that point in time could host many swimming events, be they national, sometimes even international or provincial events. However, when World Aquatics changed the requirements for the depth of a dive, the Nepean Sportsplex could no longer be used. This created huge impacts on, number one, the economic activity that could be driven, but number two, it also created impacts on our own population. One of our key divers, Henry McKay, had to leave the city of Ottawa and go and train out of Toronto. And he was our gold medal winner at the Canada Summer Games in 2017. So not only is the impact on economic activity, it's also on the residents of Ottawa. The asset management plan identifies 46.237 million required for the Nepean Sportsplex alone. Other major facilities also required substantial investment to remain viable for both community programming and events hosting. Given we know that the city's financial resources are limited, I believe it's both necessary and reasonable for councillors to ask whether there's a scenario where the significant funding proposed for Lansdowne can support both renovations to the existing Lansdowne venues, but also address some of that $1 billion gap. An investment in the current recreation infrastructure would not only preserve and enhance the city's current recreation assets, but it'll also strengthen Ottawa's ability to host sport events that generate economic activity, while also supporting the residents who rely on the facilities every day. Sport needs to be accessible to all, not just those that are playing at Lansdowne. I respectfully urge Council to reflect on this principle as you continue to deliberate. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Marcia. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you're the first delegate to acknowledge this recreational infrastructure gap that we have in the city. And while most delegates have come to speak in favor and exclusively focused on Lansdowne Park, the decision makers have to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. And if you have a finite amount of resources, how do you prioritize using those resources for all of the needs that exist in the city? So I want to say thank you. Appreciate you live in reality, and you've identified exactly some of the struggles and challenges I'm being faced with as I further consider the recommendations that are before us today. So thank you very much.
I think one of the other things that need to be said about that is, in terms of losing events, I was part of the bid committee for the 2021 Canada Summer Games that we lost to Niagara, and we lost them because of the Nepean Sportsplex. We spent years putting together that bid. I have had the privilege of working at international events, national events. I've had the privilege of working in other countries in sport. And to lose a bid because of a facility that once was the prime jewel, and that facility can serve so many members of our community, just seems that we need to be taking into consideration that when this decision is being made.
No, I appreciate that. I have the Terry Fox Athletic Center in my ward, same story. Long list of events that we've lost because we are not keeping an asset that we already own up to par on modern day standards. So thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you so much for coming out to delegate and making this important point. It's really seems like all or nothing on this one Lansdowne piece, but there are so many other community facilities that need this. Even just on our community buildings, I have one for years. We've been trying to get upgraded on accessibility, or to have a few $1 million invested into something that will bring a lot of quality of life for folks, and it doesn't happen. It takes so long. I go in the budget meetings with the mayor and say, look, I'm just begging here for $2.5 million to try to make something work in my community, but yet we find all of this money for Lansdowne. And it seems we can do anything. We can put a mat in place. We can get extra taxes for it. We can siphon off parking money. We can do whatever we need to and be super innovative on Lansdowne. But when it comes to community facilities like this, it's always a struggle. So I just appreciate your delegation very much. Just on the point you were making, you'd like to see some modest investment in Lansdowne as it is now to improve the structure, to reduce leaks, to make sure that there is accessibility upgrades in that building, but also invest in other community buildings that would bring GDP, like economic growth to the city, that will make sure that we're, I guess, not just investing in one particular facility, but spread that around. Is that the point you're making?
That's correct. I think the other thing I always struggle with is what is the role of the city? So during the pandemic, I was working with a whole bunch of organizations to bring sport back to the city. You know, we had a lot of struggles in terms of, you know, obviously we wanted people to be active, but at the same point in time, we had to be safe. The people that got left behind then were a lot of our people who just recently arrived in Ottawa. And as basketball talked yesterday, that's often the sport that people first get involved in. And many of our basketball players, they would play at a community gym. They would play at a community court. And all of a sudden those were shut. And what happened was opportunities opened up in domes. But those particular people, number one, they couldn't afford to pay the fees for the domes. But number two, they also couldn't get there. They didn't have the transportation. Part of making a sport inclusive and diversive is meeting people where they're at. Sport builds the fabric of community. And if we don't continue to invest in the assets in our community, we are leaving behind the people that we need to be supporting. And those are the facilities that those people are going to. So I just have a fundamental question of what's our role as a city. And I think our role of a city is to look out for everybody. And it's not just to look out for the people who can afford to go to Lansdowne. It's to look out for all of those all over the city. So yes, in a wonderful world, we would support both. The previous speaker highlighted so much of the challenges at Lansdowne, and accessibility is very key. But it just seems like it shouldn't be an all or nothing.
Yeah, I appreciate your work with the Ottawa Sport Council. You know, with the FIFA U17, the things you've done in the city here, you've contributed so much to sport and the fabric of community in Ottawa with your work. I did want to just touch on, you know, in terms of other you know, investments that the city can make and community building. I think, you know, we struggle here as a council to deal with that $10.8 billion infrastructure deficit. Without that type of investment, that will grow and grow and grow, much larger than any sort of refurbishment at Lansdowne would grow. And so, you know, that you combine that with some of what we hear from some, you know, we heard it from a delegate yesterday. They call it Cheapskate Hill that's been developed because they go and they watch games for free at Lansdowne from afar. And they deride those people because they don't buy a ticket to get in for the entire time. Well, they go there with their families. They might go visit a restaurant there. They might play in the park there, but they check out those games. And this is the thing. What we're talking about here is investments for a, you know, for-profit entity to make them sustainable. Don't let anybody fool you. The reason they're doing this is not the building. The reason they're doing this is to make OSEG sustainable. Our city manager said that. That's clear here. This plan is not about the upgrades to the building, no matter how much they want to try to trick people into thinking that. It is about making OSEG sustainable, and that's it. But meanwhile, we have all these other people out there that can't buy a ticket, that don't have their other facilities upgraded in the city because our infrastructure deficit will continue to grow. But hey, for Lansdowne, we got all the money in the world for it, all the taxpayer dollars, $700 million over 40 years to give to Lansdowne debt. I really appreciate you being here. If there's any other comments you want to make about, you know, your own life in Ottawa and what you've contributed to sport and how we need to see investment in other places, I'm happy to hear. I know there's other questions for you here too, Mayor. So from Councillor Devine.
Okay.
I'm
Are you
fine,
okay?
thanks.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. And your delegation is making me think of, and I don't remember the gentleman's name, but the gentleman 3 or 4 delegates ago that said that we should not be lured into the false fallacy that we are choosing here between investing all of this money in Lansdowne or doing nothing. That is a false premise. And when I think about the fact that the Lansdowne 2.0 deal is even being framed as a deal to achieve the financial sustainability of that project, as opposed to putting in place a deal that truly and generally serves the broadest public good. And so thank you very much for raising the issue of Nepean Sportsplex. That's in my ward. I'm very proud to have that in my ward. Last year, Nepean Sportsplex celebrated its 50th anniversary. I'm a parent of a Nepean Raven, 2 Nepean Ravens, and so I'm at the Sportsplex all the time. I'm the parent of a Titan water polo player. And so I'm at the facility all the time, and I'm pretty confident that on a per capita basis, the amount of not professional sports players or ticket paying public, but the amount of just residents who go and benefit and use the facility, and the amount of families and parents who travel through that facility is probably on par, if not more, than Lansdowne. Certainly the amount of people, Ottawa residents who play on that field, those rinks and so forth, is different. That is a facility that serves the participatory needs of residents, far more than Lansdowne. Lansdowne is where people pay to go to watch a thing. And so what I wouldn't mind hearing in any more detail, if you can, is your experience of, I think you made mention of, whether it's Nepean Sportsplex or other facilities, having to turn away events or seeing facilities that are not on par with what they could be. I have a few more questions, but would you mind if you have any more detail on that?
So yes, I could probably talk for forever. So after FIFA 2007, that was when the city and Ottawa Tourism got together to look at a major bidding organization. And one of the things that was done with that was to take an inventory of the facilities that were there in our city, and what could be feasible, what couldn't be. Councillor Brockington spoke about Terry Fox. When we were trying to do Canada Games, it was almost smoke and mirrors when we brought the Canada Games team here, and we were trying to hide a lot of the issues because Canada Games is a multi-sport game, not a single sport game. So we were using facilities all over the city, and to find things. When FIFA came in 2015 or 2007, I can't remember when it was, because we also obviously hosted the Women's World Cup. But when they came, we couldn't find practice facilities for them. So, and those practice facilities are the things that our community uses. We didn't have, we had to go to Algonquin and use their facilities at Algonquin because we had nothing within the city that could meet the needs for those practice facilities. So we have lost a lot of events in this city at that lower level, maybe not that international level, but at that lower level. And they drive a lot of economic impact. Any of you who are parents know that you travel with your kids, the hotel rooms, the restaurants, all of that, like they're huge economic drivers, and we have lost quite a number of them.
Speaking of economic drivers, if hypothetically we were to spread citywide investment into our sports facilities across the city broadly, different parts of the city, as opposed to just investing a whole lot, let's say into Lansdowne, I believe that could, increase our overall GDP. The Deloitte report never was able to do that analysis. I don't think they were commissioned to do that analysis. It was an analysis just of Lansdowne. Do you think that, speaking of economic drivers, if the city were to invest broadly in its major sports and recreation facilities, that we could see the same kind of economic stimulus as we are putting into Lansdowne?
I'm certainly not an expert on that. I do know that when we did FIFA 2007, the Federal Sport Tourism Organization did an evaluation of what the economic impact was on that. And they've also done economic impact statements on different events. It's definitely a different type of economic impact because the ticket prices might be higher at an international event like a FIFA, and the other events might not be ticketed. But if you look at what the Bell Capital Cup brings in, if you look at all those things, they drive probably a significant amount of money, but there are many more of those than one-ofs at Lansdowne. And again, I go back to, I'm not using this just as an economic argument. What is the role of the city in looking out for those who are all members of our city? And I truly believe that the role of the city is to make sure we take care of everybody. And that means we are investing across our communities to make sure that everybody can play and sport is accessible to everyone.
I agree with you. And I also know that, you know, the city is understandably leveraging Lansdowne 2.0 for the prestige that it shows, how it showcases our city. But again, just going back to Sportsplex, I know, and Mr. Chenier knows, that we get numerous emails from a couple of baseball leagues at the Sportsplex is one of the city's premier baseball diamonds, the Hamilton Yards. And we get requests all the time, could this be improved? Because we're having this tournament come from afar. We're hosting this national tournament. We're hosting this provincial tournament. We'd like to showcase it. And I'm always had to tell them, sorry, I can't afford to do that. The city can't afford to do that. But that could, you know, be a prestige event just as. But then finally, going back to what you were saying, that it's not just about economic stimulus, it's about how public investment should be for the entire city. Again, as that dad of Nepean Ravens, and I, you know, we host teams from across the city at Sportsplex. I go travel to rinks across the city or pools across the city, and there are many times where I see facilities, publicly funded facilities, that are in a far different state of maintenance, of quality than what we have. You know, not trying to knock the Sportsplex, but I know that we could achieve far greater public good across the entirety of this vast, beautiful, diverse city if we spread that money around more equitably. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your delegation. I just wanted to echo some of my colleagues' comments and just share an experience in my own community where we have a baseball field that was unable to host a tournament because it didn't have a cover over the dugouts. And, you know, that was a big disappointment for the league. And obviously we wanted to host it in our community. And so unbeknownst, and I won't share the location, but a resident took it upon themselves to put in their own work order, and they put roofs over the dugouts so that they could host the tournament. And sort of it was a beg for forgiveness type of situation. But are you seeing this type of, not specific this activity, but do you see the decline in our other city facilities that are not ticketed, that are free and accessible to everybody?
There is a large decline in the facilities across the city. So Councillor Menard referenced my work with the Ottawa Sport Council for over 12 years. I helped found the Ottawa Sport Council, and the role of it was to help community sport do the job that it had to do. I'm no longer there, so I can't comment on the latest thing that has happened kind of, you know, in the last couple of years. Having said that, one of the biggest issues that we dealt with, and in fact, we created the municipal sports strategy in partnership with the city, and it spelt sport. And the first S was for space to play, because space to play in this city has always been an issue. And it's been an issue not because Dan Chenier's organization doesn't do a great job. It's because the money isn't there to do things. So there's Band-Aids all over the place. And, you know, what do you do about this? What do you do about that? Councillor Devine talked about the Nepean Ravens. My daughter played ringette with the City of Ottawa Ringette Association. I mean, going to Brewer in the winter, you know, sometimes the players would change at home because the facilities there were so bad. So I think across the city, I don't know you can pick one over the other. I think as a city, our recreation facilities, many of them were built as centennial projects in 1967, just like the Sportsplex, or just like Lansdowne was, and they're crumbling. And it's all across the city.
Yeah, and I would absolutely agree with that assessment. I guess my where I would disagree, where you can't pick one or over the other, is that in the Lansdowne, you know, original agreement, even we didn't have one single community use of that stadium. There wasn't one opportunity for the city to host a free event for community at Lansdowne. It was all through OSEG. And so I know OSEG has, lots of charitable activities that they do, but as a public facility, you would think we would have access to one use. And failing that, then when we talk about significant public investment, I want it to be to the parks and to the facilities that allow for sport to be accessible to anybody in our community. Because I represent a community that certainly has a lot of individuals who can't afford to attend activities at Lansdowne Park. And so improving the facilities in my community so that they're accessible for those families is a top priority. And while I recognize that many delegates have come out to talk about how fantastic and wonderful Lansdowne is for sport in our city, I don't disagree with those comments. But when we're talking about public investment and where it has the most value for everybody in our city, I don't think that a ticketed stadium and arena is where the public dollars should be flowing into when we look at the state of the rest of our facilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you point to cities who have more successfully leveraged their public sporting, their premier sporting facilities to the benefit of the public, and what kind of access does the public have to those facilities in order to foster a more inclusive sports environment for the city?
There are a number, some smaller, like Lethbridge has done a very good job. I think one of the most interesting ones is Toronto with the MLSE Launchpad. So Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment, of course, well, first of all, the TFC field is used for many, many, many community events. But having said that, they also have their charitable foundation arm Launchpad. And with that sort of money, what they did was they actually created a physical space. And that space is in one of the most economic deserving neighborhoods. And that space provides free sport opportunities for kids. So I think that there's very many different ways of doing it. You can use your own facilities, you can build other facilities for it. But in my mind, that's a really good corporate partner that actually built a facility in an area that had to be met. Other cities, I would say it's true all across this country, cities have issues with their facilities. Some have more forward thinking. Calgary seems to have a more forward thinking approach than other cities do. And it's choices that need to be made.
Do you see anything in the Lansdowne 2.0 partnership that would encourage you that the gap between what the potential is and what the reality is might actually be closed?
Oh, absolutely not. I don't see, well, first of all, probably the biggest need in this city is for a 50-meter pool. If Swimming Canada can't come here, in fact, provincial swimming organizations can't come here. If they want to host a meet in this area, they've got to go to Gatineau. So Lansdowne doesn't have a pool. and there have been so many discussions going on, is it with Carleton? Is it with Ottawa U? Do they rip down Brewer? I mean, is it the RA Center? There have been so many discussions going on, but that certainly doesn't alleviate that issue. And those are some of our athletes that are leaving. They're leaving because, they can't train in the way that they need to train. And they're going to Toronto and they have to, kids are leaving home early and whatever. But that's, again, more elite athletes. I'm much more interested in the community athlete that's out there. But no, I don't see how Lansdowne will address it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I really just wanted to thank you for your representations here to this committee on this issue, and especially pointing out the gaps and the challenges in terms of funding across the city. I know that, just this week at Community Social Services Committee, we were reviewing and approving our major capital program and minor capital program investments. And as a quick example, dollars had to be withdrawn from one of a proposed project in my ward that was supposed to be a partnership with Youth Ottawa and the city to try to look at the restoration of a field house of a park because this was a great idea that was brought to the city to restore the field house, but initial examination revealed that the field house just needs to be ultimately replaced. And we have all of these types of issues really, confronting many facilities across the city. It's something that just repeats itself ward after ward after ward. And of course, the amount of money in these partnership programs are minuscule. I think with one of the programs, we're just looking in the range of over $500,000. And we think of the massive gap that exists. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate more on the gaps, especially for community facilities versus a larger facility like Lansdowne.
So, as I said, 47% of the aquatic facilities are in very poor or very poor condition. And in fact, 23% of them are classified as very poor. 43% of sport fields are in that condition, and 59% of arenas are in that condition. Those are often the facilities that are in local communities, and those are the facilities that our residents use. So the gap is very real. The gap has been pointed out by city reports. So it's again, it's a choice, and it's a choice of what is the most important thing. Do we take care of everyone, or are we looking at something that certainly doesn't benefit everyone? So I'm sure we could go ward by ward and we could look at all the different issues, and some are bigger and some are smaller. And we could look at the solutions that community sport organizations are having to figure out. So many community sport organizations, they are so willing to provide sport participation opportunities if they had a place to play. So you look at the work that's been done. The Ottawa Sport Council gives out grants every year to organizations that want to provide more equitable access and access to equity deserving populations. And it's amazing the thoughtfulness of the community sport organizations and what they want to do, and how they are willing to provide free participation opportunities. But if they don't have a space to play, they can't do that. If you look at the Shooting Stars basketball organization and how they provide basketball for kids in the inner city, well, they can barely get access to a gym. So here we talk about that we want children being active, and here they are willing to provide free participation opportunities, but they don't have a place to provide those. So I think you've got a very willing partner in community sport organizations across the city, but they can't come up with a facility.
Well, I do appreciate you giving voice to that. That's something that we've seen, since I've been in office working with other colleagues. At one point, we're trying to map out where there would be available facilities for basketball for youth. And I think it really speaks to the order of magnitude in terms of the investments that we're looking at here today, $418.8 million. Versus, as example, the annual amount that we put into contributions around our community partnership programs, which one of them totals $549,000. So there's a huge gap. I think it is important to talk about how do we close these gaps, since we do have a huge infrastructure deficit, especially with recreational facilities. And I think that it's really important for us to talk about the opportunity costs, which is why I'm so pleased that you've raised this issue before us today. Thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Bradley.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just have one last question for you to sort of hopefully drive the point home that I'm really struggling with, is that you've done such an amazing job advocating for sports in our city, and I really appreciate all the work that you do. My question to you would be, do you think that the largest public investment that we'll likely make over the next decade should go to a facility that's privately operated?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, you brought up the Carlton Aquatic Center that the city's been working on for a while, and I just wanted to clarify, my understanding is that that is not being held up because of finances. It's because of another issue with regard to our partner, just for your information. And I just wanted to ask you one question though, which is, this is not necessarily a zero-sum game, right? If we have money to invest in Lansdowne and we have money to invest in the Nepean Sportsplex and in other community facilities around the city, that would be the best possible outcome, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We'll go next to Kyle Humphrey, who I believe is online. Mr. Humphrey?
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I'm back, and that means there's more accessibility concerns. So let's stop talking about accessibility as a cost. Let's start talking about accessibility as an investment we can make in our community. Yes, these upgrades require capital, but what is the price tag of failure to act? The real expense is the cost of exclusion, the endless cycle of government dependency, the debilitating burden of isolation, and the chronic mental health toll being perpetually marginalized. We all pay for the lack of accessibility every single day. Imagine the dehumanizing sting of being told you are too expensive to include. So we'll just keep you and your people right where you are. That is not just a building code failure. That's a moral judgment on human worth. I've spent 35 years of my life defying limits. I was told everything I'd never do. And yet, here I am. People might know me as the person that goes crowd surfing in his wheelchair at festivals. They also might know me as someone who knows the difference between merely existing and thriving. And I know that the power of opportunity. When you create access, you don't just put in a ramp. You open the door to true dignity. We are talking about giving people the chance to attend a game, to meet new friends, and to share their passions. And maybe most importantly, to get a job, to work hard, to go home with a paycheck earned through their own efforts. The feeling of earning is unmatched. That is not a luxury. That is a fundamental right to community that we are currently denying. This is not simply about a new facility. This is a covenant to all the people in your city. You are voting to invest in the lives and livelihoods of the true future of Ottawa. Do not let us continue to pay the price of inaction. Vote for access. Vote for dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphreys. We'll go to Marty Carr, Councillor Carr.
I get the Marty as a qualifier instead of counselor. I like that.
Yeah, you're not a delegate. I shouldn't use your first
That's
name.
okay. Everybody knows my name, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Kyle. I was so excited this morning when I saw the citizen piece on you featured. You and I have had discussions. You know that my parents' first child had hydrocephalus and spina bifida, and in 1970 was sent to live in an institution and died without ever coming home. And so I am so inspired when I see you, and I know you have those conditions, sailing around Blues Fest. And I'll admit, you know, that I see you at Blues Fest and Folk Fest, and I desperately try to avoid you because I'm terrified that you'll invite me up into the mosh pit, and I don't want to go there. So I love seeing you up there. I wish my dad could see what people can live like now, because it wasn't like that when we were young. So I just want to ask you, you know, what does it mean as an athlete and as a music goer for you to have access at this facility at Lansdowne?
Let me start by saying this. 10 years ago, Super Kyle wasn't a thing. Super Kyle didn't exist. And it was only through making connections in the music world and having access to go to local venues and meet new people and engage in the community, that I've had this opportunity to build and grow. I have found myself countless times sitting in groups of people who know me from, whether it's being on the radio talking about paratranspo or accessibility in the city with parks, that I've been trying accessible parks have been trying to get put in, or local venues I've been trying to work with to make more accessible. And as that community grows, so does the understanding that using a wheelchair isn't the end of life. And I am grateful to have this opportunity to be able to be someone who people can turn to. And yeah, 35 years ago, having spina bifida was an end of life sentence for a lot of people. And I mean, I've been diagnosed with MS since then too. Um, and there's a lot of people who I'll get invited to forums on online and all that, who give up. They get diagnosed, they take what they're given, and at face value they give up. And opening up venues like this, opening up places where people can meet and connect, and work and thrive and play in harmony without having to worry about the everyday. Can I get into this place? Can I take a shower here? Can I use the washroom? Am I able to go see this concert? Am I going to have to worry about getting in the mosh pit? That kind of thing. It's going from being an outsider to being a human being. And for me, as somebody who was teased for using a wheelchair for the first 3 years of school, um, it's pretty it's a breath of fresh air to see the number of people who are coming out and speaking out about accessibility in venues and in places like this. And I really wish that we can get this going, because there's a lot of people who deserve to not have to go through that for their whole life.
Thanks for that. Just prior to you doing your delegation, there's a bit of an interesting discussion, kind of a either or discussion, and I think there's a financial question that needs to be answered. I always thought that, with respect to our community and recreational assets, that we were actually, as a council, we're waiting on a tax long-range financial plan and a prioritization exercise that's come out of our asset mapping, asset management plans. And I thought that was the reason why Lansdowne Arena and North Stands were not included in that $10.8 billion infrastructure, was because that project had previously been unanimously approved for a replacement by all of council in 2021, and it had its own revenue stream. So I always thought it was two disparate, financial activities and not an either or argument. So I'll be asking questions about that to staff, definitely. But I'm wondering about your thoughts on this whole either or with respect to Lansdowne or other facilities. Like, I personally don't believe it's an either or, it's two separate financial activities. But could you speak a little bit to that, please?
Yeah, I've been I'm not sure how many of you haven't gotten an email from me about changing parks in your part of your part of the city. I think most of you have by now. And I've been at this for years. I have been at this. I've been doing the park since I was a little kid. I used to have the luxury of walking with crutches and braces, getting through the sand and having no problem. And my eyes weren't open to the issues. Now I use a wheelchair full time, and I'm going to parks with my nieces and nephews. And Uncle Kyle, come play with me, is sorry. it's harder. It's harder because there's that disparity of sorry, unless you want to try and push me through the sand. There's no jumping up on the play structure. There's none of that. There's, if you want, you can take the bus, which you have to pay an extra fare for on paratranspo to get to the only accessible parks, and or go across the city. And that's one park. And it's almost like, okay, well, you're in this demographic, so you have to go to this park. Does anybody on city council and anybody in this room today want to sit here and tell me the last time that we okayed telling people in a certain demographic to go to a certain park to play? It wasn't okay, was it? I don't think it's okay today either. I don't think it's okay that we tell people that you have to go to a certain place to enjoy your life. I don't think it's okay that we tell people that you have to go to a certain place to do certain things. And the fact that parks around the community are only coming up when we're talking about Lansdowne 2.0 is mind-blowing, because I've been trying to get this across for so long. Yes, it's an important issue, but let's stick with Lansdowne now, because it's now the topic of the day. Parks were never on the list for anybody. Accessible parks. I had an accessible park in my parents' part of town that had a ramp, and I was able to go up with my young nieces at one time, and then all of a sudden the ramp was gone, and things changed, and there's no more tackling that now. There's no more trying to chase that avenue of let's put a ramp back there. So let's put ramps at TD Place. Let's make sure that people have the ability to work and play and shower and enjoy their lives at TD Place, because this can be a model for what the rest of Canada does. I understand that Vancouver is going to be the model for accessibility, but let's do what Vancouver does. Let's do what Rick Hansen started years ago, and let's build on that.
Thanks very much, Kyle. And I will say, Councillor Kitts and I often chat about accessible parks, so I know for sure that it's top of mind for some councillors. Just a last question. You've been listening to the discussions. Would you say, I would say you're a fairly well-known disability advocate in the city? Would you agree? That's just yes or no.
That's not a yes or no question for me, because I don't advocate for disability. I advocate for accessibility.
Accessibility. Sorry, my bad.
That's something the paper got wrong today. But I advocate for accessibility because talking about disability is putting it on the people that are already dealing with something, and calling it accessibility puts it on everybody else, and puts it on everybody around to work on the same problem. Just like a relationship, any relationship, this isn't a you go solve your problem, or I have a problem with you. This is we have a problem together, let's solve it. And I think that this is a problem we can tackle together. I think that absolutely, places around town need to get fixed. Unfortunately, they weren't on anyone's mind until pushing them wasn't on anyone's mind until now. As much as I would have liked 5 years ago. But now it's TD Place, and I think that this is a great start, and we need to work on this to be able to allow people to work and not have to rely on programs like ODSP and things like that, because I know the power of working and getting off of that program. It's freeing.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Sorry, and I meant to say accessibility advocate. I know I've talked to you about that before and how I shouldn't be saying that. But just in terms of how well known you are as an accessibility advocate, you know, we've heard from a lot of groups over the past couple of days about Lansdowne, people who want to make it better Lansdowne, better Ottawa, reimagine Ottawa, and they often have taglines like a city that works for you, promoting excellence and integrity. Has anyone from any of these groups ever reached out to you to talk about how we can have a city that works for you or how we can promote excellence and integrity?
Nobody yet.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Plante.
Hey, Kyle. Nice to see you. And again, great feature in the paper this morning. Yeah, anyway, it was really heartwarming to see that. I just have a question. I really want to apologize if you talked about this at the beginning. I had to take a phone call. Did you talk about para access at Lansdowne? Because we're hearing a lot of concerns about transportation, which I share. Bank Street's busy. It's very busy. And so first of all, I do want to echo those concerns. And then on top of this, we have the para aspect, which you talk about a lot and you've advocated for a lot, and it talks about it in the article. So my question, I guess, is twofold. Can you talk about your experience using para to get to Lansdowne? And then are you concerned about the traffic impacts? Because a para is a separate bus, like it's not just OC Transpo. So I was just wondering if you could highlight the transportation challenges you've had to deal with.
Absolutely. Everyone's sitting down, right? So as one of the most outspoken people who uses paratranspo, I have never taken paratranspo to TE Place. I've been there several times. I take the 6 or the 7 to get down there. And that is because I don't know when a hockey game is going to end. I don't know when I'm going to be finished dinner. I don't know any of those things. And paratranspo doesn't offer pickup time based on when you're done. Paratranspo, you have to book the day before, and you have to book before 5 p.m. the day before. And 9 times out of 10, it's, hey, let's go to the game tonight.
Oh, I see. Okay. But can you book the accessible tackle? Sorry, now I'm getting into the granular details. How do you get there?
How do I get there? I take the 25 to Blair. I take the 1 to wherever downtown or wherever the 6 or 7 go. And then I grab the 6 or 7 from wherever.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. No, this is just because there have been, I think, some very legitimate concerns about transit and transportation, and that helps kind of circle that for me. Thank you very much, Kyle. Thanks. And I hope more covers of the Citizen for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts today and for everything you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will go to Tom Ledgley. Tom Ledgley. Okay, John Dance. Welcome, Mr. Dance.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a presentation. Yes, thank you. Should we subsidize OSIG again? Next slide, please. So the basis for the new Lansdowne 2, is it doubles down on the current failed financial strategy, but at more than twice the initial cost. And with the demolition of structurally sound and larger facilities. It's based on the premise that market growth within the industry is predicated on an efficient venue with less seats and higher costs per seat to allow for better returns. It forecasts that 22% more ticketed attendees, 1,000 new residents, and higher ticket prices will make L2 profitable. But these relatively small increases will not make a big difference. What councillor believes that a 22% increase in tickets is going to pay for this much of the 500 or 490, $418 million cost? There's no way that 22% increase is going to do that. Absolutely not. It is inconceivable. Furthermore, it's based on removing park space to accommodate new event center. So, what will the impacts be on on users and city residents? Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. We'll have a diminished urban park that reverses the progress of the initial project, more expensive tickets, including a surcharge, the inability to have 9,000 spectator events at Lansdowne Arena, 2 towers visually degrading the Aberdeen Pavilion, one of the city's iconic heritage structures. And just as an aside, what other capital city would allow that? The use of property tax uplift means all residents will have to cover off most of the cost of city services required by the tower's residences. Property tax uplift is fraudulent in this case. Absolutely. All the rest of us will be paying for the incremental taxes. The likely revenue shortfalls will mean tax increases and service cuts for all of us. Many other community accessibility and renovation needs will not be funded, and the already dismal transportation accessibility will deteriorate because of additional events and towers' residential traffic. Next slide, please. We seem to be forgetting the transportation accessibility issue. North-south access is via a circuitous, slow, scenic parkway in the clogged, reduced capacity Bank Street. I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's only 3 lanes over Bank Street Bridge now. East-west access consists of very slow and narrow streets with multiple 4-way stop intersections and no motorized access from east of the canal. There's no LRT and never will be. There's very limited parking. There's reliance on shuttles for events, but that's evidence in itself of the inadequate transportation accessibility. The net effect is it takes a long time to get to Lansdowne, much more than if we're on LRT, and if it had roads without stop signs and stop lights every second block. Lansdowne Park is a wrong location for a new entertainment center, and you all know that. So what is OSEG? Next slide, please. What is OSEG contributing? By now, OSEG should have provided $94 million to the city, but they provided nothing. They are making no capital contribution to Lansdowne 2. OSEG pays for maintenance, but it's their operations which benefit from the facilities. So why would the city ever consider paying for the maintenance costs versus the mayor's claim that this is cost saving for the city? It's their operations, they should pay. OSEG has failed to well maintain the stadium and arena. It's their responsibility we're seeing the problems that we're seeing right now. When council supported the November 23 proposals, Mark Gowdy emailed season ticket holders, the vault will be unlocked. But it's our wallets that will be unlocked. They now pay $1 a year rent. They'll be paying $500,000 a year rent for Lansdowne 2.0. Sounds like a lot, but that's the equivalent to a person paying $1,000 a year rent for $1 million house. It's quite amazing. In conclusion, next slide, please. The OSEG partner has been a failure. Pouring almost $500 million more into the partnership is the insanity of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Ottawa will have new privately funded entertainment centers with a Sens LeBreton Arena and the Live Nation venue. There's no need for an excessively expensive, publicly funded entertainment center that degrades the city's major park and worsens the already pathetic transportation accessibility of Lansdowne. Any councillor who supports the proposal should be defeated in the next municipal election.
That's time, sir.
We should not subsidize OSEG again. Thank you.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, John, for your presentation. Did you see the recent news about the city planning to add in the budget? And it wasn't clear how this would work in past reports, but $17.4 million is going to come out of the operating budget every single year, no matter how many revenues we get back. And there was discussion about building up the base with that 1.3 before, but I don't think the implications were clear about the revenues coming back and that those would just be extra. Every single year till 2070, $17.4 million, 2036 to 2070, is going to be in that base operating budget. So taxpayers paying for it.
Yes, I saw that, and I mean the forecast probably optimistic forecast of 22% more ticketed means that there really can't be more revenue to offset this. So yes, I saw that, and that's the case, that we taxpayers will be paying for this for the next, I don't know, 60 years. One other thing I might make, Councillor, if I may, as I sat here this morning, I heard with great interest the conversation about accessibility. And I guess the point here, and I speak specifically to Marnie Peters and Councillor Carr, is that it is important to have improvements of accessibility at Lansdowne, no doubt about it. But it's far more important to have accessibility for where there is active recreation than passive and expensive recreation. And Lansdowne 2.0 represents almost $500 million of supporting passive, expensive recreation, rather than what we really need is more money for active transportation. And I think some councillors who are supporting Lansdowne 2.2 are totally missing the point that what's much more important is that they support active recreation and not sitting in your seats watching stuff, things. I'd make that point.
The city's now mired in an expensive, never-ending legal battles because of the public-private partnership that we signed for the LRT. Do you think we're making the same mistake by signing a deal to 2075 with the same type of P3 model under Lansdowne 2.0?
Absolutely. I mean, the evidence of the initial mistake on Lansdowne is the fact that the city has not received any money, and that OSEC has come back with this plan to ask for another $420 or $500 million to be spent there. So yes, it's a failure. And as for it being a public facility, have you ever tried to get into the stadium or the arena when there's not an event going on? You can't go in and walk because OSEC controls it and locks it up.
I just want to make one other question to you, or provide one other question to you, is the affordable housing dollars from the air rights sale are supposed to be higher. The staff report siphons off some of those for parking and for construction of the retail podium. The actual amount should be 22.75 million based on a motion that council directed and passed, instead of the 14.4 million that we've got in there now. Obviously, there's no affordable housing going in at Lansdowne under this plan, but I just wonder your thoughts about the recommendation to siphon off some of those affordable housing funds for parking.
Yeah, clearly I don't support it, but I think it's also worth noting that the reason that this money is coming up is that parkland is being sold to a private developer. And I mean, I ask any councillor in here if they would want parts of their park to be sold so that 40-story towers can be put up in their parks in their ward and with their residents. It's just ludicrous. But yeah, it's good that some money is going to affordable housing, but it should be 20.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, when you look at the square footage being lost in the ward here and that everybody uses across the city, 58,000 square feet, that's eliminating parks and my colleagues to my left here's wards outright gone. Eliminating to my colleagues on my right hand side, outright parks gone from their wards. I can't imagine that if that was happening in their wards, they would be okay with it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dance. Next is Sharon Katz. Good afternoon.
Isn't it still morning?
It's afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sharon Katz, and as many of you know, I am opposed to the current Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. Before I say anything else, I would like to say that on an issue related to the subject of communications and allegations of misinformation, I would like to express my dismay at the withholding of information that residents should have, including saying that everybody should be able to get through mountains of information in a few days instead of being given at least 30 days. On October 28th, I submitted a written document to this committee which included links to the surveys that I'm going to be referring to, as well as a somewhat more detailed breakdown of some of the survey responses. I will be dealing with 3 topics. 1, I submit that Contrary to the mayor's assertion, this council does not have a mandate from the residents of Ottawa to proceed with this massively expensive project at a time when the city is in a financial crisis. More on this later. 2, with respect to affordable housing, which was just mentioned, the current proposed plan reneges on City Council's motion regarding air rights revenue, which stated that 25% of the revenue up to the expected amount of $39 million would go to affordable housing, as well as 50% of any amount over $39 million. The air rights bid came in at $65 million. $65 million is $26 million more than $39 million. But the extra amount allocated to affordable housing is only $4.5 million, which is 18%, not 50% as it is supposed to be, and not even 25%. This is unacceptable. I am calling on you to ask staff what happened and why they thought they could do this. The third item is the proposed arena. The arena was planned and designed for the crowd size that the 67s were drawing. The Charge have been drawing much larger crowds and would logically be hoping to grow their fan base. The arena as currently proposed is too small. This has been known for some time, but as we learned yesterday, representatives of the Charge were instructed to not say anything to the public. The city should go back to the drawing board and try again, instead of locking Ottawa taxpayers into paying for this thing for the next 40 or 50 years when it's not fit for purpose on day one. And maybe Lansdowne is not the best location for a new arena because of the disruption it will cause to the park and to the local neighborhood. I'll now return to the issue of whether there's any evidence that the majority of Ottawa residents want the city to proceed with Lansdowne 2 as currently proposed. At the time that the decision to proceed was taken in the fall of 2023, there were 2 surveys on public opinion regarding Lansdowne 2. One survey had been carried out by Councillor Menard's office in response to people complaining that the city's Engage Ottawa survey wasn't asking the right questions. That survey received 1,886 responses from all areas of the city of Ottawa, and 65% of the respondents were opposed to the Lansdowne 2 proposal. OSEG then commissioned a survey which was carried out by Ecos Research that gathered responses from, quote, a random sample of 1,076 residents of the National Capital Region, and data were, quote, statistically weighted by age, gender, region, and educational attainment. This meant that over 20% of the statistically weighted responses were from Quebec, not Ottawa. They reported that 59% of respondents supported Lansdowne 2. What wasn't mentioned at the public hearings was that when the ECOS survey respondents were asked whether they believed that the Lansdowne 2 proposal represented good value for money for citizens and taxpayers, only 30% said yes. That is not a mandate. At the public hearings that approved the decision to move forward with the Lansdowne 2 proposal, a copy of the survey results were not made available to the public. We just heard from Frank Graves how great his survey was because it was a random sample. The Menard survey reported that 79% of the respondents to its survey were opposed to a net loss of green space at Lansdowne Park. This subject was not covered by the ECO survey. On the subject of housing, the ECO survey asked if people supported additional housing at Lansdowne without specifying what kind or how much, and found that 63% of their respondents supported additional housing. The Menard survey asked if people supported the kind of housing density that was being proposed, 1,200 units at that time, and if housing were to be built, what did they consider to be appropriate heights? Only 18% said this was an appropriate amount of resident housing density.
I'm sorry, but
and
that's
only 10%
time.
were in favor of high rises over 30 stories high.
That's time. I'm sorry to interrupt. Conseillère Plante?
Yes, hi Sharon, how are you? Nice to see you here and nice to see someone from Acorn. I was just wondering, because I mean, and maybe you just didn't get a chance to go through your entire presentation. I know you were cut off there. So I wanted to give you an opportunity because we have, I don't know, maybe it's just the way it's been stacked in the delegations. We have heard a lot about accessibility today, and I know there's a lot of people in Acorn with accessibility needs. So I was just wondering if you just maybe wanted to comment on that in your, I don't know if you're representing Acorn or just in your capacity as Sharon. So
I'm not representing
okay.
Acorn, and my opinion is that the problem with the proposal for Lansdowne is, like, maybe it just shouldn't be there. Like, maybe it's time to put it somewhere else, like maybe LeBreton Flats, but like that the current proposal is disruptive to the park, it's disruptive to the neighborhood,
Right.
and it's costing too much money. And also that, you know, these two towers, which, as I've just pointed out, there was no, you know, public support clamoring for
Right.
to have two multi-story towers on parkland, and that is definitely something that shouldn't be going forward.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. I don't have anything else. I just want to thank you for being here. As usual, you're always delegating, and it's wonderful to see you.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Next is Carolyn McKenzie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carolyn McKenzie. I happen to chair the city's Planning Advisory Committee. I'm a frequent participant in city working groups for development projects. I'm a director of Walkable Ottawa, and I've spent literally probably thousands of hours volunteering my time. Some people think that's crazy, but I'm interested in trying to help make this city better for all. And since many people have talked about their background and credentials, I'll just say I have a business degree from Queen's, and I'm a retired partner from one of Ottawa's leading infrastructure advisory firms. Let's skip this first slide, actually, because I think the basics about cost and revenue estimates have been well established to date. So, so that's what the first slide was, what was true about the costs and revenues. But what is also true? The city says that Lansdowne 2.0 costs are fixed, but those costs, as we know, are likely to rise through change orders. What is also true is that the city will spend $48 million upfront in reserves and debenture premium that absolutely could go to other priorities. What is also true is that $65 million for the air rights is not money in the bank and may never happen, which also puts expected property taxes at risk if it doesn't move forward, certainly according to the timing of the financial strategy. We also know that debt costs will start in 2031, that's for sure, but there will be no money from profits anytime soon to pay for it. Next slide, please. So let's look at a little bit at the air rights. And I'm wondering, how does $65 million even make sense? Media reports that the Sens purchased 11 acres of land at LeBreton Flats on the LRT for roughly $30 million. Compare that to $65 million for two towers at Lansdowne, not serviced by the LRT. Is $65 million even a viable price to reach financial close on the air rights deal? Who were the other bidders and what did they bid? I'm interested as to why there's no mention in the staff report of that as compared to the construction contract. The city will only have a $1 million deposit from the developer until the end of 2028. That doesn't commit the developer to actually purchase or to pay any more than that $1 million. But by 2028, the arena will be built and roughly $200 million will be spent. The developer will then be in a strong position to renegotiate the deal, because clearly private sector partners aren't shy about that. The city will be desperate for the property taxes from the towers to pay down the debt. What position will the city be then to say no? Next slide, please. And those future profits, the city says they will pay for 6.2 million of the 17.4 million annual debt service, but fully 72% of these profits aren't projected to show until after 2051. Many of us will be long gone by then. Meanwhile, taxpayers will still be paying for the debt. The city explicitly recognizes this risk. It's already building a debt service budget for the full amount of $17.4 million a year. So yes, the money allocated to this budget is just tax dollars that could be spent on other priorities while we hope that well into the future profits show up to pay us back. Will the city ever see them? The current financial model promised $94 million and produced nothing. So by now, I think it should be clear that residents need to be prepared to pay for most, if not all, of this project's costs. The city has a plan, in fact, to budget for it and hoping for future offsets. Recall that this project started with the objective of fiscal sustainability. So forgive residents for assuming that the city was losing money, but that was never true. It was OSEG that has been losing money on a deal that it proposed, sophisticated players here, and is now pushing Lansdowne 2.0 to recover those losses. Failed private business models shouldn't get public bailouts. Ernst & Young confirmed that Lansdowne 1.0 remains the best financial deal for the city. Supporters of Lansdowne 2.0 have now pivoted to the idea of economic benefits, $419 million for city building, attracting talent, et cetera. And I agree, as I think we all do, that these are extremely important. But Lansdowne already succeeds in generating both fun and economic benefits. The staff report refers to Lansdowne, in fact, as Ottawa's premier sports and entertainment site. So spending $419 million more for economic development ignores elephants in the room that are likely to result in a white elephant at Lansdowne. One, the most important one being the new sports and entertainment district, because that's what they're calling it,
I'm sorry,
anchored by a
that's
Sens Arena.
time.
I'll just finish the sentence. And Lansdowne's access problem, it's Achilles' heel, as Mark Gowdy put it. It's not about being an inconvenience to the local community. It's about the fact we can't get enough people there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to just go through a couple of things with you. The very first slide, if staff can actually just put that back up there. I do want to get a chance for you to explain that slide, because I actually don't think a lot of councillors understand this piece. I think it's actually not something that people have dug into. So can you just get the first slide up, please? Sorry for making you put it back up. Thanks so much to the clerk's office, who's doing an amazing job through these long days. So just on that, how do we plan to pay for that debt, that $17.4 million? Which of these are kind of more guaranteed versus less guaranteed?
Yep, I'm going to apologize. I can't actually read that slide. I have a hard copy there. Can I just, 2 seconds?
Sounds great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And your question was which ones are
Well, just
more...
in your graph here, there's the larger bars, which are the big chunks of funding we're relying on to pay for this. Some of those are just property tax dollars. If you could just go through which ones are kind of more guaranteed versus ones that are less guaranteed that we're relying on.
Okay, so maybe I'll start with, I'll start on the right-hand side. This is the smallest one. That's $500,000 in rent. I think that's a given. I'm assuming that's a given. The $700,000, which is the next, the purple, that is the ticket surcharge amount. But as I understand it, that's only guaranteed to be $300,000 for the first 10 years. And I believe Ernst & Young raised some issues about concerns around risk associated with that. So I'll say $300,000 for that. The MAT, that's $2 million. Looks like that's solid.
Yeah, and I want to clarify on the MAT portion because I don't think it's clear to everybody. The city is getting that extra 20% of the increase, so it's a 1% on the MAT.
Yes.
But 2 million is not that amount. It's 6 million, right? Total. The other 4 million, as I understand it, you can correct me, is going to the city separately. It's only 2 million for Lansdowne. The other 4 million raised by the MAT would go back to city general revenues to be able to go somewhere else, as I understand it. I just want to make sure, Isabel, am I right on that? Sorry, I just wanted like a nod just to make sure I'm actually correct on that. I don't want to say something incorrect. Is that correct?
We can't do questions to staff right now. We can clarify that later.
Sure. I was just hoping for a nod, Mayor, but fair enough. You're on a tight ship here.
No, I think it's a more complicated answer than that. Frankly, it's not a yes or no question.
Sure.
That's all.
We'll get to it. But in any event, my understanding is the extra percentage is going to the city, 2 million to Lansdowne, and then the rest of it.
It's going to other tourism related.
Right, but through the city though, not through Tourism Ottawa. So just to clarify.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess that's again just to highlight how little time we've actually had to review these sort of details. But so I'm gonna take it as a given that $2 million and the financial strategy is solid.
Yep.
Okay, so next on to the larger numbers. The property taxes from 2 towers, 3.6 million. As a very well-known architect in this city, who you all know, said to me 2.5 years ago when he asked to meet with me, but did not want to speak publicly for obvious reasons. He said, Carolyn, if those towers get built at Lansdowne, it just means they're not being built somewhere else. That's all it is. It is property tax revenues that come from towers at Lansdowne. I know there's this argument that if not for Lansdowne, that tax revenue would not exist. But as I'll say confirmed to me, because that was certainly the first idea that I had, it was like, property taxes are property taxes. And if those towers get built at Lansdowne, it just means they're not being built somewhere else in the city.
That's a good point. A few years ago, staff also said the exact thing. They would develop over time. It might be a slower period of time, though we're not expecting these to be done until 2034, 35 now.
Yeah.
But they would develop over time those units in and around the neighborhood without the subsidies that we're giving here. So it's an important point, and it's just, at the end of the day, it's just property taxes paying for Lansdowne. That's the 3.6.
Yeah, I mean, we know, and Councillor Leeper, you can confirm these numbers. In fact, I'm not even going to throw out a number. I'll just say thousands of applications have been approved for units to be built across the city, and developers are, including a number of towers, and those projects are not moving forward. And it's not because there's a scarcity of land to build on. These are projects where developers own the land. They're not moving those projects forward for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to get into a big discussion about what those all are, but not really the point. The point is that those towers will be generating tax revenue. They could equally be the Minto Tower that is now finally going to site plan at the top of the glebe. But that project has been moving slowly. It got approval a few years ago. It's been moving very slowly. Why? Because as explained to me by the Minto representative, they're looking to complete projects, other of their projects. They need to look for capital. There are a variety of reasons, the economics, the market, you name it.
Yes,
So,
same with the Bank of Riverside Towers. We've approved that. There's thousands of units in the area supposed to go in, not moving forward at this time, but in Capital Ward, in Alta Vista, right nearby. So that's the 3.6.
Yep, that's
That's just
3.6.
property taxes paying for it. What's the 4.3?
4.3 is what the city says we will pay.
Okay, so that's
now, not too long ago, I'll say 2 years ago, when this file came to the city, we heard lots of talk from the city. It's only going to cost $5 million. And that was, previously we heard it's going to be free. It's going to be free. We're going to get all these amazing facilities and it's going to be free. And that was the basis of a unanimous vote around the previous term of council, was that, the condition associated with that motion, as I understand it, was that this project would be revenue neutral. So we're a long ways away from that now.
Yeah, and
we went from free.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want? Put up your hand if you want free stuff.
Who wants a free Porsche?
Of course. Right. So everyone said yes. If you can do that, then I'm all in, and I would be too. Yeah. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. So, so if we've gone from free to 5 million, and even that was an average over the life of the project. It's an average. But for the next 10, 15, 20 years, it'll be much more than that. And the city knows that. The city knows that. And the graph that I had, the second one, which was the line graph, shows that with respect to the expected profits, very clearly the large gap between what we'll be receiving, which is zero to start from those. We have zero expectations of profits in the early years. And it's slowly, that waterfall is a trickle for the first number of years. And then it's not until, I'll say, we're all dead and gone, that we expect to see those profits down the road. So, but for now, the city is saying $4.3 million of taxpayers' money. And then the last one, of course, is the profit share itself at $6.2 million. And the second graph that I showed you, I know it's a lot to take in, but that was a graph taken from the city's own numbers, graphing what the timeline of when we expect those profits to show. So that's the basis. And I would have, pardon me, I would have, anyway, I didn't think we needed to walk through that.
I think it's really important to see it visually like this, and for all the public and councillors to see, because I actually don't think there's a good understanding of how this is supposed to work.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Thank you for that. So just moving on, you mentioned who else bid on the air rights. And I think you're right. It's not in the staff report. It's not in the LPP agreements. It's not in the Deloitte report. But I think there's one little section that it's in, and that's the Fairness Commissioner's report that was released. And it's kind of it's in that one piece.
Didn't get a chance to read that.
That's fair. That there was hundreds of pages of documents, and they mentioned that it was Trinity. One of the owners of OSEG, who was the other bidder. Yeah, which I think we expected at the time, that Trinity or Minto or someone else would bid on those air rights. And as I understand it, those are the only two, Mirabella and Trinity. And I think the concern that you're raising, and maybe we can talk a bit more about this, but the concern that you're raising about the exceptionally low deposit amount of $1 million for such a compounding project that relies on deadlines to be met by a certain time is a big risk and concern, particularly because you're going to have two different folks building on site, you know, the contractors that'll be doing that, which was identified as an EY risk as well, and that they could walk away by 2028 or further. So like in your mind, knowing the schedule, what does that mean? Does it mean we end up with an event center without guarantee of something else being built to ostensibly pay for the plan, and that in the future we're ended up with, you know, what we have plus this new event center taking over park space for some period of time if Mirabella decides to walk away?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, it's complicated, and yet I don't think it's that complicated. If council approves this plan, as I understand it from the staff report, the city would move forward with a purchase and sale agreement with Mirabella in the next, I think, month or two, as soon as possible, let's say. I think it's in the next month or two. That's fine. And at that point, as part of that purchase and sale agreement, they would have to increase their deposit from the $200,000, which they had to put in at the time of their bid submission, to $1 million. Now, $1 million is a lot of money to me. It's probably a lot of money to most people around this table. But for a developer of that size and scale, it's part of the cost of doing business. It's no different than when developers quite reasonably speculate, I'll say, on land. No, I'll remove that word. Purchase land for future development, and they have carrying costs for that land. It's no different. It's a cost of doing business. So when I look at this, I think $1 million, well, basically what they're doing is they are purchasing an option to develop, a future option to develop that land. And they will, and with no further commitment for 3 years. And even then at the 3-year mark, their financial commitment will be $4.7 million. Okay, that's starting to add a bit of money, but it's still not close to $65 million. And what I would say in 3 years' time, according to this project schedule, the arena will be built. We will have spent, I'll say, roughly $200 million for the arena. I'm putting myself in the shoes of that developer, knowing that the city has committed those sort of funds, knowing, I'll say politically, the imperative to move this project forward and to start generating the property taxes. That is putting that developer in a very strong negotiating position, as far as I can tell. And this is what I'm saying here today, but this is a discussion that I have had with industry people, also who are not prepared. I said, will you come and speak to this at committee? And they said, gosh, we'd love to, but Ottawa's a small town.
Mm-hmm.
So so I'm giving you the message. You can take it or leave it. You can, but that's my understanding of the potential dynamics at play. And I think it's a very significant risk, both in terms of the revenue up front from the air rights that much was made of at that press conference a week ago Monday, and as well as the potential delay in moving any sort of development of towers forward, and therefore the property taxes. And I'll say that, obviously I've made it clear I don't agree with this property tax uplift. I think it's just general revenue. But even if you agree with that, what you're saying is what we're looking at is a potential delay as the developer comes back and says, gosh, you know what, market's not there. We can't afford to, we can't close on this basis.
Yep.
Like how does it make sense? How does this number make sense compared to what the Sens are paying? It doesn't, I can't make that make sense. And nor could the industry people that I spoke to, and they said everyone in the city is scratching their heads about that number.
Yeah,
I'd love to know, is there any reason why the staff report did not make, as they did for the construction contract, any reason why the staff report did not at least mention who the other bidder was and also what the other financial bid was?
Yeah, yeah, they won't disclose the bid amount that Trinity bid, but just that they did bid. I did want to, yeah, and you mentioned the event center. The event center, we're going to dig into this later, but the event center is set to lose a significant amount of money. I don't just mean the build cost. I mean operationally, the event center is set to lose something like in the range of $140, $150 million. I got to get the exact number from staff, but we're building an event center to lose money over time. On the OSEG cash flow deficits piece, you've done some work and research on this. This is my last question, Mayor, but you've done some research on this and them covering cash flow deficits up until a certain time. It stops in about 2021 and beyond, where there's no more inputted after that. What's your theory on what's going on there? Why did that happen? What are your views of it?
So you're right. I've been digging deep, as deeply as I can, into the financials to understand them. I got in. People say, "Why did you get involved in this project? Why do you care about this project?" And I've been chairing the planning committee for the Glebe Community Association, so I'm interested in planning and development. I am pro intensification. I think at the same time our amenities. There's been lots of talk about community rec centers, parks, things need to keep up if we're going to have a livable city. That is, after all, our top level objective, to be a livable city. But I've been digging into the financials, and what I noticed was that after, I believe it was 2019, the equity, OSEG's equity, did not change, has not increased since then. And my understanding is that every time the losses, the cash, and it's cash losses, not just paper losses, it's the cash losses that OSEG are meant to be, not just meant to be, they have agreed through this partnership agreement to cover those losses. So when they cover those losses, they get a credit to their equity account. And that equity account hasn't changed since, I believe I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers right here, but I'll say 2020. So why is that? If cash losses are still being incurred, which we're told that they are, what's going on? Who's covering the losses? So then I started to look at that and say, well, because of course OSEG could and should be pulling it out of their pocket. That is the deal that they made, after all, to pay for those losses. But the other option, of course, is that the partnership, the city, of course, being half of that partnership, can finance those losses. And so OSEG not having to do it in that case. And by finance the losses, what it looks like, it's through, and I don't have all the details. I've been trying to get the details, but I have not been able to get complete details. But what it looks like is a combination of second mortgages on the retail buildings, which are owned by the partnership, and lines of credit that have been extended. And, you know, I'll say most recently, around, not this, maybe it was this committee, but certainly at council as well, you were asked to provide approval to put in place a line of credit. And the description of what that line of credit was to be for was all about disruption during the construction period. And the words are important here, during the construction period. There was a whole description of that. To me, I looked at it, I said, that makes perfect sense. That's a very reasonable thing to ask and a very reasonable thing for council to have approved. But then the actual language in the motion that you approved wasn't modified. It was different.
Through to the end of the construction period, I
Through
think is what
to
it
the
said,
end of the
something like that.
construction period.
And I think they've spent
i.e.
7 million of the 20 million
Correct.
so far.
As in starting the day, well, as soon as the city was, OSEG was able to put in place that line of credit, they could start accessing that, which they have done and as I understand it from the staff report, to the tune of $7 million. And we don't have a final approval. We don't have shovels in the ground. There are no construction disruptions. So I look at that, that's another $7 million in cash that is being accessed. And is that what's being used to cash flow Lansdowne right now? If so, does that in any way, is that in line with the agreement that the city has with OSEG? If not, technically speaking, does it align with the intent? I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Look, thank you very much for that, Mayor. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Carolyn, for the clarity that you bring to this file that is incredibly complex. I've said before, but I've taken issue with the framing of the project and the minimizing the risk of the various elements of the project. And I think that the public doesn't entirely understand that while it is a business case, if the business case fails, that the public is assuming the entire risk. And in fact, we've already baked that into future budgets. And so I appreciate you bringing clarity to that. I did want to dig a bit deeper, though, on the air rights, because this is something I've been going back and forth with staff now for a couple of days, that the $1 million only represents a 1.5% deposit on the total 65 million amount, which is quite low, as you had said. Yes. In your experience with your background, do you have any benchmarking that might be more appropriate for a deposit?
I don't feel like I'm in a position to speak to that specifically. We don't have any access to the deal. Obviously, that's not being provided, and I don't think it's appropriate to without that to know. What I do know is that $1 million is not $65 million, and what I do know is this financial strategy relies upon receipt of $65 million, and I don't see a scenario. Maybe it's going to happen, but I think, well, let me put it this way. I think it's a very risky plan to go forward to develop those air rights and to receive this cash.
I agree. I think it's one of the biggest project risks, and I'll have a lot of questions to staff because not only did they negotiate this low deposit, but they've also negotiated the right to sell the hotel air rights to a third party if they choose to build a hotel. And so you can imagine that those negotiations between Mirabella and a potential third party to build a hotel could impact the timeline. And then, of course, like the other elements of the Lansdowne 2.0 project in terms of revitalizing the north side stands are dependent on the timing of this project. And so if Mirabella were to choose to walk away in 2028 for whatever reason, that I've been told by staff could delay the residential project by 24 months. So, I mean, there's serious implications and risks with this that I don't think are well highlighted. So I appreciate you raising that in your slide. And I'll be asking more questions to staff on that.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the graph. I agree with Councillor Menard. It's extremely helpful to see what those offsetting revenues to pay off the debt that we'd be taking on would be if in fact those revenues come in. But I'm interested in the fact that if none of those revenues came in, that the city's contributions to capital thus far and then baking into the budget a base level of funding, that we would be able to pay the $17.4 million off per year without increasing property taxes is the way in which that has been framed by staff. So no money comes in, but there's $17.4 million that has been baked into the budget in order to be able to pay that, that debt servicing cost. I'm just wondering what you think in terms of what that represents in terms of an opportunity cost for the taxpayer. It strikes me that it's been remarkably easy to bake paying off a $418 million debt that we've been able to do for Lansdowne, but we haven't been able to do for other projects that are worthwhile.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's what I've been trying to surface here, that it's $48 million upfront that could be used for absolutely anything. And then we are absolutely, and I think there can be no debate about this, we are absolutely baking in $17.4 million in the budget. Now, I know there's been lots of discussion and articulation of a 1% tax increase. I don't actually think that necessarily means that we're going to have to increase taxes by 1%, but what it does represent, if I understand the numbers correctly, and I think I do, is about, it is equivalent to 1% in taxes. So it's to say that we are taking that money that could be spent on other priorities. And so last year was the first year that we started building up this capital reserve account. It's a debt service account. We put $1.3 million into that account last year. Now, you will all remember, because you were all around the table, you will all remember how much was debated that we were now going to be charging 11 and 12-year-olds to ride transit. Those are we are desperate to increase our transit ridership. We are desperate to grow our transit ridership. And the 11 and 12-year-olds, which are the future transit riders, I will say, we decided, well, we don't have enough money. We're going to start charging them. I don't remember what the number was. I think it was something in the same ballpark as 1.3 million that we put into the Lansdowne debt service account. This year it was 2.6 million. Next year it'll be 3.9 million. You get the picture. Every year we'll be increasing it until we get up to 17.4 million. So we are right now pulling money out of the budget and putting it towards Lansdowne, money that could go towards anything else, other priorities. And to suggest, and I was kind of shocked yesterday when I heard the Board of Trade talk about how this is not about making a choice. And I don't want to put words in their mouths. That's essentially what I heard them say. This is not about making a choice. Of course it's about making a choice. Of course it is. How can it not be? Yes, this is you'll have the budget discussion. We'll all be discussing the budget in the next, couple months. It'll be about, we're going to fund this, and that means we can't fund that. That is what the budget discussion is all about. So how is it not about making a choice? Now, I think we're having a very interesting discussion, a lot of discussion about accessibility issues. That's obviously critically important. And, hearing Kyle Humphreys today, I mean, I wish we could solve every issue, every accessibility issue in this city. Hearing Marcia Morris and others who are involved in, I'll call the really ground level community-based sports, talk about those things and talk about the social cohesion, particularly for people like me and many of you can afford to go and take out a gym membership. But many of the people that Marcia is talking about and those local sports, they can't afford to do that. That's where the city's role is so important. So these are choices that we're making. And that's a really tough conversation. We wish we could do it all. We wish we could solve all the accessibility issues. We wish that we could fund all of the community level sporting things, because those are really important parts of our community. But we can't. We have to make choices. And this is a choice that you're going to have to make.
Wonderful. Thank you. The graph has also been very useful for me in understanding the characterization that many of the revenues that we would be using to offset the debt payment have been characterized as not otherwise available, or except for the fact that it is only made possible by going forward with Lansdowne 2.0.
Yeah.
And when I take a look at, for example, the municipal accommodation tax, right? There's no reason why, if we thought the industry could absorb 6%, if there were some compelling reason to increase that we couldn't increase it. It's not necessarily tied to Lansdowne. And most of that municipal accommodation tax is currently proposed to go to things that are not Lansdowne repayment, right? The property taxes, I think, as you've correctly pointed out, those property taxes are going to be generated somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And that is a giant part of the repayment plan on the debt. I'm not sure that we're having a very transparent conversation about what those revenues are, and
We are
I
not.
very much appreciate it.
We are absolutely not. Yeah.
I appreciate that graphic. I hope people are taking a close look at that.
Yeah, and just one last thing about the property tax uplift and our reliance on those property taxes. So, as you know, I assume the plan is to take 75% of those property taxes and apply them to the debt service. And so I have asked repeatedly, I will say, I've asked staff for an explanation, their analysis of how that makes sense. Make that make sense to me. Even if you buy into this property tax uplift, how it is that you can take 75% of those taxes and they're leaving 25%, and that is somehow enough to pay for all of these new residents to the neighborhood. How is that possible? Can you please show me the analysis? Make it make sense for me. I don't believe I've received that. I've asked for examples of, I was at a public meeting, people asked for what other municipalities are doing this? Has it been successful? I went back to staff after the meeting, and because they said, yes, they are. It's happening in other communities, other cities. Okay, where? Can you tell me where? And I was so, well, no, we're not doing we don't have money, we don't have time and resources to do a scan of this sort of thing. Again, I'm paraphrasing badly at this point, but I think you get my point.
But
so there was nothing behind it. Calgary, I was told. I went and talked to the person in Calgary who was running this. It was a 2-year pilot project, small scale pilot project, and it was about, if we invest in sidewalks and benches in a community, will that somehow increase the property taxes for that community? Sort of small scale local things. And they canceled the pilot project and said, no, inconclusive, and we don't think it's appropriate. So that was the only example that could be pointed to. So what are we doing here?
So Carol, I'm just going to jump in.
Sorry.
By the question, I think what you were getting at with your questions to staff, and I just want to make sure it's clear for people who are watching, is the new residents and the new physical structures are generating new property tax, but it generates new costs.
Absolutely.
Residents need garbage cleared. They need paramedic services. They call bylaw off. All of those expenses. So I take it you're trying to understand what the offset is between the property taxes that should pay for the services that those people are going to need, and hiving 75% of those property taxes off for other use. And you don't have an answer for that question at this point.
No, and again, I said rather flippantly, I think a couple of years ago, if the city only needs 25% of my property taxes to pay for the cost that I incur, I think I'd like to have a refund. I mean, it doesn't make sense, and there's been nothing to back that up.
Carolyn, thank
even
you
if
very
you
much.
accept the property tax argument.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Robert Brocklebank. Good afternoon.
Now for some comic relief after Carolyn. I was not intending to address the Committee on Lansdowne, but I was inspired to do so by the speech by Mayor Sutcliffe on Monday, October the 20th. Prior to the release of the detailed documentation, I was struck by two items in his speech, a misunderstanding and an analogy. I can easily forgive the mayor for his misunderstanding. He said, when we invest in city infrastructure, we pay 100% of the construction and operating expenses. There's no offsetting revenue. Now, I don't blame the mayor. Of course, he doesn't have to pay when he uses city infrastructure. We elected him to do that. But there is a revenue stream paid by others. For a community not-for-profit group, think of Kildare Embroidery Guild, to rent a small conference room at McNabb Community Centre, the discounted rack rate is $7.71 per hour. That's revenue for the city, or at least I've always assumed the money goes to the city. And some people think the $7 per hour contrasts rather sharply with a $1 per year paid to the city for the land under the retail component of Lansdowne. So who has produced more direct revenue for the city? McNabb Community Centre or Lansdowne 1.0? Look at the financial results. Now I'd like to pass to the analogy. The mayor's speech was, imagine if you had the opportunity to buy a $140,000 house for only $130,000. Now, I like analogies. They're useful in explaining complex concepts. In religion, they're called parables. Building on the mayor's analogy, imagine I'm the city of Ottawa. I inherited the property in question from my forebears, RMOC, Rory and Myrtle O'Connor. The property was not in great shape, but I had a couple of short-term tenants. Then suddenly a guy appears who says he will bring the property up to scratch for a fixed price. Then he marries my sister and becomes my brother-in-law. He says, we make a great partnership. I put up the money for the improvements while he never ceases to remind me that it's all in the family. Those reminders come thick and fast as a decade goes by and I don't see any rent. My brother-in-law lives in the place, but he keeps complaining about the state of the bathroom and the leaky roof. I thought I'd paid him to fix those problems 10 years ago. Now my brother-in-law says much of the property is out of date. We should tear it down and build a new. Look, I don't meddle in my brother-in-law's life. I'm not living there. But he's asking me to put up a lot of cash or take on quite a lot of debt. He says we should build a granny flat, a secondary dwelling unit in the backyard, and that will generate income. But will income come to me? And I have a lot of other problems. The roof on my house needs work. My car's old, and my grandson needs support to go to medical school. I put up 138 grand 10 years ago. Now my brother-in-law wants me to invest 500 grand. He says it won't cost nearly that much because he has various schemes to make money. He says I should look at the net cost after all his ideas for revenue pay off. He tells me to look at it all over the long term, and he's mentioned something called the waterfall expiry date, or September the 30th, 2075, a Monday, incidentally. I looked it up. I'm not sure I'll be around for that Monday, and I don't understand why we need to move ahead with such a big investment right away. I'm nervous about it. I don't want to be rushed, and I blame myself for not looking into alternatives to my brother-in-law's ideas. I don't like the fact that down at the pub, my friends keep referring to my deadbeat brother-in-law. And that's the end of my parallel, but just one final thing. Now that we're going to allocate property taxes to anything that any taxpayer wants, please take note of I'll give you my number, and I want all my property tax to be used on repairing 3rd Avenue. My property tax number is 614-052-40152. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Anne-Marie Hogue. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Je vais essayer d'être brève. J'ai décidé de parler au nom des citoyens qui se sont mobilisés en grand nombre pour comprendre les enjeux du plan de Lansdowne 2.0 et qui ont exprimé leur opposition au projet. Le nombre d'heures qu'ils ont consacrées est considérable. Alors, je demanderai aux conseillers de tenir compte de cette mobilisation importante. My principal reason for getting involved was to preserve the integrity of Lansdowne as a park. I'm personally very concerned about the privatization of public space. Is this project in the best interest of Ottawa citizens, or is the developer most likely to benefit? I also wanted Lansdowne Park to be more of a park. I became friends of Lansdowne 1.0 when that was going on. And it's true, we did get some green space. We did get some of the pavement covered with the Great Lawn, and there's the beautiful berm. But now we're in danger of losing that. And I felt very strongly about that. A park is a park. Why are we putting high rises in a park? This changes the idea of the park as something that is quite different. It's like it's a place that could be found anywhere along the streets of the city. I just want to speak also about the fact that a significant number of citizens got involved in this. They showed up year after year. They took the time to get involved to inform themselves. This park belongs to the citizens. They should have a say and speak up. They did. And we see how many people showed up here, and they're not all on the same side. But I know that a lot of people got involved because they wanted to protect the park. There was a clear opposition to Lansdowne by citizens most directly concerned and closest to the redevelopment. Members of the Glebe Community Association, Old Ottawa South and Old Ottawa East Associations, the Federation of Citizen Associations, and other organizations got into the search for the truth about this. Citizens spend many, many hours. They showed up. They went to demonstrations. They came in, talked to delegations, and I'm talking here about people who oppose this. They didn't just stay home. Sadly, public engagement did not result in collaboration with citizens. I'm also concerned about parks and green space. 113 trees will be cut down. And the Great Lawn will lose the size of a football field. The berm will be cut by 40%. Gone, the berm as Toboggan Hill. And as Councillor Mena Maynard explained, it also allowed people who don't have that much money or are there with families to go and watch some of the games. So I'm thinking of children and the citizens of this densely populated area. As we register record high temperatures in the summer, having an area of grass and trees which cools city spaces is very important. So I'm pleading for the park here. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much. I'll be quick. I just wanted to say thank you for your delegation. And speaking about the green space area here, you know, in a survey we conducted, that was the #1 thing people objected to across the entire city was losing all that green space. I know in Canada North, they know that because they didn't want to lose their green space on a golf course. It is an important area all over the city, but here, it sometimes gets forgotten in this. This is not just a capital ward, Gem, it's for all residents of Ottawa, and we're losing a large part of the Great Lawn and that berm, which are used for so many different events and for the public. And those, it's free to use. You know, it's an area you don't have to pay a ticket to get into usually. So I wanted to thank you for your comments and bringing that to the fore today.
Yes, I just want to add one more thing if I could. The loss of green space was the focus of an appeal by the Glebe Community Association to the Ontario Municipal Board. So they felt strongly enough about this to put in appeal. It was going to cost money. They're going to have to raise funds. It is very unfortunate that this appeal was scrapped when the Ford government removed appeal rights through the recent legislation. That was a bad stroke of fate. Then this in no way reduced the importance of voices raised in alarm through this appeal.
Yeah, great point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Angela Davis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just want to say how honored I am to speak to you. It's really a lovely opportunity as a private citizen to have that chance and to speak to you. And I also want to say I've been sitting there, I hope I don't have a parking ticket, but I've been sitting there and I'm so impressed with the people who have spoken. It's just been an honor. Anyway, I would like to say, I changed my plan, but I'm going to talk about public relations or the media, and I'm going to talk about city responsibility that I think, and then just a couple of little things at the end. A city's job is to bring people together. You're going to deal with conflict. That's what we're here for. We all deal with it. That's it. I'm upset and concerned about the discussions of misinformation, disinformation, and I maybe not speaking the truth. And I want you to know, people will believe Amy. I just want you to know that. We have to say that I don't think it's as that confusing. I really don't. But nobody really told us all the information, and we're still figuring it out. I'm basing this mostly on some three big fears I have about the financial situations that we are going to be in. The future looks a little rocky, but also, besides the fears of the finances, there's also the fear of polarization, what we see happening in the United States. We have to speak the truth simply. We have to. And we can't talk about putting people in categories. I would say, I was only able to come today, that we really stand up for speaking the truth, and we live in a city where people are very kind. I don't want people bad-mouthed on any occasion. I guess I'll just leave the bigger financial one. but the values are maybe more important. People are trying to get your money all the time, but it's underneath it that you can't feel trust. That's hard. So the city has responsibility. We're already paying $50 million a year in taxes for transportation. You need to look after it. We have homelessness, and I know that you've tried really hard. I appreciate it very much. We have infrastructure failing, and we have refugees coming here, and I know we need to bring them here. People can't be put in a warehouse, they come. So, what is Lansdowne doing? This is the second part. What is Lansdowne going to do to help with your responsibilities? Is it going to address any of the problems? I need people to come to Lansdowne as a community resource. There's a senior center, Abbotsford, across the street. Bring them here. We don't need to only serve the people with money. I need the people with money. We all need them. But we need to have this as a community event. This is the last couple of comments. I mean, the speaker would want to. We want an active community. We want a healthy community. We want you to help us create that. I'm trusting you're going to do a good job of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Zach Nielsen, who I believe is online. Zach Nielsen.
Can anyone see me? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you? Good, thanks. Is it my turn to speak? Okay, perfect.
Yes, please.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all of the councillors across the city, whatever side of the vote you end up on or currently stand on. I think it's really important that we highlight what it is that you guys are willing to do and the sacrifices that you make for the city. Those sacrifices, oftentimes I'll sit around a dinner table with people and they'll be discussing what they would do better in their community, how they would make certain changes. And if I was in this position, I would do X or I would do Y. But there's very few people that truly take the time and the position and spend their lives actually trying to make those types of changes. And I think that that's really noble. And I think it's really important because talk is cheap. But you guys spend your days trying to do what's best for the people within your wards and the city, because I think in the end, that's what's most important is the city of Ottawa. On that note, though, I think it's very important that we take a second to sort of appreciate the people who stepped up for Lansdowne in the beginning. When I was a kid, I didn't even really understand what Lansdowne was. I didn't know what Lansdowne was. We didn't go to Lansdowne. It wasn't until Lansdowne 1.0 took place where my dad started to bring us out for football games. And I reached an age to sort of come out and go to dinners and experience Lansdowne and how special and unique of a place that it is. And I was recently in Toronto for a Blue Jays game and I was down there and the city was so lively. It was one of the best experiences of my life. And I couldn't imagine what Ottawa would be like if we didn't have something like Lansdowne that gives people like me who work really, really hard, I didn't have time to prepare for this because I was working all day, but I came to this with the knowledge of, okay, people my age who really enjoy coming to Lansdowne, might not live in Lansdowne. I'm not privileged enough at this point in my life to afford to live in that neighborhood, but I get to go experience that along with everybody else because of what these guys, the group at OSEG has done for us. And I think that that's really important. I remember going to Lynx games as a kid, and I used to love going to the Lynx game. I used to go all the time. And that stadium, I actually had to research to see if anyone was even still playing in it because I didn't know if there was anything going on there anymore. And I think it's kind of sad what's happened there, but it's because we didn't have an ownership group that could withstand the ups and downs of what it's like to be in a position like this. And I think we're very fortunate. And I speak for a lot of people because I put a post up recently in support of Lansdowne 2.0. And a lot of people my age and a lot of people similar to me who enjoy being out and about in the city of Ottawa were dumbfounded with the idea that we wouldn't want to continue to invest in a landmark like Lansdowne, which is exactly what this is. It's a landmark. Like, this is where we go, we congregate as a friend group, as a community. When people come to Ottawa and ask me where they should go, I'm a bit of a social person, you might be able to tell. But when people come to Ottawa and ask me where they should go, I always immediately say, go to Lansdowne. It's not even a specific place at Lansdowne. Go to Lansdowne, because that is where you will see other like-minded people who are out enjoying themselves. And if we get rid of everything in Ottawa that people enjoy, I'm not trying to take any shots at the Byward market specifically, because I know that's a very difficult place to oversee. But we will start to see more and more areas like Lansdowne, more areas like the Byward market where people aren't going the same amount of time. And those businesses are really hurting. They're really hurting in the Byward market. I have friends who own restaurants. I have friends who bought real estate there, and they're really struggling. And in the end, that's what's important is we need to help these types of communities, and we need to help the people that live there, but we also need to create that environment where people want to come. And I think it was really interesting because when I spoke about this to someone, they mentioned to me that the BIA for the glebe was actually against the first Lansdowne 1.0, and they've switched to being for Lansdowne 2.0. And I think it's really interesting why that is. It's because when people come there, the entire community, all the businesses there are benefiting from that. But most importantly, the people that benefit is the city of Ottawa, the people that live here, the people who work extremely hard, because we have a place to go and it makes you want to stay in the city of Ottawa. And I think that's really important because the growth of Ottawa depends on us investing in landmarks like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Next is Xavier Auger, who is online as well.
Yes, here I
Go
am.
ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
All
go
right.
ahead, please.
As you said, hello, my name is Xavier Auger. I'm a resident of Metcalfe, the small town just south of Ottawa. I too love Lansdowne. It's a great town square in Ottawa, full of year-round cultural events, farmers markets, green space, and sporting spectacles. It's this love for Lansdowne that has brought me here today, because once I heard about Lansdowne 2.0, that's left me in so much frustration. We hear all this talk about how, we got to revolutionize the area with these new arenas and how we'll attract all these events. But I don't know how the people, advocating or lobbying for Lansdowne 2.0 can argue this when, the stadiums we have now are already capable of this. Who could forget the IHF World Juniors that we just had last winter, the awesome PWHL hockey games that regularly sell out. Lansdowne 2.0 will undermine this, not only with long, drawn-out, heavy construction, but also with fewer seats after construction is complete. Complete. Are we as spectators expected to subsidize the fewer seats with higher ticket prices? I sure wouldn't like to. Even executives at the PWHL, which I remember I was there yesterday, stated, or at least in the CBC News article I saw last week, this is a huge step back, for the team, Ottawa Charge. And I haven't even gone into the shady financial side of this plan. It's estimated that this project would cost $400 million to do. The key word here is estimated. It's a common occurrence. You see cost overruns and delays with these kind of huge projects. And then there's the $16 million of yearly interest over 40 years that'll have to be paid. Something that, is a very, you'd have to dream of to think OSEG and Lansdowne events will be able to pay off, they won't be able to, and inevitably they'll be, as taxpayers, they'll have to bail them out. And the city doesn't even want, I remember it was a few weeks ago, the city doesn't even want to commit to 24/7 bus lane on Bank Street, a cheap infrastructure revamp that would greatly facilitate commerce and foot traffic in the area. So why should we expect taxpayers to bear the brunt of 40 years of debt while things inevitably go wrong with Lansdowne 2.0? As a resident of Ottawa and a taxpayer, I can comfort. Sorry, a little misspeak. I can comfortably say that we don't want to be saddled with that we'll have to pay for years to come. The city is getting more expensive, not just to work in, but to live in. This costly and poorly planned project is not within the public's best interest right now. Many of us are weary of the next rent bill, and younger generations like me can't even afford to move in the city to work and contribute to our communities. Like, I don't even have a car right now. I have to bike from Metcalfe to Bowesville Station to commute into the city by train, and that was an hour and a half one direction. And for the job I had a little Italy. I don't think anyone would be as determined as me to do that. So that's why it'd be much nicer to have an affordable city. You know, if I had more time in the day to not just commute, I'd have more time to go to events and restaurants. You know, money that can be invested in the community. Uh, Finally, like the city, I feel if the city can feel so confident in spending large amount of money on this shady project, then I'm sure you'd have no problem in investing public funds that will be better spent and used on public social housing, you know, such as Ottawa community housing. There is not a day that goes by where I don't think about the city of Vienna in Austria. Year after year, this huge city is ranked the most livable city in the world. That is not by coincidence. That is because of their magnificent housing policy. Today, 60% of all dwellings in Vienna are socialized housing. Because of this, 50 square meter or like 550 square foot apartments can go for about 500 euros a month within the city. You know, something that Ottawa residents here can only dream of here. I don't just believe, I know Ottawa can replicate this model and create a more equitable and affordable city for all, something that Lansdowne 2.0 can never do. Thank you. That is my speech.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Sorry. I'm not sure which device. Okay, we're good. Xavier, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the presentation. You're not a voice that we hear as much of at council. We hear from the same people time and time again, and I appreciate your taking the time today to express your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Daniel Thorpe. Daniel Thorpe? No? Okay, that is all the delegations. So I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute break, and then we will resume by introducing the motions and then have questions for staff and others. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll resume at 1:30. Okay, we are ready to resume. Thank you everyone for your patience. I'm going to suggest that we start by introducing the motions that we're aware of at this time. And then we will go to questions. And my understanding is that staff and OSEG are available to answer questions. And do we have someone from Deloitte's as well available to answer questions for a period of time? Great. And when we get to that, I am going to go to committee members first and then to others. So, Councillor Menard, did you want to start by introducing the motions you have?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll read in some motions and a direction. The first one is on city oversight of Lansdowne 2.0 financial performance. And I'll make sure the clerk's office can get it online. Whereas to date, the current Lansdowne partnership agreement for Lansdowne 1.0 has resulted in the city receiving $0 through the waterfall, and all projections now state the city cannot expect the waterfall to ever produce any of the previously promised profits. And whereas subject to the city's obligations as a limited partner under the master limited partnership agreement, the city must maintain the agreed to arm's length relationship and not participate in the management of the partnership. And whereas the city currently conducts a review of all significant budget variances, life cycle fund transactions, equity contribution interest calculations, and related party transactions, and whereas the city hires an external firm to conduct special procedures review every 5 years on OSIG's calculation of contributed equity, capital expenditures, borrowings, and related party transactions, and whereas the city is investing $418.8 million in the stadium and event center. And whereas it is prudent to put in place a more in-depth review of financial performance at more frequent intervals, therefore be it resolved that the Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council direct staff to review the internal and external partnership financial review process and report back to Council on key metrics that should be tracked to ensure there is more city oversight in Lansdowne 2.0 financial performance and business decisions going forward. The next motion is on affordable housing there. Whereas the city is in the midst of a housing and affordability crisis, and whereas the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal passed by Council in 2023 committed $9.75 million towards affordable housing based on the estimation that the air rights would be sold for $39 million. And whereas City Council passed a motion that directed any additional revenues through the formal request for offer process for the disposal of the subterranean and property air rights that are above and beyond the original estimated value of $39 million to be split as per the Affordable Housing Land and Funding Policy, 50% to Affordable Housing Reserve Fund and 50% towards the project. And whereas the air rights are being proposed to be sold for $65 million, and whereas the difference between $65 million and $39 million is $26 million, and whereas 50% of $26 million is $13 million, whereas currently staff have only committed $14.4 million to affordable housing in the current 2.0 proposal, meaning only $4.65 million of the proceeds from the disposal of the subterranean property air rights that are above and beyond the original estimated value of $39 million, which equates to 36% of that original $26 million rather than the full $13 million as directed by Council. Therefore, be it resolved that Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council approve that the additional revenues from the formal request for offer process for the disposal of subterranean and property air rights that are above and beyond the original estimated value of $39 million be split 50% to the Affordable Housing Reserve and 50% towards the project, resulting in the original Council directed approach with $13 million above the initial $9.75 million being dedicated to affordable housing, bringing the total contribution to $22.75 million. And Mayor, that's just directing staff to do what Council had directed back in 2023. Aberdeen Square through traffic. I will just read the therefore be it resolved in this. I don't think it's controversial. That staff provide an update to Council by the end of Q1 2026 on actions being pursued in consultation with OSEG and the businesses at Lansdowne to improve the pedestrian experience in and around Aberdeen Square while accommodating traffic related to the logistics and operations of Lansdowne Park. The next one is around the teams, the sports teams guaranteed to remain until 2050. Mayor, in this motion, I don't mention the charge. I think there's a lot to talk about with the charge. The reason why the motion speaks to the Red Blacks and 67s is because they're part of the Lansdowne Partnership Plan revenue, though I have concerns about the charge, as I've mentioned. Whereas facilities in Lansdowne Park are home to several sports teams, two of which are part of the Lansdowne Partnership Plan, the Red Blacks and 67s. whereas the continued operation of those teams at Lansdowne Park is a basis for the business case supporting Lansdowne 2.0, and whereas construction of the new event center and new Northside stands is not expected prior to 2028 and 2030, and whereas there is currently no guarantee from OSEG that either team will continue to operate at Lansdowne Park beyond 2032. And whereas the projected revenues to offset the debt for Lansdowne 2.0 to the city are back-end loaded, with the city projecting that the majority of these revenues will not be realized until years later than 2052. Therefore, be it resolved that as a requirement for the execution of a new revised LPP, that Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council approve that the City of Ottawa and OSEG enshrine a guarantee that the Ottawa Red Blacks and Ottawa 67s remain in Ottawa playing at Lansdowne Park until the end of the revised Lansdowne Partnership Plan. The next one is around the moving services public artwork. We heard from the artist, and I will read the therefore be it resolved, Mayor, because I appreciated hearing from the artist, and staff have amended this to I think a point where there's support. Therefore be it resolved that Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council direct staff to collaborate with the artist and an external digital media consultant to complete an artwork condition assessment in order to identify a cost-effective and durable method for reimagining and reinstating moving surfaces. And be it further resolved that Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend Council direct staff to report back on a cost estimate to reimagine and reinstate moving surfaces and a proposed funding source. So report back motion. The next one is on Lansdowne Bus Shelter, Mayor. This is the one that's closest to the LCBO, not the other side. Whereas the success of Lansdowne Park requires the use of public transit by visitors to the park, and whereas transit riders who frequent Lansdowne Park have identified the need for an additional bus shelter, whereas the city anticipates park attendance to increase with Lansdowne 2.0, and whereas OC Transpo has determined that there is a need for an additional shelter on Bank Street near Exhibition Way at stop 3080. Whereas this shelter was to be installed as part of the Lansdowne tree revitalization project for Bank Street in recent years, which was put on hold, and whereas the shelter is currently within the existing transit shelter inventory, and whereas the capital investment is estimated at $100,000 in order to install the concrete pad and utility works, therefore be it resolved that Finance and Corporate Services recommend that Council direct staff to include the funding required to double the capacity of the current bus shelter to service Lansdowne Park using the existing capital budgets or the 2026 capital budget so that the work may be completed in 2026. Mayor, I also have another motion and a direction. Just excuse me for one moment. I'll read the direction, then I'll read the motion. The direction is related to some of the agreements that council members may have read about that aren't finalized yet. So we've got Tier 1 agreements, which seem finalized, Tier 2 agreements, which are going to be finalized with our decision, and then Lansdowne 2.0 Tier 3 agreements, which would require negotiation after council made a decision on this. And the direction is just that staff be directed to share a summary of these changes in these agreements with council prior to finalizing them. And then, Mayor, just the last motion I'll read in is transportation improvements for Lansdowne Park, and it has to do with suburban and urban transportation. Whereas in surveys conducted by both the City of Ottawa and the Capital Work Councillor's Office, residents identified transportation to Lansdowne Park as a major concern. And whereas existing shuttle service and park and rides used for large events at Lansdowne is a proven method to mitigating traffic impacts on the neighborhood and increasing accessibility of the site. Whereas providing greater transportation options for residents who do not live in close proximity to Lansdowne Park to access large events that do not meet the 15,000 threshold can help boost attendance at Lansdowne Park while mitigating the traffic woes that negatively impact surrounding businesses and the surrounding neighborhoods. And whereas previous Lansdowne reports described options and promotional rates for transit service to Lansdowne Park, therefore be it resolved that shuttle service be provided to attendees of additional ticketed events at Lansdowne Park, and that this shuttle service run from suburban park and rides, and that free parking be provided at the park and rides for attendees to events at Lansdowne Park. Be it further resolved that improved transit service be provided on Bank Street at all times with promotional rates for the 6 and 7, as previously described in these reports, in order to reduce congestion and improve transportation to and from Lansdowne Park. And be it further resolved that OC Transpo be directed to consult with external stakeholders, including OSEG, community members, and the GLE BIA. Thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Leeper, I believe you have a motion as well.
I do. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I think I'll speak to it if I may when I'm finished reading it. This is with respect to the allocation of the municipal accommodation tax to Lansdowne 2.0 debt, whereas repayment of the Lansdowne 2.0 related debt is proposed to be offset by $2 million per year for a 40-year term estimated to 2070, achieved through a 20% increase to the municipal accommodation tax, the MAT, and whereas a 20% increase from a rate of 5% to 6% would achieve approximately $5 million in new revenue in 2026, and the surplus revenue would be applied by the city to other related tourism uses. And whereas MAT revenues are among the most certain of the various revenue sources intended to reduce the cost to property taxpayers of repaying the Lansdowne 2.0 debt, therefore be it resolved that 40% of the city's share of the MAT be allocated to Lansdowne repayment for the duration of the repayment period. And forgive me, I'll do something I don't want to do, which is talk about math in public. But if the current proposal passes, the municipal accommodation tax would go up by 20% from a rate of 5% to 6%. This year, that would be expected to raise $5 million in new revenue that could be used for tourism purposes. And of that $5 million, $2 million is proposed to be used annually to pay off the Lansdowne debt through 2070. So today that extra point raises $5 million. 10 years from now, that extra point could mean, I don't know, 10 million more dollars. 40 years from now, it will mean a lot more dollars than that just through inflation and growth. But even so, under the current proposal, even when the revenues from the MAT are significantly higher, the proposal is to spend just $2 million of it each year on Lansdowne repayment. My motion would allocate 40% of the revenue that's achieved from the increase in the rate, and that should result year over year in significantly more money. We have to pay $17.4 million back to the bank every year. As staff have told us, an upward adjustment in contribution to reserves means that the full payment is already baked into the city's base budget from taxes each year. If the offsetting revenues that we expect to come in that do come in, then we can free those dollars up for other purposes. More of those dollars will be available if there are more offsetting revenues. So I'm proposing that the same proportion that we're proposing to lock in this year, 40% of the new money would go perpetually into debt repayment, so that as that number climbs, it would represent a greater and greater share of repaying that 17.4 million. And 60% of the MAT, another number that would continue to climb higher and higher, would continue to be available to the city for other tourism purposes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So we will go to questions first from committee members. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with the city manager, and I'll do my best to roll through my questions as quickly as possible. City manager, can you confirm who owns Lansdowne Park, please?
The City of Ottawa owns Lansdowne Park.
Thank you. And whether we invest in Lansdowne Park today or decades from now, will the property and the facility still be owned by the taxpayer?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. My next question, I don't know if it'll be Cyril or Isabel, but in finance, a few of my council colleagues are suggesting that we wait to invest in Lansdowne, but staff's recommendation before us right now is that now is the time to invest. So can you highlight some of the known financial risks if we wait?
So that would have been part of the 3 slides that I started with my presentation. The $8 million annually in operating costs, although it's not a cost to the city now, if OSEG were to walk away, we would be incurring those costs, and likely it would go up with the city operating it. And then if we wait, let's say until 2037, for example, it would cost us significantly more, and we would not have access to these new sources of revenues that are now available as part of this Lansdowne 2.0 agreement.
Thank you very much. And under the partnership, how much does it cost the city annually to operate Lansdowne Park?
$0.
How much did it cost last year under the partnership?
It cost the city $0.
When was the last time it cost the city through the partnership any money to operate Lansdowne Park annually?
Never.
Infrastructure staff, I'll go there quickly. Can staff please display the list of infrastructure projects that will be cancelled, deferred, reduced in scope, or paused should we proceed with Lansdowne 2.0?
Mr. Mayor, there would be no delays or cancellations.
There are claims right now in the public domain that if we proceed with Lansdowne 2.0, it's going to affect our capital spend on other city municipal assets. Is that true?
No, Mr. Mayor.
So no other capital project is going to suffer if we move forward with Lansdowne 2.0,
That is correct.
even in rural Ottawa?
Correct.
Oh, good. That was the important question. Thanks, Tammy. Perhaps somebody from Rec, Dan's over there. Dan, most of our wards have community facilities that are well used and loved. How many of them are profitable?
Mr. Mayor, the budgets for city recreation facilities largely recover only the direct programming costs. They do not recover the overhead operating costs, and so very few, if any, would actually generate a net surplus.
And of these rec facilities and rinks, specifically in rural Ottawa, but across the city, how many of these facilities have operating costs that we as taxpayers are responsible for?
All of them.
And what is that operating cost, if you have it, high level for the facilities in Ottawa?
Mr. Mayor, overall, the department has a budget of approximately $240 million. About 71 million of that is recovered through fees, revenue, registration, rentals, that kind of thing, which in any given year is in the 25 to 30% of recovery through fees. The rest of it is primarily through tax.
And do we have a high level estimate as to how many taxpayers and residents use our facilities annually?
Mr. Mayor, an approximate, and this varies from year to year, but between 15 and 20 million people would go through all of the city facilities in any given year. A quick look at our top 10, our biggest facilities is about 5 million. So we believe it's in that range.
And it hasn't been spoken about recently, but we own a baseball stadium. How much does it cost to operate that stadium and the grounds, and what do we receive in revenue annually?
The city spends approximately $980,000 a year on maintaining that facility and receives back approximately $200,000 towards rent because it is rented out on a long-term lease to the Titans.
So we lose money on that facility, is what you're telling me.
There is a tax subsidy to the operation, yes.
All right, thank you. And so based on the last few questions, is it accurate to say that it costs more to operate our community facilities than it does to operate Lansdowne Park through the partnership?
Mr. Mayor, it'd be accurate to say that there is a subsidy level to the operation of all the recreation and cultural facilities. I have not made a direct comparison. This tends to vary depending on the facility and its revenue earning potential, but it is accurate to say that all of them are at one level or another subsidized.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. We've heard a lot, and I know this is a contentious file, but fundamentally, the taxpayer owns this asset. I think there's a different discussion as to whether we should be in the business, but that's not what's on the table today. We are, and whether we invest today, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or never invest, it's still our facility. And I think we've been protected as taxpayers for the most part over the last decade because we're not losing those operating costs. And through this process and the research I've done, I asked our Parks and Rec team to give me the losses that we take on our community facilities. And we're not going to close those facilities. They need to be open. They're the hearts of our communities. But there is a financial cost to operating those facilities that we don't bear today for Lansdowne. I also think there is an important conversation to be had about the GDP growth that we would see if we invest. And I know there are a lot of businesses downtown. I had a business in my ward call me to say that when there is a sports game on in Ottawa, they see more attendance through their business. So that those tables, there's turnover. So it's important to invest in these types of facilities and these types of activities in Ottawa, even if it's not in the rural area. So I know there's going to be more questions. I'm still listening. I want to hear the other viewpoints, but I think it's important to have the facts on the table as they've been responded to by staff, so we know that we're talking about a taxpayer-owned facility and that it is up to us to determine whether we are going to invest in our facility or not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the delegations. We heard a wide range of perspectives and opinions and thoughts on what's in front of us. And it's been a long couple of days. So thank you to all the delegations who participated. I wanted just to start focusing on the air rights and the Mirabella piece of the proposal. This is a really complex piece of construction. It's complex from a legal perspective, financial, construction, and then operations. Through the bid process, how did staff assess the capacity and the experience of Mirabella to make sure that they're appropriate to take on a project like this?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. So there's a number of activities that the staff undertook to assess the capacity of Mirabella to deliver the project. The first one would be that Mirabella demonstrated that they met all the obligations in the RFO. And in fact, the RFO was structured to really only allow qualified bidders to proceed to the next step. And that was done through a viability test where they had to demonstrate that they've completed similar projects, so 2 towers, LEED, etc. Within the past 10 years. Mirabella demonstrated that. There was additional due diligence that was done with regards to the corporation to really look if there was any material concerns with regards to things like bankruptcy, litigation, etc. And that came through without any serious concerns at all, as well as on the principal, or the owner of the company as well. So those are examples of the key due diligence that was undertaken. Actually, I'll just add that there was also a requirement to produce attestations from financial institutions who had done business with the developer in the past for similar type transactions, and Mirabella produced 3 such endorsements from different financial institutions that indicated that they had done business with that financial institution, that the financial institution, based on their past experience, was confident that they were able to deliver this project, including raising capital, servicing whatever debt, etc.
Okay, thank you, because that was obviously a risk, because their ability to get financing for this. So part of the bid process was establishing that they do have, well, you're satisfied that they do have the ability to get the financing they require.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I would just add that there's also a condition prior to close that Mirabella must demonstrate that they have the financing in place to complete the entire project.
Okay. When will the final agreement of purchase and sale be signed? What's the target?
So that would be upon completion of the north side stand, so targeting Q4 2030. There is an outside date, which is July 31st, 2031. So that's the last date that the city, by which the city must deliver the parcel.
Okay. Are there any concerns with the timing of completing any of the financing at any stage, or any of the agreements? Could it hold up other aspects of the project, and how are we mitigating for those risks?
So I'll start and perhaps turn it over to my colleague to respond as well. So there are a series of associated agreements that must be completed with the developer to proceed. So that includes, for example, a development agreement, which must be concluded within 6 months of signing the agreement. Maybe I'll just pause there and ensure that I've understood the question correctly.
Okay.
Is there?
Well, just overall, I mean, there's a number of steps that Mirabella will have to take between now and when they begin construction. We're also counting on this air rights to fund part of the project, and I want to make sure I understand clearly what each of the gates are that Mirabella needs to meet, and what the potential risk is to the city if any of those are not met, and how does that affect the viability of the project?
Yeah, so there are a number of steps that need to be completed in order to conclude the transaction. So, and these do present risks both to Mirabella and to the city. So this is part of what we're thinking about when we're negotiating the agreement. The next step following council approval would be signing the agreement of purchase and sale. Following that agreement is conditional on a title review. So Mirabella has 90 days to complete that. There is a clause in there that allows the city 20 days to remedy anything that is on title. If the title doesn't come back clean, so we're not able to deliver a parcel that is able to be developed to Mirabella, then that's a condition that would end the deal, and we would have to start the RFO process over at that point. Prior to, there is a precondition prior to closing, which is in favor of the city, and that is that we confirm the feasibility of delivering the north side stands by the dates I cited earlier, as well as a record or site condition. So if we're not able to confirm that we're going to be able to deliver the parcel when Mirabella is expecting it, or that we're able to deliver a clean parcel, then that would be something that would cause the deal to conclude.
Okay.
And then we would again assess whether we undertake an RFO.
The 5.7 million amount of the deposit, how did you determine that amount?
So there were a number of factors that went into determining the amount of the deposits. So the initial deposit upon signing will be $1 million. And that deposit was set based on the fact that we had introduced additional conditions in favor of the city, which causes some impacts on the developer's ability to go ahead and raise the capital that it needs to undertake the development, and also limits their ability to start really early their pre-sales on condominiums. As a result of that, we negotiated a $1 million deposit. Once the conditions are waived, which is December 2028, then we negotiated to increase the deposit, because at that point, the city has confirmed this is a go, we are moving forward. And so that significant risk to the developer that we put in place is removed. So that is the key element. In terms of the amount of 5.7 million and how we determined it, in part it was through negotiation where we agreed to a lower amount initially because we wanted to add the condition, and then said, well, once we get through that and waive our conditions, then we are go, and we want a higher deposit from you in exchange. So it's a negotiation piece. The 5.7 million equates to about 8.7% of the transaction, which our target was in around 8%. So we achieved that overall. The bid did come in higher than what we had conservatively forecast at the 39 million, which would have been shared with council in earlier reports. And so the additional amount just represents the higher proportion of that total amount.
Okay, and there were two bidders in the end for the air rights?
That's correct.
And can you share any other information about the other bid?
Well, we can share that it was Trinity. With regards to the amount of the bid or any other details, we would consider that commercially sensitive information.
Okay, is it available to councillors offline outside of a public committee?
So we would have to take that away. I'd like to get an opinion on that, but typically it's not information that we do share.
Okay, and clarify, in a worst case scenario, if the selected proponent, Mirabella, should walk away from this for whatever reason or not be able to fulfill what they've committed to doing, would there be a new air rights bidding process that commences, or would the second place bidder be awarded? How would that work?
There will not be an award to a second place bidder. That request for offer process has concluded. And so there isn't a second bid there. We would restart the process.
Okay. I think I will pause there. I may come back on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to come back to a couple of things that were discussed earlier. And I think I heard somebody say that there's no operational costs or no payments at Lansdowne from the city, and I just want to clarify so the public understands that we do pay for the operations of several buildings on site, correct?
Mr. Mayor, the answer was in respect to the partnership.
Okay, and I guess just sure, with respect to the partnership, then we do pay OSEG to maintain the site. There's an agreement in place to maintain the entire site.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. OSEG and the city have a partnership to maintain the site.
Okay, thank you very much. And then on the $20 million line of credit, in terms of being spent to date, $7 million has been spent to date. Has that been used to fund any cash flow deficits to date?
Yes, it has. And so we explained that in the annual report that went to council, exactly what was funding those deficits in 24-25. And I just want to clarify some of the conversations that have been had about the loans and what they're funding with in terms of lines of credit, so on and so forth. So every time we've come to council, we've asked for approval for those. The refinancing was presented to council. The line of credit was presented to council. And each time we explained that it's beneficial to borrow versus having OSEG contribute additional equity at 8% interest. In 1.0, they're earning 8% interest. So while we're in this 1.0 mode, it's cheaper actually to get a line of credit to keep carrying forward. And it just speaks to the financial unsustainability of this. Each time they've asked for a line of credit or increase in the loan and the refinancing of the mortgage, it's been within the agreed to terms of the lease agreement. They can borrow up to 75% of the value of the retail. They've put value into it. They can pull some of that out as part of the financing. And so we've leveraged every lever that we have to make this financially sustainable, keep it afloat without costing taxpayers more money.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say there was a bit of confusion when that was happening because I think people assumed that line of credit was going to float them through the construction procurement phase specifically, and it's been used for operations prior to that construction and has been a guarantee by the city, a potential risk for us, and of course the risk that comes from the city expanding the retail loan because we're a guarantor of that. And so I think it's not fair to say the city hasn't spent a cent on operating Lansdowne in that way. There is funds that have gone into it. Though I understand what you are saying. I just want to clarify around that one piece. The other piece to clarify around is we constantly give the negative if OSEG were to walk away, and that we would assume the retail loan. That we would assume operations, but is it not also true that we would retain any equity that has been produced in that deal would not be owed, and then the retail revenues would flow, which is the major revenue generator in Ottawa, Lansdowne, they would flow directly to us instead of through the partnership.
Mr. Mayor, so if we just kept the retail, we probably would make money.
Yeah,
but
just to say if
overall, it's $8 million deficit or net negative cash flows to operate the entire site.
Right. Just to say, if the negativity that you assume with OSEG walking away, there are some positives for the city on the equity portion side, and that there would be no equity owed by the city if they were to make that decision.
But that wasn't money. It's our asset. We own the asset. They're walking away from their equity. There's no savings to the city.
The city is responsible for construction cost overruns in Lansdowne 2.0, and we've also called it a fixed cost. Were there any construction cost overruns in Lansdowne 1.0?
Mr. Mayor, OSEG was responsible for the construction and any cost overruns for Lansdowne 1.0.
And how much equity did they then accrue because of the construction cost overruns in Lansdowne 1.0?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have that information.
So it would be part of the 137 million. Back out any net negative cash flows, you would have that number. It was much higher than they ever expected, for sure.
Okay, thank you for that. If a third party were to acquire the sports teams, or they would cease to operate any of them, the 67s aren't projected to make money through the life of the partnership to 2075. If they were to cease operating or be acquired, how might it affect the modeling that has been put forward by EY?
If both teams?
Yeah, I mean, there's the 163 million I know for the Red Blacks revenue over the life, but then there's also 67. So just in terms of just, I guess, generalities, there's a concern that they're not being extended beyond 2032. I know staff share that concern. If for some reason they were either sold, I know we'd have right of first refusal, or if they cease to operate, like how could this affect the projected revenues and waterfall?
So if they were to leave and come right out of the model, yes, it would be 163 million over that 1.1 billion that we think we will get over the term. If they were sold, those proceeds would go to the partnership and be shared as the partnership. If they were sold and stayed in Ottawa, we would just lease the space to the team going forward.
Yeah, and that's what I read too, is I guess the sale for convenience, or the sale of those teams though in Lansdowne 2.0, the LPP, it seems to be a process where we would still have right of first refusal, but now they could go to the market for a larger potential amount to come back. That would go into the agreement, and then we would lease the space, presumably if they stayed in Ottawa. Do we have a lease a figure for how much the space is actually worth to be leased by these, say, potentially private owners?
We can get back to you. So it's the amount that we would expect in terms of rent for the space?
Yeah, just the basic. Yeah.
Annually.
Okay.
Yeah, we can get that information.
Okay, thanks so much for that. Just a couple more financial questions, Mayor. What is the total debt repayment we are looking at to pay back until 2070? I know it changed from the other report because we've extended the deal, but what's the debt repayment now? Like the total we would pay over those 40 years, I suppose.
Over the 40 years, it would be, so the amount of debt is 331 million.
Yep.
When you count in the interest and all the payments, it's 694 million, yes.
694 million. Okay. And then on the, I was mentioning to delegates throughout and kind of looking over, I understand it's not the proper procedure, but just on the event center losses, like we're building this brand new event center, smaller center. We say it's going to attract so many more events and be fantastic. What is it actually projected to make? It must be making so much money if it's going to attract all these events and be fantastic on the operations side.
So in terms of the overall stadium performance, it is it doesn't make money. What 2.0 does, it improves it so that it makes it makes more, and the amount that it's losing is reduced.
And what
retail
is
continues to subsidize the stadium.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. Like the retail, performance has been good. I think we're anticipating a lot more. That could be a concern. But what is the actual loss projected? I guess if it's not going to make money on the event center, what's the loss projected on the operations side? I'm not talking construction, just the operations side. What is it projected to lose?
Can you repeat the question? What time frame are you talking about?
And Mayor, that'll be my last question. Just what is the event center projected to lose in operations?
Through the term, 224 million.
224.
Not the event center. That's the stadium
That's the
events,
stadium and event
everything
center.
else combined
Do you
together.
have a
Just the event center?
separate amount just for the event center? I know
we'd
we
have
used to have a separate amount.
We'll have to
It's
get
not in
back
this report though.
on that one too.
Okay. Okay, but 224 million loss, Mayor, for the new facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Get your bingo cards out. My question is on our credit rating. So we just got a memo from our Chief Financial Officer. I'm wondering if he can review with us what the city's credit rating is and what that actually means.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I did send a memo out a couple of days ago. We wrapped up our 2025 process where Moody's and S&P does an annual review. As I've been before you before and talked about the extensive process that they do go through. They look at everything from our reserve balances, our annual budget performance in terms of how we perform. Those documents are part of the budget. In the last 10 years, we've had a net cumulative surplus of over $100 million, close to $200 million on our annual budget performance. They also look at our economic condition. They look at economics inside the organization, and they also look at economics outside the organization. The Bank of Canada recently, a couple of days ago, released their update on the economy. They did reduce the rate one more time. Right now, with all of our investment bankers and all the chief economists that I deal with on a regular basis, they're expecting that that's probably the last cut that the bank will make this year in a foreseeable time horizon. There is concern in terms of the global economy across the country, specifically within Ontario, the Ontario provincial level. The economy is forecasted to shrink even more when we compare it to other provinces. Obviously, the sector within Ontario is very much manufacturer oriented down in South Ontario, GTA. Here locally, why that's important, here locally, our credit agencies look at, obviously the condition of the federal government and their budget that's coming next week in terms of what we can absorb in a city perspective. We do have a high-tech sector. We do have a large, prominent federal sector. We do have a lot of construction occurring across the city. So, they would peg our city as probably being a little bit more positioned to weather the storm, if you will. So, as per this term of council priorities, economic prosperity is one of the term of council priorities. This is another dimension that the agencies look at. And you look at from a municipality perspective, what are we doing locally to support, incubate, ensure there's right investments at the right time. So those are conditions that really made them feel that maintaining those ratings it was the right spot because we're well positioned from a financial perspective, our budget perspective, economic development perspective. Even with all that considered, as I've been before you and Isabel many times and talked about our transit issue, that's a big risk for us and it still continues to be a risk. But with the discussions from an upload perspective, they were still okay with that process that we're going through, that due diligence process. And that's why we're able to maintain that strong credit rating.
Thank you very much for that. It's very, very helpful. I'm certain for many Canada North listeners, if they're actually listening, very helpful. And when Isabel said in her presentation that our revenue generation estimates are conservative, I'm wondering if she could expand upon why.
I think, do you want to answer? I think you should answer.
So I can maybe speak to process, and Isabel, maybe you and I can tag team kind of this. So what happens so that we're clear is we have our projections that go out to the end of the partnership, be it where we are now or the Lansdowne post Lansdowne 2.0 partnership, which is 2075. So we do our math and we present it to the city in terms of this is what's going to happen with Red Blacks, 67s, TD Place, retail, and the master limited partnership. And city staff go off and use their combobulator and deal with Ernst & Young in terms of doing some sensitivity analysis and that. So when you talk about pro formas, we have two different pro formas. I can't explain all of the changes in the city pro forma. They do that. But I do know at a macro level what they've done is I think the estimates that we used for the retail came back as overly negative. So they've increased kind of what they are based on Ernst & Young's review, increased what they were going to be yielding over the partnership. And some of the sports teams, they believe that our assumptions were overly aggressive, so they've knocked those back. So we don't have the same numbers exactly. It's kind of in and out in a little bit, but that's kind of what the process is for coming up with what's in the city report. Isabel, does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's correct. We did leverage a lot of the work from EY back in 2023, and what we changed from 2023 till now was really more the actual results and then trending it out further out. Each time the number has gone down from what was originally estimated.
Thank you very much. Would you say that our last Auditor General report had an impact on that?
That is correct. We did revisit the red blacks number. That was one of the big focus areas last time. And so we revisited all those red blacks numbers. We dug into every line item, number of tickets sold in the past, attendance, cost per ticket. We went through all the details in terms of what was part of those projections that had been provided by OSEG and pushed back on those areas.
Thank you very much for doing that. Just going back to the credit rating, when they give us a credit rating, would you say they are following all of this? They understand what we're about to do, what we're talking about?
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, in my long answer, maybe I forgot to talk about the outlooks. So they also look at our fiscal framework, our long-range financial plans. Obviously, Lansdowne, it's a big ticket item. That was questioned. So these are things that they look at in terms of, they're not just looking at the past performance, they're looking at how we came through the pandemic as another example, and they do look at the outlook in terms of where things are going.
Thank you very much. I tend to agree with their crystal balls, maybe more so than some of the things we've heard recently. One of the things I want to ask about, purely because I get this question a lot, is the construction of the roof. When it is constructed, is it still possible to put a roof on? When we construct the north side stands, is it possible still to put a roof on with this design?
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that from a structural perspective, the roof design has changed from the concept that was done in 2023. So therefore, options to take a look at any kind of coverings could be done in terms of canopy, for example.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Just you said the roof design. You mean this design of the north side stands? Is that right?
That is correct. Yes,
Yeah,
the north side stands, not the Arena Event Center.
Yeah, so the design of the north side stands allows for a roof to be added if we chose to, a covering. Yeah.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, it was me who used the wrong word first, so thank you for clarifying. Another question that I get a lot in emails is, or more of a comment that, traffic is challenging from Canada. Transit is not great right now. I mean, we have great hopes for the future, but if people are going down to Lansdowne and there are shuttles available, I'm wondering if there's a comment on the attempts to try to improve this situation especially for people in the West End.
Mr. Mayor, so the transportation demand management system has a lot of levers to pull and a lot of opportunities for residents to look into. So there are the 13 different park and rides and some in the West End. And I think residents, if they looked as well towards what OSEG pushes out in terms of their platforms on Twitter and on their webpage and others in terms of prepaid parking or the shuttle opportunities at Carleton University, there's other things that residents can tap into in that transportation demand management plan.
Great. I just have two more questions, Mr. Mayor, for now. One of them is, yesterday we had a lot of conversation around American, Canadian, and that generated some comments from residents about how much Canadian you know, buy local, buy Canadian is involved in this project. I'm wondering if anyone has a comment on that.
Mr. Mayor, I can throw in a comment, and then if I need to be topped up, my Chief Procurement Officer Joanne's here. So part of the procurement process and tender, we did ensure that the vendors, if you will, they do have agreements in place to purchase from Europe, Asia, and as much as possible from locally in Canada.
So there is a message that they will try to buy local and buy Canadian where they can.
Mr. Mayor, as I've reported through our annual reports and our quarterly updates, 92%, when you discount some things, really 99% is purchases that are made locally with industry locally. So that will continue to be the target that we strive for.
Wonderful. My last question for now, anyway. I want to get at the concept of this either or conversation we had earlier today about, you know, and I think the mayor made a good point. This is not a zero-sum game. As a city council, we want to make sure we are looking at all of our assets. You know, as we've heard, none of them, you know, is a revenue-generating asset, except this one may be. But we are responsible for keeping all of our assets in good shape. And so what I'm hearing is that if we go ahead with this proposal, we will actually have more money to spend on our other assets. Would you say that that's accurate?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is accurate. $10.8 billion infrastructure gap, that is also accurate. That's a big gap that the city is facing. It's also something that most municipalities are facing. The Lansdowne asset, the city-owned Lansdowne asset, is not part of that $10.8 billion figure. We kept the Lansdowne city asset outside of that because there's a funding plan in place for this at 31 cents on the dollar. If this funding plan does not proceed, that would then need to be added to the 10.8, making it to technically 11.6 because there will be price escalation unless we proceed with funding dollars next year with our own money, which we don't have. So yes, this plan actually frees up or takes the strain off the $10.8 billion gap that we're working towards solving.
Cyril, I can't thank you enough. Honest to God. I mean, I was listening to delegations and just wondering what you must have been thinking. That was so confused in so many of our delegations that people were saying, we shouldn't do this because we need to spend money on other things. And I got many emails on that. But in reality, we should do this if we want to spend money on other things.
Mr. Mayor, yes, staff were tasked and directed by council to go away and do this. We are presenting you with a funding strategy that works. It takes strain off the overall city assets, and it actually relieves the strain that I'm working on. Myself and Isabel are coming back with the tax LRFP, and this business case right here actually helps with that strategy that we'll bring back in the new year for the other city tax supported assets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Vice Chair Ketz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first couple of questions are for OSEG, so I'm wondering if they can come up. Thank you. Given the public interest in the capacity issue, I do think it's worth clearing up when seat capacity information was shared with the PWHL and when those concerns were formally raised. I'm hoping you can clarify the engagement timeline.
Yeah, it's a long story. Are we good with long stories? So the first contact we had with the PWHL, there was a representative of the league office from LA that was in New York, and this is half a year before the league actually formally launched, and it had been recommended to them. I know by the NHL, but I think Jana as well indicated that she was a proponent at the time, that they come by through Ottawa and talk to OSEG. I think at the time their visit was to evaluate OSEG since they're on the eastern seaboard anyways, about potential future expansion opportunities. So, you know, we spent the most of a day with their representative and just kind of walked them through what OSEG was, what Lansdowne was, how it worked, our other city tenants, our foundation, and you know what we were all about. And as I understand the story goes, on his flight back to LA, he said we really should look at Ottawa as one of the inaugural franchises. My understanding was they were going to be going with two Canadian teams and 4 U.S. teams. So I think we stole a U.S. franchise to kind of launch the PWHL after that. As part of that initial meeting, because it was exciting to us where Lansdowne was going, we presented our plans for Lansdowne 2.0 with the stadium, and more importantly for them with the event center. We'll roll the tape back a couple years before that. Back in 2019, when we started talking about what we needed to do next with Lansdowne, we tried to figure out what the right size. We spent probably 8 months trying to figure out what size of building worked for the partnership and when worked for Ottawa. You heard from a lot of people yesterday in terms of we spoke to promoters, we spoke to Live Nation, we spoke to all of our associations, curling, skating, who's the other one? Hockey Canada. We looked at the shows that are going through our market. We looked at shows that were bypassing our market. We talked to Oakview Group, who does facility management, and tried to figure out, what the right size of building for Ottawa was. And we came up with, something that was at the time, 55-ish seats, 6,000, a little bit more capacity in terms of a building. So, that's what we, the year after in 2020, proposed to the city the ideal size for the arena was. Cognizant also to the fact that eventually, I don't know when that is, but there will be another arena that's 1.3 kilometers away from us at Le Breton. It fit, and we've talked about this a couple times at council, it fit with the Ottawa market, and I think what the Ottawa market needed. Somebody, it might have been Kent Craig, was talking about it yesterday. Where we are right now is we've got the NAC that can do 2,000 for the type of shows that go to the NAC. New History, which will be awesome down in the market, which will be about 2,000. The Hard Rock Casino has a theater that's a little under 2,000, and we'd kind of pick up the market from 2,000 to we can do probably 7,500 in a 360 round concert, and about 6,600 in a hockey rink configuration. So that's what was that's kind of where we got to those numbers, and again, that's roll the tape forward again 2 years. That's what we presented to the PWHL. So that's that's always been the plan. As you know, we've been back to council now, I don't know, 5-6 times on that, and that's been the plan for the facility. We picked up lease negotiations with the PWHL in the spring, May, maybe something like that. And the conversation, and until I spoke with Amy Shear a week and a half ago, I'd never met Amy. I knew who she was, but she was dealing with our Vice President of Sports Business Operations, Adrian. She talked about on what the lease might look like, and it was kind of communicated to us that capacity and going down in capacity in the new facility was something that they were going to have to work around. And to us, work around meant a really good lease term in terms of the money of it, and a really flexible lease term, recognizing that if they don't know where capacity is going, they don't know where their attendance is going to be 2 and 3 and 10 and 15 years from now. And that's what we kind of worked on with them. A super aggressive, flexible, creative lease in terms of how the money works, but also a really flexible arena lease that let them go and do other games either out of market or CTC if they chose to do that. And made sure, we thought we were making sure that we'd be able to at least play a role, forever maybe, or shared with CTC for some period of time, or best thing for Ottawa could be is if they can grow to 13, 15,000, 18,000 attendance, then they're in the CTC, and we've kind of helped provide a solution to get them there. So, Councillor, that was a really long answer. I'm happy to kind of answer follow-up questions. That kind of makes sense?
Yeah, no, thank you for that context. I think it's helpful. You know, we all want the PWHL to succeed here, as I'm sure OSEG does. And I don't want approving this project to prevent productive lease negotiations. So can you confirm that those lease negotiations are ongoing?
Yeah, in fact, I spoke to Monsieur on our way out yesterday, and I hope that's what happens, right? I'm super proud of the very small role that we're able to play in getting women's hockey here to Ottawa. The energy and excitement from those games is awesome. Our staff loves working on those games. You know, we've been commended in terms of our staff's ability to be flexible and, you know, provide them with the best possible occupancy of our building we can, given the limitations we have. So, you know, I'd like nothing more than to continue that for as many years as it makes sense.
And speaking of the limitations of the current building, I understand that a new building was actually a condition in their lease initially.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, from the first conversation we had. It's moved back a year, but from the first conversation we had was, hey, and, you know, we're going to be able to provide you with the best player experience in the league, and here's what it's going to look like. So, you know, they participate in the, when I say they, more the charge. Themselves participate in the look and feel and colors and, you know,
Right.
spacing that's going to come with the new event center. Yeah.
Okay. My last question about PWHL. Yesterday, I asked them about the variance between tickets distributed and seats actually scanned. I believe that's called drop rates.
Look at you.
And they said the numbers that I shared were false, but it was in the table at the bottom of the memo from the city manager. So I'm assuming those numbers came from OSEG. I'm just wondering if you wanted to comment on that at all.
Yeah, I don't want to. Their numbers are their numbers. It came from me out of our ticketing system, so that's what I briefed the city manager on.
Okay, and the numbers from the ticketing system would mean that the majority of actual attendance fits within the planned capacity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And again, I appreciate what the PWHL said yesterday about context and schedule, but I just wanted to clarify that.
I'll comment on schedule if you want a little bit.
Sure.
So what I was a little taken aback yesterday when we talked schedule, because we thought we were being super awesome and aggressive in terms of what the schedule for the charge was. You know, our agreement with them, which is our current lease, requires us to provide them with 24 dates in the year, and they would pick 13 games kind of from those 24 dates. They asked us last year for Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays, and we didn't provide 24. We provided them with 38 dates. And their schedule this year has 45% of their schedule as Saturday nights. So 45%, or almost half of their schedule is Saturday nights. The league average is about 24%. So they're more than twice the league average in terms of their Saturday nights, which I thought, again, was we've heard no comments back on the schedule. So I thought that was actually really good schedule for the charge.
Yeah, they sounded like they're looking forward to this season schedule, which I know also many members of council are. So thank you for those clarifications. My last question for you, you know, I've always been a bit concerned about the financial projections around the Red Blacks. Obviously, I'm not alone in that, and I appreciate the due diligence that was done by the Auditor General and our staff. You know, any sports market has highs and lows, and you know, I know that modern facilities are crucial to the long-term franchise viability. So I was hoping you could speak to how the modern amenities like suites and club seats and multi-use programming helps create that long-term stability.
Sure. And nobody look over at Roger Greenberg squeaming in his seat here as we talk about Red Blacks. The biggest thing, and this isn't answering your question, but the biggest thing that will happen with the Red Blacks is we don't lose as many games as we've lost in the last couple of years. Right now, we have the equivalent of about 3 million seats that go unsold. And about $1 million of advertising sponsorship that goes unsold. So, the biggest step change in the Red Blacks is going to be having a competitive team, being fun and exciting at home, and selling our seats and getting back to the attendances that we had before. Isabel is an OSEG, so Isabel has a different projection that's a little bit more flat than the step up that we expect to happen over the next couple of years. For the Red Blacks specifically, so not losing games and getting people back is thing one. Thing two, when the new Northside stands come aboard, we talked about premium, particularly in the arena, but also in the stadium as well. Our suites and our loges on the south side right now are sold out. We don't have enough of them. So what we'll be able to do is put more premium loges and club seats in the north side stands. So that drives higher revenues, which is awesome. And that's not our consumer market. That's our small, medium-sized business market in the community. Somebody was a season ticket holder here from the north side stands as well, and we need to price into the fact that you're probably going to the washroom in a porta potty. You're not leaving your seat at halftime to go and get a beer back in the concourse because it's so crowded. So there's an experience on the north side that's not the same as the south side. So we'll be able to rectify that kind of going forward as well. And in some of the schematic drawings you've seen as well, we'll be able to bring the event center into play in terms of the football stadium. So we've got 3 levels of places that people can go in the event center. We have the concourse level, which is at field level, that we'll be able to have a patio and have people kind of in the end zone watching games from there. So we'll be able to sell that. The next level, which is the suite level. So the clubs that we have in the event center will be activated for Red Blacks games and concerts, and people will be able to, use the amenities there and go out onto the terrace and watch games. And then at the roof line, you'll see the bridge coming from the north side stands kind of through the roof line of the event center and joining back up with the south side stands. That will kind of be the party deck as well, much like in the stadium now, where we have a bar rail and people kind of hang out and watch games. We'll be able to put another 800 people up there as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. And that will sort of safeguard against, performance, hoping that the Red Blacks do have a great season.
We won't suck, and then we'll have cooler spaces for people to come and sell out for the next 75 years minus where we are now, but next 50 years or so.
Okay. I think I've shared with you before that there have been times where I've gone to a Red Blacks game and I couldn't tell you the score at the end because I wasn't always watching, but I was having a good time on the concourse.
You're our favorite demographic.
All right. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So just some information questions, I guess, for me to start off. Isabel, you spoke in your opening presentation about a redefinition of deemed contributed equity, I think it is. It caught my attention. I don't know what that is. Could you take me through it, please?
Mr. Mayor, you just the word contributed equity?
Yeah, so it's a redefinition. So from what to what? Oh,
okay. So in 1.0, our contributed equity was $0 because we were paying for the south side stands $133.8 million, but we were getting enough money back from the cost avoidance of $3.8 million and the property tax uplift from the commercial units. Okay. So that in the agreement, our contributed equity was equated to $0. In 2.0, we're being recognized for the construction costs. There is some property tax uplift, but there's also other revenues that we are recognizing and benefiting specifically from this project. And so it's not being included in the equity. And so the net amount is lower than the 418 million in terms of contributed equity, but that's what's determining our pro rata share. So in 1.0, we were getting nothing from equity. In 2.0, we're getting 56% of net positive cash flows going forward. In 1.0, we would have had to wait until OSEG got paid all their equity and their interest before we got our 50-50 share. Now we share equally, and once we both get paid back, then we go to 50-50. So those are the differences.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend to understand exactly, but I understand the direction, and that is helpful. Thank you. The residential developer, if they default, we have, according to the report, an option to repurchase the strata rights. I'm just wondering, one, why repurchase? Why would those not just default back to us? And second, would the acquisition of those strata rights in the case of a default be at market value, or would they be to the original level, the original that they paid us?
Thank you, Mayor. So in terms of your first question, it's because they will have made improvements to the property likely. And so we're paying for a portion of that.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get my headphones on. Sorry, one more time.
So the reason that there's a repurchase is that they will have likely made improvements to the property in the form of having built something, and we're repaying a portion of that.
And is that at market value in the event of a default?
So it would be at yeah, it's 95% of the purchase price, so it's at a set rate. And then the market value of the assets that were built on the site.
Okay. That would have been helpful to have in the report. Thank you. So the cost overruns for which the city is responsible, what are the dispute mechanisms that are being built into, I guess, what I'll call the contract or the project agreement? Where we dispute whether something is or is not a cost overrun, what are the arbitrations that are involved?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify the question, does the councillor mean the construction of the north side stands in the event center?
Correct.
Or, okay,
Yep.
the residential tower?
Yeah, sorry, not as opposed to the residential, absolutely.
Okay, I'll turn it to Karina.
Thank you, Mayor. Any cost increase to deliver the north stands and the event center that is part of the scope is the responsibility of the contractor. So any cost overrun would be, for example, any unknowns, any changes that are coming after the contract. And that's why we have the 10% contingencies.
What if there are disputes?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I missed that. I missed that part. Our contracts have a lot of clauses that speaks about the different stages that we have during the construction to deal with claims, disputes, etc. So there are different levels that goes into negotiation, arbitration, etc.
Are we setting funds aside for our legal costs in those disputes?
Mr. Mayor, I will start off with the answer, and perhaps my colleague Cyril or Isabel could weigh in. But as part of our project delivery methodology and cost estimating guideline, we include 10% contingency for once we are at tender and we have a fixed price, we include a 10% contingency. So this is to deal with anything that was unforeseen or it just happened during construction that we didn't know about. We don't do a funding source through the contingency in terms of potential future claims or worst case scenarios. So perhaps, if that were to materialize, I will let Cyril explain what would happen next.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. So this would go right back into what I consider part of our risk management process portfolio, if you will. So there's a contingency. If things go aggressively where that's not enough to fund the issues, if it gets to that stage. And I'll use the pandemic as a good correlation example. At any given point in time, I actually looked last night, I think we have 1,674 projects right now as at the end of Q3, capital projects in process. And that equates to about just over $3 billion of unspent money. So as you can imagine, there's a big breadth of projects that's always ongoing. Through the pandemic, that was one of our main sources, risk mitigation sources from the financial risk going into the back end of 2020 into 2021, where we deferred, paused a lot of projects, and then we kind of released those back out. So that is always there as an option. From a risk perspective, this is a smaller type project in terms of the big picture of things, but those are one avenue we would use. Ultimately, there's also other avenues like the tax stabilization reserve, if it got to that point. So there's risk mitigations in different scenarios. We can't budget, we don't budget for assumed contingencies because we don't know what scope that could be. But what we do is we budget for mitigations and risks, as I just stated, from a capital perspective, capital closure process, tax stabilization reserve process, the plan for that. We report on a quarterly basis on all the projects and where they're at. So as those risks were coming, if they were coming to be real risks, that will be brought right back, and committee and council will be apprised of those risks, and we would have strategies along the way.
I'm concerned that we are assuming that we are being too confident that everything will go well. And I'm worried, I don't have insight into what the dispute mechanisms are, where there are disputes over who is responsible for cost overruns. And I look at LRT as the example, right? So, okay, I'll leave that one there.
Mr. Mayor, I can also add to that. I hear your concern regarding that. I think it's important just to note that we are comparing apples to oranges, right? So the project methodology is very important in determining how you deliver the project. And so we are not comparing the same type of contracts and methodology. So what we have with the event center and the north side stands, we did the design. So the design is complete and is done. The drawings and the specifications were all done before we went to tender. So the contractors who bid on the price, they're not trying to do the design and doing a design build together as a package. So the scope in the case of this contract is well defined, and this is what the contractors bid on.
Okay. I understand that. I appreciate the answer. If I can for a second move to the operating results for the partnership. I suspect, I don't know if Mark wants to pop back up. It's a small question, but I'm trying to understand the contribution of the charge to the stadium and event center rentals. So in 2023-24, the stadium and event center brought in 13.9 million. In 24-25, it brought in 16.1. So a nice jump in the results there. There was also a big jump, but not proportionally as big a jump in the losses. The expenses. Expenses went from 17.5 to 19.3 million. Can you characterize for me what percentage of the jump in operating revenues came from the charge?
Yeah, Councillor, I can't really do that. We've got 6 tenants right now, right? And if I start disclosing individual finances of each of those tenants, that ain't cool. City staff is aware, so I don't know if there's a way to kind of deal with it confidentially, but speaking up here in open committee is difficult.
Can I ask for some color on what's a pretty significant improvement in the stadium and event center, stadium and event center operating revenues?
Yeah, and the charges are a component of it for sure. And I think as we've talked about coming out of COVID, we did really well with concerts and other shows, particularly comedy shows. So it's a whole bunch of things, including our Christmas market as part of that as well. So it's a whole bunch of things. The charges are part of that for sure, right? We picked up 13 games last year plus another 4 playoff games, so that's awesome. It's not all of that though.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify too, so we receive in detail information, but it's tenant 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have the details of which tenant is.
No, I get that the lease agreements that those tenants have with the partnership are going to be subject to a certain level of confidentiality. We don't want to provide enough detail to reverse engineer it, so I completely get that. The operating losses associated with operation of the stadium and event center went down by a little bit. Do we expect that trend would continue, or?
Yeah, I think a couple of years ago when we were here, our operating our cash loss was about $6 million. The Red Blacks has regressed a little bit from there. We've got about 25% capacity that isn't going to games, so it's regressed a little bit from there. Two things happen. As I was talking about a little earlier, the Red Blacks, gets back to winning, and we can sell the inventory that we have.
I'm sorry. I think my question was specifically with respect to, and I may not have been clear, the stadium and event center.
Yeah. The way our lease works with all of our tenants is we get a percentage of our rent, which is based on attendance of the sports tenants. In the case of the Red Blacks, it's 10% of their ticket sales. So the performance of the event center is tied to the performance of the different tenant teams, and particularly 67s and Red Blacks. If more people are going, we get a greater share of beer and hot dogs and merchandise and all of that stuff as well. So there is a correlation between the events that we do and what happens, and the fortunes of the tenant teams and what happens with our stadium.
Okay, no, and that is helpful. That makes it very clear. Thank you for that. And then my last information question, I'll turn it over to the next speaker. Why, you mentioned, sorry, Debbie, that with respect to the deposit, you were targeting 8%, 8.7 came in, so that's close. I was hoping Councillor Gower might ask, why 8%? Why is that the right number?
So typically we see between 5 and 15% for deposits. In earlier work that the team had done with Ernst & Young, there had been discussions around a suitable deposit, and 8% was the target that was agreed to or decided upon at that point.
And it sounds like that's just sort of the midpoint between in the range. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll jump back on later.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is, and don't leave your seat yet, OSEG folk. There you are. The first question I really have is related to, thanks, is related to if we do nothing with the facility right now, we just leave it as it is, what would it cost us as taxpayers right now? My understanding, there's been multiple reports. I'm doing this specifically so I could save this clip and play to my residents to clear up the spaghetti that has been thrown out there. How much is it going to cost per year? My understanding is if we do nothing, it's $8 to $10 million a year.
I could respond to that, Councillor. So the $8 to $10 million a year is how much the partnership is losing every year. And it would be a cost to the city if OSEG were to walk away. Right now, they're paying those amounts. Yep. It's on their dime. But if they were to walk away, that would be a cost to the city.
Right. And so, of course, there's been a lot of work that's happened by the mayor and by the province as well. And I think there could be some great fruits that still come out of that. We've reduced a number by a facility that's failing. Let's face it, it's not accessible for people in wheelchairs. People are using porta potties. I think we've gone through all of this before. The new number is what, 4.3? That would be less, right?
Correct.
Great. So I guess the other question is, how much is this going to cost Everyone's thinking they're hearing all these wild numbers. It's like literature being dropped out of a plane. There's so much false information out there. How much is this going to cost on a tax bill? What are we going to see? How many dollars are we going to see on a tax bill for this?
So this is done within existing tax targets. It's not an additional charge on the taxes. It's all being done within the tax targets because we are planning for this long enough in advance that we are able to affordably put this in within the tax targets each year.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, maybe I can top up Isabel a little bit too. If you recall back to the staff presentation, I know it was early yesterday, but on slide 44 is right in front of me right here. We are building that up over time, the $1.3 million that's in the budget, and it will be in the budget in, I'm down to hours right now, less than 300 hours time. I'll be back here tabling a budget. We're getting close. We do call out that number in the non-departmental template, the 1.3. So we're building that up. And our conservative estimates in terms of when the revenue starts coming in, those revenues will start coming in 2031, 2.1, 2.1, 4.8, going out to future years. So the money will start coming in. So from a projection perspective, we took a conservative approach on our revenue numbers. We're also taking a very conservative approach, ensuring that the 1.3 is built up over a number of years. So there's no additional tax burden passed on to the taxpayer. And then when we get to those outer years, those revenues will start to flow in. And then I'll be back here during those budget in 2031 with those revenues coming in as another source to help fund the budget of that year.
Great, and that's what I'm trying to get to is the simple math. People just want to know, are you going to add on $50, $100? Is somebody a special levy? Just yes or no. Is there any levy? Is there any additional?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Thank you. That's what people need to hear. They need the simple messaging because they're getting confused by all other noise that is out there. So I'm glad we're having a fulsome debate. OSEG, I have gotten a lot of emails from my minor football teams that benefit from the Red Blacks being in this city. What does OSEG, specifically the Red Blacks, do for our youth programs in the community? Because some of us are of vintage. We remember when we didn't have the Red Blacks, or we had no football team here, and we were begging for it to come back, and how a lot of our minor clubs were hurting in a big way. What do they do for OSEG? OSEG does for local football groups that I'm getting emails from.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Part of the extreme fun I get to have at these meetings is I get to answer questions and go back to my seat, and the three people that I brought with me from OSEG get to tell me what a terrible job I did doing answers. So back to Councillor Leeper's question. Councillor Leeper, the big change that I forgot last year was the World Juniors and the revenues associated with the World Juniors. Thing one. Thing two, this is Janice Baresi. She's Senior Vice President of Brand and Community for OSEG. So a lot of the community outreach stuff that we do, foundation stuff, minor football, minor hockey stuff, goes through Janice. So maybe I'll turn over to Janice and get her to answer that question if you're okay with that.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. We're proud to be an integral partner with amateur sport, and in particular amateur football and CAFA. You heard from Football Ontario and Football Canada as well throughout the delegations. Supporting kids in our community across the city, particularly those kids with barriers who can't access sport, were a pillar focus for the OSEG Foundation and the Red Blacks. So last year alone, we served 6,000 kids. We donated since the resurrection of CFL football in Ottawa. We've donated over $1 million to minor football in our community and across our community.
Okay, and that's great because that was something that was missing in the past. And if you have an at-needs community in your neighborhood, I got the North Gloucester Giants, where there's a lot of people that can't afford to play football. And I'm telling you right now, they raise a ton of money and pay fees for players. We've seen the stories about even them getting equipment and support, Red Blacks players going out and playing with them. This wouldn't be possible without that football club. So I think the community outreach is a component that's been lost in all of this. Would you agree?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. We are deeply committed, and we see it as part of doing business in Ottawa is supporting our community, and I think it's the most rewarding part of our work. Our players, we feel so fortunate to work with the Red Blacks and 67s. They are dedicated to this community, and they know they want to support the community that supports them. Over and above, we played a critical role in advancing female sports across our community. The OSEG Foundation was the first foundation in Canada to launch Girls on the Run that serves 3,000 girls in our community. We were the first to launch high school tackle football with across our community. We launched an Indigenous girls baseball team. We launched and hosted at, we've hosted all of the girls' high school football at TD Place. We hosted the National Indigenous Women's Football League at TD Place. It's the most rewarding part of our work and something we're really proud of. So thank you for the question.
You've come a long way since the old Rough Riders and free beads in the stands for whatever and all the crazy crap that happened in the past. You're a professional organization that gives back to the community. So I appreciate that. I guess my other question is related to some of the comments I heard about when it comes to PWHL and the ticket pricing. I did a quick scan. I was looking around for a few days. Who sets the prices for the PWHL tickets? Because I'm looking here, Mark, and I see Ottawa's, I think, the lowest of all the markets from a cost perspective. I look at like Toronto, it's like $70 a ticket. I see Vancouver, 107. Then you talk USD for Boston, and Seattle, it's like you're talking $100 a ticket. Who sets the cost?
So for all of our events, whoever's using the building sets the ticket prices for their events. So the charge would set the ticket prices for charge. If we have a concert, the promoter sets the ticket price for the promoter for the concert.
Yeah. Okay. That's where I was kind of puzzled because it's it's not even close. It's by a country mile lower in Ottawa compared to all their other markets, and they were saying they want to make it affordable. So I guess they just want to make it affordable here, not everywhere else. But anyway, that's a whole other argument. And last but not least, I wanted to go back to staff. I understand some people are diametrically opposed to sports. They just have a problem with it. Even though they put the blinders on and don't realize it satisfies a big need in our community with youth programs, keeps them busy, keeps them involved with teams and friends. We also do this on many other levels. The Shankman Arts Center is a prime example of 3P, where if we wanted to go out and build it, it'd be a challenge for a municipality. What would happen in a case like a Shankman Arts Center, where they built this building? It was a 3P partnership. Is this just not another example? Like, we don't just apply this to sports. We apply this to a multitude of things that municipalities simply are underfunded. If we had big checks from the sky from provinces or from the federal government, would we be even in this position?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's two parts to the question. So if there's money up in the sky, I definitely go there tonight and get it for you.
Yeah.
The second part of that, from a P3 perspective, I think one that's really good to highlight is the Don Reed Paramedic Center.
Yes.
That's a P3 model, and it's been proven to be very successful.
Yeah.
So it does work.
Yeah. So with 8 seconds, and I might go on the board, we're hearing there might be some coverage coming in. There's more money possibly coming in, and this is more than just sports. We're not picking and choosing. We collectively, as a city, have to make a decision because we live in one society. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Bradley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to staff. I know we've got limited time on my clock, so I'm going to try to get through this as fast as I can, but I just want to pick up on something my colleague had said with respect to the cost to taxpayers. And I've been told many times by our city treasurer that this is a business case, and so I do understand that. But when I talk in real dollars and cents to my constituents, I want to be able to be factual. And last year, when we approved a funding strategy, correct me if I'm wrong, but did we not put $1.3 million of new tax money into our budget to start building up our reserve account for Lansdowne?
Mr. Mayor, as I previously said, less than 2 weeks, I'll be back before you. You would have all seen the same donut pie that I show you. Property taxes is 48% of the equation. And the residential property tax, commercial property tax is 44.5%. There's 3-point-something% from PILTs. And then there's another big bucket of other things that generate revenue. So it's not just property tax that funds the city. In addition, in this term of council to date, we've garnished well over $207 million worth of efficiencies. So for this particular funding strategy, I did not come before you during the directions report that was approved in council in September and state that 3.75 is required plus a net additional 0.06% for the 1.3 for Lansdowne. We're funding that with an existing sources outside of the tax base. So the 1.3 is not being passed on to the taxpayer.
Okay, but all of the money that we receive at this from the city is paid by taxpayers, really. Or like revenue or fees, like, I mean, someone pays for it. It doesn't fall out of the sky.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be clear. We have a multitude of non-departmental revenue accounts. If you recall the 2024 disposition report back in April timeframe, we garnished about $44 million worth of surplus money from our investment income. Those are not taxpayer dollars. These are investments that we have, that we manage. We have other revenue sources, whether it's our hydro dividend, our penalties and interest type things on charges. So there's other revenue sources, again, that goes outside of the pie of the 44.5% of commercial residential property taxes.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor that point, but it's my understanding that every single year until 2036, we're adding a new, we're directing $1.3 million of wherever it came from to the Lansdowne Reserve until we reach a base budget of $17.4 million that's in our base funding as a city that then will be used to service the debt, correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That detail was provided on slide 44 of the staff presentation.
Okay, I wanted to get to my main questions here. So one of the benefits of Lansdowne 1.0 was that we did use a design build model for the construction of the renovations for the south side and for the civic center. Why are we not taking that same approach in Lansdowne 2.0?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. The approach we are taking with the design bid build is the one approved by council at the last report after doing an extensive analysis of project delivery models that are the best suited for this particular project.
Okay, would you say that in the previous, in Lansdowne 1.0, that the model that we chose for the construction insulated the taxpayer from risk?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't speak. I was not involved and I don't have enough information and knowledge to be able to answer that question.
Were there cost overruns with Lansdowne 1.0 construction?
Not to the city.
Right, because the model that we chose insulated the public from that level of risk, whereas the model that we're moving forward with now, if there are cost overruns, they would be borne by the city and not the private contractor. Is that accurate?
It was to redistribute the risk. OSEG had taken on all the risk in 1.0. It is a city asset that needs to be renewed, and we are taking on the risk in 2.0.
So this model is riskier for the public.
There is a risk-return balance that we have achieved because we are now taking on the cost of that construction. We have commitment from OSEG to now share in those net positive cash flows going forward. So now there's a redistribution and a more fair allocation of risk returns between the two partners.
Okay, and if there is to be an cost escalation that we have these cost overruns and we need to increase the debt authority for this project, how will council be informed and how would that come to us for approval?
Any increase in budget authority has to come to council for approval. The other benefit of this model is that that would also count as contributed equity in the model and increase our percentage share of the net positive cash flows going forward.
Great, and I wanted to touch on the line of credit because, you know, during exceptional times in the pandemic, we had approved a $20 million line of credit to help our partner get through this tough time and to cover off some operational losses. But in Lansdowne 2.0, we are making that a best practice. Is that correct, that there will be an ongoing $20 million line of credit?
That is correct. We will both benefit from that line of credit because we're not contributing, we're not shifting the distribution of equity over into OSEG's favor. We would be maintaining our 56% going forward, leveraging line of credit when there are net negative cash flows. Most businesses have a line of credit. And saying that we're tying our OSEG's hands, they can't have a line of credit. Most businesses have that to manage year over year, month to month, your day-to-day fluctuations. And so it just makes business sense to put in a line of credit.
So I don't take issue with the line of credit, and I agree that it's a better approach than the equity contributions, but I'm trying to understand in the amended waterfall distribution where they get paid back for that line of credit. So how, when we're looking at the disbursements, when there is a sort of profit, that they, like my understanding, and again, it's very complicated, but that debt servicing and the line of credit repayments are in second position in the waterfall before equity distributions are repaid, so that we're repaying that line of credit back out of profits before we start to see our returns through equity. Is that accurate?
Line of credit is part of the operating results. It has to be paid first, and no distributions to either partner until that
Right.
line of
So
credit is paid.
OSEG can use this line of credit to continue to offset their operating deficits year after year. And when there is a profit, if you're thinking about a waterfall in a bucket pouring, if there's a second, it gets filled up first, their line of credit gets repaid before the OSEG or the city sees any equity returns.
The partnership's line of credit gets paid.
Okay, so I'm just trying to make that clear because it's really complicated that we're giving them a line of, or they're securing their own line of credit to pay off the deficits, but then they also get, that line of credit gets paid back before we see any profits from our equity shares.
It's not an OSEG line. I just want to clarify. It's not an OSEG line of credit. It's a partnership line of credit.
Guaranteed by OSEG though, is that right?
They are 100% guaranteeing it. Absolutely.
Okay. Moving on to the air rights. Sorry, so many questions have been asked, so my notes are a little bit all over the, the place. Let me just find my question. It was around a follow-up to Councillor Gower's question about when the conditions that we've set for the parcels of land to be available to Mirabella to start constructing. So when do we have to confirm that we will be able to deliver either, I think it was Q4 of 2030 or no later than 2031? When do we have to tell them that?
So we need to confirm by December 28th, 2028.
And the condition is that the north side stands are complete?
It's confirming the feasibility of delivering the north side stands by Q4 2030 or at the latest July 31st, 2031.
Okay, so if we give them the go ahead and say, yes, we're going to be ready, and then we're not, what implications is there?
So if we fail to deliver the parcel, then we return the deposit to them, so the deal is done, or we negotiate it with them if we're able to negotiate with them an extension. If we fail to do that, the deal ends, we return the deposit, but we will also owe them liquidated damages of $13 million.
So if December 2028, we say we believe that we'll be ready to deliver the parcel of land for you to start construction that meet the timelines we agreed upon. And for whatever reason, if there are any delays and we do not meet that timeline, not only do we have to give back their $5.7 million, but we owe them $13 million, and then we have to start the RFP process all over again?
That's following the December 28th, 2028 date. So that gives us time to really understand that the project is moving forward and to confirm the feasibility of delivering it. We've also have a date that extends close to a year beyond the expected completion date to provide us additional time in there. So the risks are quite low actually.
Okay, I don't know if I would consider $13 million and starting a new RFP process, which could delay the project by 2 years, to be a low risk, but I appreciate the transparency there. I know I'm running out of time. This is a completely different topic. Just with respect to the, if OSEG was to sell the teams in 2032 and we were to have a third party involved, do we still share in any profit sharing from the performance of the Red Blacks or 67s?
So if they're leasing the stadium to play, it goes to the partnership. Any proceeds from a sale would go to the partnership.
Right, but if a third party is operating the team, do we still receive profit share of Red Blacks and 67s?
Now I'm looking at Chris Merrick here. My understanding how the agreements work is that if we were to sell the Red Blacks or the 67s, as Isabel talked about, the money goes into the partnership and gets distributed however the Plinko board says it's going to be distributed. for us to sell the 67s or the Red Blacks, and it's complex, and city gets right of first refusal and all of that. The purchaser of those teams needs to basically just step into the shoes that OSEG has. And somebody asked earlier about leases. We have to have leases in place with the 67s and with the Red Blacks for that instance, so that if we were and leases that the city is comfortable with and reflect market value, for if that ever happened, somebody would be stepping into our shoes and effectively paying the city, because the city would be managing the facility at that time, market rents for the hockey teams. And I forget who asked the question. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I have just a follow-up question. I know my time is up, but just indulge me, please. Okay, so then if OSEG sells the team to a third party, they become a tenant. We have heard from our city treasurer that we're unsure of what market rent would be. We haven't had undertaken that work to understand that. And one of my colleagues yesterday talked about how valuable a team is with a favorable lease. So is there anything in the documents here that would transfer the lease of $500,000 a year to a potential third-party purchaser in a favorable agreement?
No, because the $500,000 a year, let me see if I've got this right, is for the retail? Or is that it's for the sports teams?
No, it's for the stadium.
Yeah, then that would have to go with the lease.
Okay, so just to be clear, if OSEG decides to sell the Red Blacks and the 67s, the favorable lease conditions, which we have given to OSEG as part of the partnership, would go along with the teams to a third party who has not had a significant investment as OSEG has?
Yeah, so those leases are at market value, right? You said favorable, they're market leases. So those market leases would go to the new owner.
Sorry, 500K is market
David just came
rent.
up here, so.
Sorry, Isabel, you wanted to add in there.
Well, I was just wondering, are you asking if we're selling giving up the stadium or just selling a team? Because just selling a team doesn't mean OSEG walks away.
No, I know that. They're still going to benefit from the very profitable retail, but they'll get out of the line of the risky sports teams. I'm asking that right now the deal is that they pay $500,000 a year to rent the stadium if we approve Lansdowne 2.0, which I don't believe is market rent for the stadium, for the Red Blacks, and for the market rent for
No, there's no
the 67s.
equivalent. The 500,000 was replacing the dollar per year that they were paying previously for the stadium.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a negotiated amount that to make it, as part of the overall project agreement.
Right. So if they're to sell the teams and then they become a tenant.
It's not tied to the team. So the teams get paid a charge a different.
I understand, but I guess I'm asking is if they become a tenant and they are not part of the partnership, they have to have a lease in order to be a viable franchise.
They become a tenant.
They become a tenant. But will that $500,000 in rent then become part of the sale of the team?
No, we continue to pay that. That's so what we're paying for the $500,000 is is rent on the stadium. So we're the landlord of the stadium right now, as we are right now. So we continue to pay that $500,000 to the city of Ottawa. If there is somebody else running the Red Blacks and the 67s, they are paying the stadium, us, as the landlord, rent
so you
through
would get
the
market
lease.
rent.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much. Like the previous speaker, lots of my questions have been answered, so this is going to be a little bit out of order. Just following the discussion that we were having earlier, I think it was Councillor Menard, about the negative cash flows and equity contributions. Can we confirm, are taxpayers losing money because the partnership is borrowing to cover that net negative cash flow as opposed to contributing equity over the past few years? Like, is it the taxpayer losing the money?
Yep, Mr. Mayor. So no, all of this is being paid for by the partnership, which we've clarified the city is not paying paying $0 towards the operations. And the implication is that because it's taking away cash flow from the operations, that when we do get our distributions later, it's taking away from those. What we're saying that is actually cheaper to borrow than to have equity coming in from OSEG and then reducing our share in the equity going forward. So, and we're managing this debt within the acceptable terms of the agreement. And when we did some of the original ones, it was based on the fact that OSEG is getting 8% on their equity. And so it made much more sense to borrow in those times. So each time a decision has been made about a line of credit or refinancing retail, it was weighed against what is the additional cost of the partnership. And overall, it's actually, if we do go to 2.0, if we don't go to 2.0, we're never going to see a dime. If we go to 2.0, then we'll eventually get those distributions going forward.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the re-clarification. And speaking of, those partnership flows that we're expected to get, that reduce our 17.4 down to 4.3 with the combination of the different revenues, how much of those revenues are actually guaranteed? The city's contributing 4.3. We know that the property tax, if the towers get built, are likely guaranteed. We know that you've said that they're all being in the existing tax target, the whole 17.4. So there won't be a 1%, 2% tax increase. Our financing strategy that we voted on didn't include that. But how much are truly guaranteed?
So what's truly guaranteed is the municipal accommodation tax, the ticket surcharge, and the rent paid to the city. There is some variability in the waterfall, and what hasn't come out very clearly is there's also an upside to that. Like, as I was mentioning, these are conservative estimates. There's a possibility we'll get more. There's also a possibility we'll get more from ticket surcharge. That is just an estimate too. So at a minimum, we're getting 300K, but every ticket sold later increases by 25 cents, and the number of tickets sold also comes to the city. We get paid a minimum of 300K. And then the property tax uplift, unless those residential towers don't get built, that number is pretty solid too.
Okay. I think we have a lot of questions about the towers and the guarantee that they'll be built and, condo markets and all those sort of market favorite factors, but it's a little bit of a ways off. Can you speak to me a little bit about this sort of air rights where, it was 9.75 and then plus or minus 50%. And there's some confusion I have between net and gross of the air rights. Can someone explain to me how it was calculated to be 14.4 based on what was passed at council?
Yeah, so out of the 65 million, 6.7 million is attributable to the fact that there's integration requirements with this particular developer and the design that they've proposed. So 6.7 would be allocated to the podium to help to pay for those integration costs. 10 million is attributable to the parking that we are providing under the north side stands, 140 spaces that we are building. It costs more to build than what we could get from market leases going forward. And that's average across the city. That's not just us. It's just any parking is not profitable. And so there is a gap between what it costs to build them and to provide it, but we have provided it to attract those developers and the air rights. And so the net difference was 10 million. So we say that 10 million should be attributable to the parking space. Otherwise, we would not have attracted the bidders that we did. And then the remaining 48, you're taxing my memory, 48.3 million. The first 39 million, 25% goes to affordable housing. The next amount above that, 50% affordable housing, and what's left over is 33.9 for the project.
Okay, thank you very much. Changing topics a little bit. In terms of park and green space, I am sympathetic to the loss of the 0.4 hectare. When Lansdowne was passed in 2010, I think it was there an agreement at that time to retain a certain percentage of green space, or that the green space that was created, was there anything that was written that was a commitment?
Mr. Mayor, I have no knowledge of an agreement of maintaining amount of green space at Lansdowne after 2010.
Okay. I know that, councillors can use their CIL account, or in some cases, ward-wide CIL accounts to purchase additional green space. Is that something that could be looked at within the ward in close proximity to purchase green space to compensate for that? I'm also cognizant that the area councillor recently had an area, I think it was on Hawthorne, rezoned for affordable housing. Like, are there things that can be done? Maybe not on the site, but close by?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to understand, was it a question about the Mirabella paying cash in lieu? Was that the question?
No, just in general, like what are the options to increase the green space within the Ward 17 other than using a CIL? Like, is there an option to actually purchase a bit more green space somewhere else?
Mr. Mayor, there is an option using cash in lieu and the Parkland Reserve. There is opportunity to look at vacant properties or redevelopment of properties.
Okay, thanks very much. Just in terms, is Deloitte still there?
I believe they're on the line.
Okay, I just have a question. I appreciated looking at the analysis. I really like the comment that we believe our analysis must be considered as a whole and not selecting portions of the analysis because it should be considered holistically because we certainly heard a few mentions of things that were in that. I was just wondering if Deloitte could speak to whether or not they've looked at other major sports and arts and entertainment projects and done similar analysis within Canada.
Are they on the line?
So while we're waiting for them to come onto the line, I can say that that was not within scope for this particular project, but they do have expertise and have done that and have conveyed to us that they've done that work in other municipalities.
Okay, do you know if it's like proprietary that they can't speak to it or could give it, or do you know if they could give an example?
No, that'd be a question best for them. I don't know.
Okay, we're just trying to get somebody online.
Yeah, okay, it's not a big deal. I can skip to the next. Just in terms of, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Just in terms of, obviously I know the history of the arena. It's built in 1967 and we've read the reports. We understand that the year is now pegged at 2037. Like, what is the absolute worst case scenario for that arena if we don't go to Lansdowne 2.0? Like, I've read the previous reports. There was estimates done and saying like absolute end of life 2054 if we made this massive, that was then moved back to 2047. This report says 2037. How old are other municipal arenas? I mean, I see lots being renovated, redone. I see lots of investment, but like, what is the absolute worst case scenario that could happen if we don't replace this ring, other than what's in the report?
Mr. Mayor, the report speaks to a replacement cost of the arena in 2037 between 500 and 700 million, depending on the escalation rate. But across Ontario and other Ontario Hockey League and municipalities, arenas like Kingston replaced their arena when it was age 57. Oshawa, the city of Oshawa replaced their city-owned arena at age 42. The city of London replaced their arena at age 39. So those are some examples of arenas across Ontario at different ages that they've recently replaced them or within the past 10, 15 years.
Do we have an arena in Ontario? You've obviously done a scan that's older than 1967, a municipal arena?
Yes, the city of Brantford, I don't know, they're in a planning stage, I believe, of a replacement. They have a centennial arena just like ours in 1967, that they're in a planning stage of looking at replacing it.
Okay, thanks. So it's not out of the ordinary to need to replace that arena asset. Okay, did Deloitte join?
Councillor Carr, just so you know that we have someone from Deloitte on the line now. If you do have a question for them.
Yeah, I just have just a quick question. If you've looked at other, anything you can speak of about any other economic analysis you've done in the sports and entertainment industry within Canada, or is that proprietary information?
Yes. So we conducted several studies using the same methodology, using the same statistic and multipliers, but we cannot provide those estimates. They are proprietary to our other clients.
Okay, that's what I figured. And just another question, in reading it, I understand, it's significant investment and will really particularly help out, manufacturing industries, particularly when experiencing what we are with trade wars and tariffs and that sort of stuff. But one of the most common comments I get is this is the wrong time for Ottawa to be undertaking this when federal government workers are being laid off, white collar workers. How does an investment such as this help out in that situation?
We'll let my colleague Alicia to answer that question.
Yeah, thanks, Ava. And that's a great point. I think we've pointed it out in our study in two different places that investments like this can act as a counter-cyclical impact. And so if some parts of the economy are not doing well, attracting investment is very important to offsetting some of that economic weakness and can be very beneficial during times of slower economic growth.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of time, but appreciate you hopping on. I'll get back on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hill? Councillor Hill, are you there? Okay, great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for the technical glitch there. I did want to speak to one of the elements that was brought up earlier, and that's with regards to OSEG's current commitment under the Lansdowne 2.0 plan, and concerns that were raised about that commitment ending, and I think it's 2032 for the Red Blacks. And certainly I would like to push on that a little bit, just to hear directly from them if there is any flexibility in looking at what that commitment could be as we move forward in this Lansdowne 2.0 program.
I'm bringing friends because I'm not OSEG, I'm the limited partnership. So Roger Greenberg can speak to that and speak for OSEG.
Thank you very much.
I've been told I'm not allowed to make a joke about the fact that our collective bargaining agreement for the football players doesn't come up for renewal until 2029. So can I make any commitment beyond that? But I won't make that comment for now. Just listen, the Ottawa Red Blacks, quite practically, can't play anywhere else. We're the Ottawa Red Blacks. So we would want to retain the right to potentially sell the team to somebody who would keep the team in Ottawa. So I don't have an issue with that. It is possible, for a junior team to relocate. But again, this is the Ottawa 67s have been here since 1967, and I'm happy to say that if it makes council feel more comfortable that we add another 10 years to the commitment that we have right now, I'm happy to give that commitment right this moment.
Mr. Greenberg, I appreciate that comment. I don't know how we would formalize it. It probably would make council more comfortable. And perhaps what I would do is work with city staff and our legal to look at what that option could look like and perhaps bring something forward at council. So I would ask perhaps city staff or the clerk's office, could you validate for me kind of procedurally how we would look at making something that is formally committal available? Is there something we would do either today or over the next few days in advance of council?
Councillor, we can take that away. I could see that in form of a motion, and we would make an amendment to the partnership agreement, which we have draft and ready to execute in terms of extending the dates that are quoted in those agreements.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got a wide range of questions and some questions for OSEG as well. So yesterday, so my first one, I guess, is a bit of a doozy. Yesterday, we heard from the president of the Glebe BIA that his area's businesses are already doing quite well without Lansdowne and that they generate even more business on days with Lansdowne. If the city's financing strategy included a proposal to increase the municipal accommodation tax, did the city consult or consider with Glebe BIA or other business groups about creating a revenue-generating business improvement district so that local businesses who are benefiting from Lansdowne could help pay for Lansdowne and therefore take pressure off the tax base?
Mr. Mayor, the real, so there's a BIA. So there is a BIA structure, there's a GLEE BIA structure. And the way the BIA works is the BIAs, through their process, they establish what the annual tax increases will be. Their board approves that. That comes to council, and then council adopts that. And then what the council's role there is really to get it into our process of the billing side of the equation and collecting the money to funnel back to them. We don't have the authority to tell them to increase. That will be a decision that they would have to come to us as a proposal.
Well, they would either come to as a proposal, or the city could approach them with the recommendation and or request.
Through the mayor. So, Councillor, there are so the BIA structure is enabled through the Municipal Act, and there are restrictions in terms of how the fund, like what the funds are collected and what they can be used for. So there's limitations there. Typically, it's for things like beautification, public art, cleanliness, etc.
And that's for a levy applied on a BIA, but I had been talking with staff about something different, i.e. a business improvement district where fees taken from, voluntarily of course, could be used towards new sports facility. So all I'm asking was, had that measure been explored?
Mr. Mayor, no, that was not part of our funding strategy that we explored.
Thank you. It's been mentioned repeatedly that if we don't proceed with Lansdowne 2.0, that the City of Ottawa would be on the hook for operating costs should OSEG walk away from the deal, and that those average annual operating costs would be $8 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
If we were not to proceed with Lansdowne 2.0, and if OSEG were not to walk away, what would be the city's operating cost for Lansdowne in 2026?
In 1.0 or 2.0?
If we were not to proceed with 2.0.
Okay, it would be zero.
And 2027 and 2028 and 2029.
Correct.
Has the city conducted any kind of formal assessment to accurately determine the likelihood of OSEG walking away from Lansdowne if we don't commit to the redevelopment?
Mr. Mayor, we have not. And I wanted to supplement my answer. We would have to renew the asset eventually. So there's two parts to that cost to the taxpayer implication. It's the $8 million annually, but it's also the cost of eventually having to renew this no matter what.
So on that topic, it was raised by one of our delegates earlier today, Dr. Wolfson, who expressed the concern that there was not a proper policy analysis done, i.e. that it wasn't good policy to compare doing Lansdowne 2.0 with doing nothing. And so without that, it makes it challenging for us to do a thorough risk-benefit analysis on what many options we have before us. If the city is prepared to allocate $17.4 million annually from taxes to pay off the debt from Lansdowne 2.0, and if one of the arguments, as you just said, behind that is that it costs less to commit to that now than to pay for that end of life, has the city done any kind of analysis of whether it might be perhaps more cost effective to take on and pay off this much debt between, let's say, Lansdowne 2.0 or refurbishing all of our community centers, or rebuilding more roads per year than we can afford? Have we done that kind of measured analysis if we're willing to take on $331 million of debt?
Mr. Mayor, Council back in 2021 directed staff to look at a complete replacement option. In that 2021 report, there were some options about a rehabilitation, do nothing, complete replacement. So we've been acting on Council's step decision to do a complete replacement. And in that report, there were several studies. The Rossetti and Lieb report, which talked about the complexities of doing renovation, and we had verbiage in that report about the complexities of renovations, which is why we're here today presenting a complete replacement.
Sorry.
Yeah, you were answering the satellite question, which is, had we considered what to do at Lansdowne? My question was not that. My question was, did the city, this would not have been your department, Mr. Moore, but had the city considered, if we are willing to take on $331 million of debt for Lansdowne, might we pursue other alternatives?
So I'm going to go back because I think this is a very important point. So what my colleague spoke about is we have been following council direction in terms of going back to 2021. There were three options that were in front of council in terms of how we approach this. And council directed us to go down the road of redevelopment. And that's what we've been bringing forward through this gated approval process. But I think what's really important to remember is while, you know, you look at $17.4 million, $8 million, or $4.3 million, if we continue doing what we're doing in this partnership, the viability of the site will go down, and attracting events and continuing to generate revenue will become harder and harder and harder and put pressure on that. So those numbers could change and be variable as we move into the future. So we don't talk about that a lot, but I think that's really important context in terms of looking at that kind of do nothing option. That amount and that, you know, $8 million figure that you're looking at could actually grow. It could change.
I appreciate that. I have an OSEG question that I'll direct to staff, but if I could, if Mr. Gowdy could perhaps, if I could ask him, I'll give you time to get there because I'll direct the question first at staff. So as I understand it, there is a difference in, so I'm making reference to the confidential EY report. There's a difference in the terms between 1.0 and 2.0 with regards to the potential sale of the teams. In 1.0, i.e. in the current agreement, should the teams be put up for sale, the city reserves the right to make a bid of, sorry, should the teams be put up for sale and should a bid be made by a third party, the city reserves the right to make a competing bid of $1 more. In the proposed terms for 2.0, we lose that option. If that is correct, why has that option been negotiated out of the agreement?
There were, Mr. Mayor, there was multiple concessions made through negotiations. In the last year and a half, we've been talking about how do we balance all the risk returns going forward. That was one item, and it was brought forward by OSEG in terms of we would never get a good bid from an the partnership would never get a good bid from external party if they knew that the city could always outbid them. And that was part of the discussion.
So I'll bring that question to you, Mr. McGowdy. Mr. Gowdy.
I am Scottish Irish. So.
Hello, sir. Good to see you again.
You as well.
It's always an honor to ask questions before a gentleman with such a fine haircut as you do. So I have a few questions. So to that question there, if the rationale behind not extending that same concession to the City of Ottawa, i.e. that the city could make a bid of $1 more, if the rationale behind that is that the partnership or OSEG would not get a competitive offer, that has to assume that we would match that offer. So if I can assume that by the city reserving that right, by reserving the right to outbid by $1, if that protects us, would OSEG be willing to keep those terms on 2.0?
No, and we're in the if, right? The reason we're going through this whole exercise, we spent the last 7 years on this, is to find a viable home for the Red Blacks and 67s until 2075. And I think it was clear when Roger was talking here, like if the Red Blacks and 67s are in Ottawa, they're playing through to 2075. That's the deal. What the commitment is that the OSEG partners will ensure that the team continues to operate until 2032, which is now going to be 2042. So they're kind of two different things. Like if they're in Ottawa, they're going to be playing till 2075. If it's sold, it can't go anywhere. It's got to stay kind of here. So that's the thing. What didn't answer your question, I'll get to that next. What was written into Lansdowne 1.0 is a ROFO, right of first offer. But what the word said wasn't ROFO, it was ROFR, right of first refusal. So, and what happens, as Isabel said, if you've got a right of first refusal, and you go out to the market and you're asking somebody to, and again, we're in the if plan, that's not part of the plan here program. If you go ask somebody to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars doing due diligence and a bunch of time, and they know somebody else can just come and bid $1 more, they just don't bid. They don't get into the process, or they probably don't bid. So what we asked the city as part of like all of the stuff that we kind of negotiated with the city is, can we change the words of ROFO to match ROFO in the agreement? The city still has the right to make an offer. And accepted or not, and if the OSEG partners were to go out and get a competing bid, it needs to be above that. They can't obviously come with an offer that's below that.
Do you know if there might be room there? Because I can understand I wouldn't prepare a bid if the city could outbid me by $1. But if hypothetically, and the only reason I'm asking this is because I'm concerned about the risk to the city should we not have the ability to, weigh in or control who might own the teams. If I flip that the other way around, and let's say there were terms that the city had the right to hold on to that bid if the city were to make a bid of, let's say, 5% more as opposed to $1 more, would OSEG be willing to look at the terms of that deal, if only to ensure that the city, should it want to, could protect itself better?
Yeah, and I'll let the city talk to this a little bit themselves, but I believe there is approval rights that the city has for a sale of the franchise. So in your scenario where you're concerned with who their new partner is running those teams, I think they already have that built into the old agreements back in 2012.
Okay, I'll try to switch to, and I'll probably have to get back on the board, questions about capacity. Now, before I get to the charge, so as I understand it, with the 5,500 seat arena, we've been talking about the new arena's ability to attract other events, including curling, the Briar, so forth. So right now, the Briar, you can bid on the Briar if you have an arena of 5,000 seats or minimum. But for example, to bid on the Canadian curling trials or to bid on the curling men's worlds, you need seating capacity of 6,000 or more. So we may not be as competitive, at least in those two elements. Was that considered?
Yeah, it is. And in fact, I talked to the CEO of Curling Canada Tuesday, Monday, who said that's not the case and that we are in the sweet spot. And I think he wrote a letter that was distributed to councillors as well to that effect. We're right in the sweet spot of where they expect to get to. I know we talked about capacity versus seating yesterday. Capacity for us is the important number. If you've been to Red Blacks games, you see the standing room and what happens. And this isn't standing room where you're peering over the back of somebody's seat. This is designed social spaces where people stand and watch the game, including up in the clubs and in the concourse level. So it's not kind of old school, let's just cram some extra people in a concourse somewhere. So for us, that's very valuable. And when we looked at trying to get our capacity up, that was one of the things. We took suites away to put more seats in. We took some of the seats away to put more standing room in. So I forget where I was going with that, but yeah. So in terms of the Curling Canada specifically, they explained to me and they gave me a whole bunch of examples as to arenas that are well below the capacity that we're going to be building, and told us they hope that they were going to be the first event in the new event center.
Thank you. I had more questions, but I'm out of time. I'll get back on. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Dudas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So many good and insightful questions have been asked, so I won't go over them necessarily. Mark, you might not want to go anywhere. You might as well just stay there. I think we have questions. I have a procedural question, Mr. Mayor. Will you be asking staff to just go through the motions and give their opinion? Because if not, I will take some time to do that.
Yes, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay, I only think that there'd be value, and if I can preserve my own time, that'd be great. There seems to be a sense in the community that if Lansdowne 2.0, the plan that's before us is voted down, that staff and OSEG will start working on a 2.1 version, that you're going to go back to the drawing board and that there'll be either tweaks to it or you'll renew the public consultations and the conversation. I would appreciate some clarity from both staff and OSEG about if this is in the cards at all, or where do you go from here if this plan fails today?
Yeah, I'm going to invite Roger up to speak to that, because that's really so. If this plan fails, from my perspective, I work for you, right? I work for OSEG and I work for the City of Ottawa. I'm the CEO of the partnership, which is 50-50. So I show up for work the next day and do my best. I think your question is really for OSEG.
Okay, thank you. Look, we have had singular focus of 7 years to get us to this point. We had a council decision about 2 years ago or so that said, this is the direction we're going to go in. They gave directions to both OSEG and to city staff to go forward with it. There has been, I think the city spent probably $20 million in furthering council's direction, since then on plans, etc. hundreds of thousands of hours on the city staff side, on our side, to move forward to this plan. I'm delighted with what's now in place. I will acknowledge that there was some nervousness during the summertime with the 2 procurements that were underway, but staff have delivered exactly what City Council asked to do. And it would be, I believe the council should be supporting it. Those who supported it last time, I appreciate that there are others who are opposed to it last time, and they'll probably be opposed to it this time because they believe other priorities should be there. But to the extent that those who supported it last time, the city has done a tremendous job to deliver better results than what you had asked them to produce. So I'm focused on, next week when council vote takes place, that there'll be a positive vote in favor of moving forward with Lansdowne, and that we'll see shovels in the ground hopefully this year or early next year. That's where my focus is. If council rejects that, in their collective wisdom, decide to change their mind, I don't know what we'll do. I mean, we'll have to go back and we'll have to look at it. The analogy that was provided to me by one of your colleagues was, the example of a different version than what the mayor talked about with the house. But if we're tenants in a landlord's house and we agree when we move in, we love the house, we love the area, we love the size of the house and all that sort of stuff, and we agree to handle the operating costs that are there. And then as it goes along, you're living there a long time, you start to realize the roof's falling apart, the windows are leaking, and there's mold growing in the basement. And you go to the landlord and you say, look, these are your responsibilities. It's your asset. It's not ours. We're tenants here. And the landlord says, no, I'm not going to do that. Then I guess the tenant has to make a decision as to whether they're going to stay there or not. So I don't want to think about that because to me, the nuclear option is not one that's a particularly favorable one for everyone. And so I just don't think about that. I'm more of a positive energy person. As I've said, I think I'm thrilled with what has taken place with the analysis that this council directed staff to do, and my vision is that it gets approved in next Friday, and we move forward.
If I might just add to that very briefly, I mean, we're before you today with a report. I talked about that 6 approval process in terms of council setting that direction with respect to finding financial sustainability for the partnership. And that's what's in front of committee and council for direction today.
I think the last point I'll just make, we've gotten to this point where we are today because of previous decisions by council. And I appreciate that there are some members around this table and at council that don't agree with the direction that's been provided by the majority. And so my only request would be is let's not go back and litigate, re-argue, whatever, things that have already been decided by council. I'm not sure how productive that is. I think, the direction was very clear at the last council meeting to go out and do a body of work. And that's what your staff have done.
As you note, it's been seven very long years of work to get to this point, plus prior discussions about Lansdowne 1.0 and its deficiencies and where it could have gone farther. If staff could just remind me, I mean, we've been through many meetings here at the council table, in the community, online, in various facets with the community and with stakeholders. Has this plan changed based on community feedback, councillor feedback, since it was first introduced? And I'll give one example of my recollection. I think initially we had even proposed a 3rd tower on the site, and that had been changed. So if you can just give maybe a brief summary as to some of the major changes that were implemented because of community interaction.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Mayor. We've heard from the community and we've changed the density, as you alluded to. We've removed a 3rd tower. We've reduced the units from 1,200 down to what we're saying is approximately 770 now. We will be reinstating a sledding hill and concert viewing hill. We've been adding shade trees. We have been removing trees, but we heard the community say replace those trees, which we're doing. We're adding benches. We're making improvements to festival and concert infrastructure with improved water, electrical. And then I think a major one we heard today with the delegations in terms of the accessibility of the facilities and making improvements to those.
If there had been more density on this site in terms of housing, and once again, I'm not interested in changing the plan that is before us in terms of housing, but if there had been, would it have been a cheaper investment on the city side? So if there had been a third or a fourth or a fifth tower, would that have made it even cheaper for taxpayers in the long run?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it would.
Okay. And I only ask that because, one, I see immense value in the green space that's being preserved and implemented in this area. I see immense value in the event center. It might not be perfect. It might not be the size that some groups want it to be, but it is going to meet a major need in our community and our city. And I do not want us to go back and add more density if it's going to put any of those pieces at risk. But I do want to say we have been down this road for 7 long years. Through many, many meetings, we've adopted so many motions by so many of my colleagues to make this proposal what it is today. We've heard about the value for dollar. We've heard about what this will mean for people from across the city. We've heard about what it'll mean for people who live adjacent to the site. And we've heard the opposition to it too. And I want to thank all those delegates who came here for and against this project. I think it was very valuable to hear from all of them. I did want to understand one more piece as well too, and then I'm happy to pass it back to the floor. So the city owns Lansdowne, right? We all know that, correct? Even at the end of the day, we do 2.0, we still own Lansdowne, right? We own the property.
Correct.
So say, for instance, and please don't, take this the wrong way, say OSEG, 100 years from now decides to leave. I'm exaggerating the time frame, but say they end up leaving and it leaves the city with this asset. With the work that we're planning to do with 2.0, does that increase the value of our asset there as it stands based on what we have there today?
So yes, absolutely. It's increasing the value of our asset. We're extending the life much, much longer than what's now contemplated.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank
you, Councillor Dudas. I think we're now going to people for a second time now, so I'll just continue down the list that way. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. I know there's the motion on increasing the amount going to affordable housing. Does staff have the math on what impact that would have on the overall financial plan? I think it's an increase of just over 8 million.
Yeah, the increase would be 8.75 million. It's close to 9. It would increase the 4.3 annual investment also because we'd have to add about that much more debt. So that's about 400,000 annually in debt servicing.
Okay. What about if we were to go entirely the other way and have a zero contribution to affordable housing? What would that do to the overall financial plan?
It would improve it.
But I mean, do you have a quick calculation or?
14.4. Yeah, it's just a little less than $1 million annually.
Okay.
800K maybe?
I'm not suggesting we do that, but I mean, there is a lot of, I think, trepidation with some members around certainty around numbers. That could be one option to give us more certainty about a number that's very clear on the front end. But it'd be interesting to see just some of the ranges there. The other one is it's just a big picture question. We're looking ahead 50 years, and we've had staff assess risk and opportunity over 50 years. We've had Ernst & Young look at it. What methodology do you use to assess risk 30, 40, 50 years into the future?
So these are just projections. They are based on 10 years of actual results. And what we're projecting is the net new number. So adding the lodges and what does that project out? But we're using reasonable escalation amounts, 2% per year. Like but it is a projection out into the future based on what we have, but also based on what we know will change.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can add to that as well, in terms of what I spoke about earlier, that's why, again, we're building up that base. We're taking the time to build it up at that 1.3 per year to get to that requirement in 2020, in 2030 timeframe. Then we're going to start seeing some revenues coming in, but we're securing that base just in case there's a little slippage in those conservative estimates. And as I also talked about in terms of in the bigger picture, when I look at the overall picture of the city's finances, I look at that as a dimension. I look at the capital WIP closure process, which is a very important process that we have at this municipality. A lot of municipalities don't follow that practice. So there's many different tiers in terms of how I look at that overall risk. And those are just another couple of examples on top of these estimates.
And I think it's either table 9 or 11. I have page 109, the sensitivity analysis. Like, would you say that's the best documentation in the report for committee and council to assess some of the worst case scenarios that could happen? And is there anything that's not included there that we should be thinking about?
Mr. Mayor, we tried to think of every possible combination, permutation, and what the impact would be. That was the intent of that sensitivity analysis, to say what is the worst case. And the thing is that they wouldn't all happen at the same time. It'd be one or the other. So you have to look at them individually, not add them all up together. That's also a caveat that we need to be clear about.
Okay, because I was adding them all up together, but yeah, that'd be the absolute worst case disaster, the worst. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Was worst case scenarios done in Lansdowne 1.0 for the waterfall distributions?
I apologize, I wasn't listening. Please repeat your question.
Was a worst case scenario done in Lansdowne 1.0 for the waterfall distributions?
I'm sorry, I wasn't here at the time.
Okay, I wonder if it was the amount we've got back now at $0 or if it was something different. I wanted to go in and just chat with OSEG a little bit too about the commitment on the 10-year extension. And Mark, you probably should just stay at the at the table here.
Is this how you're getting your steps in, Mark?
Thanks so much. So appreciate that commitment was made here, a bit of a moment that happened here at council to 2042. I just wonder, why not for the life of the partnership? What is holding back, given the outlay of money that the city is committing for the entire partnership, not to 2075?
I think it's very unusual to ask for any kind of a commitment in what I've seen in other places. So I think we've tried to be magnanimous by responding when council indicates a desire to have this. So it's come up now. We've heard rumblings before. So I think it was appropriate to add another 10 years to the situation.
No, and I appreciate obviously being in the media calling for this and pointing out that, look, we're only 7 years away from that 2032 deadline. So certainly appreciate that. But I think the further, obviously the plan is being extended for 50 years from today, and that's the concern. Is the intent eventually to sell these teams? Is that maybe part of the business plan in the future?
We have no current plans to sell the teams.
Okay, and if you did sell the teams in the future, though, you would still retain the stadium rights, and any leasing amounts would come to you. So say that the new teams were paying $1 million to lease the stadium, that would go to the partnership.
To the partnership.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I think as we said earlier, as Mark said earlier, we have to separate between the teams and the partnership. And the partnership, if the partnership decided with the city's concurrence to sell the teams, the purchase price for those teams would come into the partnership and would be dealt with in accordance with the partnership rules. But the partnership would still stay on, and all of the other elements that are there, things like, I don't know, one of the things that was missed was the discussion was the ticket charges. Those would stay in place. Like whoever would be purchasing the team would understand what their revenues are going to be and what their expenses are going to be, but the partnership itself continues.
And no, Councillor, I think you're aware of this, but in terms of a potential sale of teams, on the other side of Lansdowne 2.0, the city would get 56% of those proceeds, right? So that's how funds are distributed.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm going to get to the equity in a second, and I appreciate that. I won't ask more questions of you, except for the transportation piece. Obviously, a piece that continues to be a concern for Lansdowne. Has the NCC weighed in at all on the QED with you folks or with the city on the plan?
Yeah, I've briefed the NCC from our perspective in terms of Lansdowne 2.0. I did that last week in terms of where we were and what it was going. We didn't talk transportation specifically. I don't know if the city has spoken to the NCC.
Mr. Mayor, the NCC haven't raised specific issues during the site plan and recent processes that we undertook, bringing us here today.
Okay, thank you for that. How much is the city contributing in equity to the deal to Lansdowne 2.0?
239 million.
Okay, and how much is OSIG contributing in equity to Lansdowne 2.0? Oh, sorry, the 2.0. Now it's not the 1.0, 2.0.
Yeah, 2.0 is they're contributing 117 million.
Is that the carry forward from 1.0?
Carry forward, and they've written off 30 million of minimum equity and the interest associated with it.
What are they paying for 2.0?
Net negative cash flows going forward.
No, sorry, on equity side.
They've contributed their equity. That's how the distribution, the pro rata share is based on those contributions.
Okay, so there's no business disruption costs for 2.0?
Not for OSEG.
Only for the city at $16 million.
So the cost of the retail, the construction for the retail would be part of the partnership.
Yeah, I just want clarity. So in the past, we were going to split business disruption costs. My understanding was business disruption cost is what OSEG was contributing to Lansdowne 2.0 equity. I just want clarity on it.
If it becomes net negative cash flow, yes, they would be paying. It's part, we're contributing 50% of the business interruptions of the partnership, yes.
Yeah, and I guess the concern is that we've got how much total funding equity in the deal with 2.0? What is the total amount that EY identified?
So I'm trying to clarify the definition of contributed equity per the partnership agreement. The contributed equity, the definition is how much we've paid for construction, less any net new revenues coming into the city.
Yeah, net funding equity. Net funding equity.
Net funding, so that's the 239 million.
Okay, so it's not 492 million, 121 from one and 371 from two.
Those are total costs coming in.
Right, total costs.
Not,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so 492 million, and OSEG has total costs of?
So I apologize. So OSEG has the 117 plus the 30 that they're giving up is the 137 million.
137 million. So our equity is about 70% in that amount. About 70% for us, 30% for OSEG. And so I'm not understanding why our disparity in equity in the deal is 55 to 40.
Because we're reducing it by the new revenues that are attributable specifically to this project. that does not get counted as equity. If we're getting property tax uplift related specifically to this project, that's a benefit to the city. If we're getting senior levels of government, that's also reduction to the equity. It's not a cost to the city. So that's how the contributed equity is calculated, is reducing any net new revenues that are directly attributable to this project. That becomes our net equity.
The cash flow outlay for us, I suppose, total funding equity it seems to be a large disparity in how we're calculating it, though, at that 55 or 56 to 44%, and that's part of what I'm getting at. This huge amount of money that we've outlaid for 1 and 2, and the percentage equity going forward in the deal is the concern. I'll move on though, because
if I may, though, I just want to add to that because I think it's important. At the end of the day, we have an asset on our books that is $419 million. So that's the big difference in terms of what looking at 1.0 versus 2.0. So it's kind of a little bit of nothing and 419.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Just the percentage equity wasn't adding up for me compared to what we've put in versus say OSEG has put in. On the roof leaking, we heard so much about the roof leaking in the delegations. What is the plan to help reduce the roof leaking? I guess to Ms. Johns, like we have building conditions assessments, we have a plan to help fix those. What is the plan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The building condition assessment, the annual renewal plan, and the operations are OSEG's responsibility. The recommendations of the engineer's report are to monitor and repair the membrane on the north side stands. There's recommendations about the south side as well. But there is a monitoring repair activity. OSEG would be in a better position to speak to the specifics of the activity and the repairs.
The plan is Lansdowne 2.0 and tear it down and build a new building.
Yeah, leaks aren't fixable.
The building is leaked for 60 years, Councillor. I think we've kind of talked about this a couple of times. And I won't do it justice, but back to the engineers that you had to speak with about 5 years ago at council. This building was really cool in terms of its engineering, but really poorly designed in terms of an arena with a stadium on top of it. With everything hanging off the girders, what that means is there's tons of kinetic energy in the building. All of the expansion joints jiggle themselves loose. So we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on leak mitigation, both redirecting water and trying to fix it at its source. But every time it's whack-a-mole. Every time you fix something, it jiggles itself somewhere else. At the end of the football season, we get roofers to go up into the stadium and hot tar all of the expansion joints, and then we take that off so people don't fall and hurt themselves at Red Blacks the next season. So I think you heard from a whole bunch of people, including a roof guy that I didn't know yesterday, who talked about fixing the bird's nest in China. This is a unsolvable riddle in terms of leaks at Lansdowne. It always has been.
Yeah, I heard him speak, and I think he said about $1 million to fix a lot of that, a lot of those issues. And I guess the city has engineering plans as well to help fix a lot of these leaks that aren't being implemented at this time. Has the city ever conducted an independent inspection of the facilities, the maintenance of the facilities?
During the term of the agreement, no, we have not.
Okay. I want to come back to the city being responsible for construction cost overruns. It's one of the main things the Auditor General had pointed out. Do people know what the construction cost overrun of 1.0 was? Does anyone know?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. OSEG paid for that. You guys paid for that, right? So what was your cost?
So I don't have the cost in front of me right now, but I can characterize for you so you'll have a better understanding. I wouldn't call them construction overruns. They weren't construction overruns. They were, to me, a construction overrun is when you budget $100 to do something, and when you try to do that very thing and it costs $110, that's a construction overrun. What happened with Lansdowne 1.0 was that we didn't control the design process. It was the city. And what happened was the design process, because of what was called the Lansdowne Urban Design committee kept changing a lot of the elements of Lansdowne after the contract had been awarded. So, for example, when you're on, it's part of what's a Sporting Life, that big, what the big camera thing, not the camera, the theater, the LED screen. Yeah, that was not something that we wanted. We thought it was a waste of time. We thought nobody would see it, but it wasn't our call. It was the city's call. The design of the retail, the color of the glass, as an example. We had to put in dark glazing because that's what the urban design panel required us to do. The tenants came in there. The first thing they said was, nobody can see inside our stores. We won't rent if you continue with dark windows on it. We had to go and change all of the windows. So these are the kinds of things. They weren't cost overruns. They were design decisions that were foisted upon us by the design panel. The biggest individual cost was the one where we agree, we made the mistake of not properly inspecting the roof of the Civic Center before we closed. It was discovered by mistake as part of, we were putting some rigging up, and all of a sudden we realized that if we hadn't discovered that, there's a very strong possibility that the roof of the Civic Center would have collapsed within 5 years, because there was an immense amount of rusting that was taking place underneath the waterproofing. We had already closed. There's a $25 million cost to make all of those repairs. The city guaranteed a loan, but the city hasn't paid a single penny of that guarantee. That is all money that's come out of the partnership, which, the way the partnership is structured, we would normally have received those distributions. So I believe we've paid roughly 12 of it so far, and all of the interest costs, those are funds that we paid for that would otherwise have come to us. So these are things that took place. If you want to call them construction overruns, you're welcome to call them whatever you want. I don't refer to them as construction overruns in the traditional sense. They were design changes, and the largest single one was $25 million for the Civic Center.
Yeah, the 23.5. I know. I think we have 14 to 15 million left to pay down that.
I think by the end of this year, by end of our fiscal year, it'll be about 13, and we're paying it off every year. But that's money that we've paid for, not the city. It hasn't cost the city a single penny.
Yeah. So I guess the issue I'm getting at is construction cost overruns are possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Even with fixed contracts, things change, designs change, and it can happen. And in 2.0, it may happen. I did want to correct the record on the third tower, because we hear a lot from people about this, that the community somehow stifled this. That's not true. It's not true at all. Mr. Moore, can you just confirm the UDRP had significant concerns about the third tower?
Mr. Mayor, we did go to the UDRP. The UDRP did comment on the tower. The UDRP does not impose their decision on staff, but we also heard from many community members about density. So there were a lot of factors that went into staff's decision on to remove the third tower.
Yeah, and I haven't heard the density concerns as much, but planners had given me concerns about that pinch point. Is that not a concern?
Yes, the third tower adjacent to the Aberdeen Pavilion, transportation concerns from the community, more density, the look of three towers, and staff reviewing the viability of three towers. All these things went into the factoring into recommending two towers.
No, I appreciate that. It's not just the community saying, hey, we don't want a third tower. There's a whole bunch of planning aspects that went into it, and I just want to make sure that's clarified.
Councillor, can I just clarify one? Yeah. You made a comment at the very end and you jumped to this very quickly. The problem with Lansdowne 1.0 was that the people who were responsible for these cost overruns were not the people who were making the decision to implement cost overruns. That's a problem that I identified within a year or two of having 1.0 done. And that's why when it comes to this time around, we've said we can't do that again. If you guys, and this is the city is going to select the contractor, they're going to guide the design, they get a fixed price on it. If there are cost overruns, it will be because this council has said, for example, we want a roof, so pay for a roof. And so that'll be an extra. So if you want to call that a cost overrun, that's fine. But that's the kind of thing that the only way that there's going to be that kind of activity with the rigor that's gone into the plans is if the city instructs changes to take place. And so from our perspective, the OSEG perspective, that's why we said we can't take on that responsibility the way we, in my view, foolishly did in Lansdowne 1.0. We wouldn't repeat that, in my view, a mistake that we made with 1.0. And that's why it's a city asset. It's not our asset. So it's right that you can make the decision on what you think should and shouldn't be built there. And the good news is you're going to be paying for it. So that's fine. That's the way it should be.
No, appreciate that. And I think we do want a roof, but we're not getting a roof, unfortunately, and we're not getting a whole other things that would make this a lot more popular of a plan. I do appreciate the comments. And Mayor, I'll just wrap up by saying that, the concern about taking on the almost $700 million in debt repayments. There's a counselor on the table called that a boondoggle once upon a time. That is the concern that we have here and the risk that we take on as a city. I understand people change their minds and have different information come forward for themselves. But at the end of the day, the risk allocation to the city in this deal over the lifetime to 2075, with the unpopularity of many of the elements that people have now, is the continuing concern instead of investing in community infrastructure that would produce similar GDP outcomes and I think similar results for City of Ottawa for community members for free without having to pay a ticket price. So that's I'll pass the floor over to the next commenter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brown?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do have an inquiry, so would you like me to read that in? Yeah.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Throughout the process of Council's consideration of Lansdowne 2.0, there has been a considerable amount of conflicting information in the public regarding the project. Council would benefit from clear information that addresses some of the claims that appear to be inconsistent with the information contained in the staff report. To that end, please provide answers to the following questions. 1. It has been claimed that the cost to taxpayers of the Lansdowne 2.0 plan is $493 million, or that taxpayers will spend $500 million on the project. What is the true cost of the Lansdowne 2.0 plan for taxpayers? 2. It has been claimed that the arena and the north side stands can be maintained for another 40 years, while still accommodating current operations. Is it accurate that these facilities can be maintained? If so, what would the cost of such an approach be, and does it have an impact on our competitiveness to attract national and international events? 3. It has been claimed that Lansdowne will require the city to pay $20 million annually in debt costs over 30 years. What is the true net cost of the Lansdowne 2.0 plan on an annual basis? 4. It has been claimed that $17.4 million is needed annually to fund Lansdowne 2.0, and that this investment would displace already existing city services in the operating budget and would would represent a tax pressure. Is that accurate? 5. It has been claimed that, were it not for the Lansdowne 2.0, the city would have an additional $500 million to spend on other priorities. Is this true? 6. Please compare directly the financial scenario which considers proceeding with Lansdowne 2.0 against the cost of not proceeding with the plan. 7. It has been claimed that the new arena will result in 3,000 fewer PWHL fans per game, and that the city could simply create a larger arena to accommodate the PWHL. What percentage of days is the facility in use by the PWHL compared to other users? 8. It has been claimed that council-directed affordable housing funds are being siphoned off to support Lansdowne 2.0. Is that accurate? 9. It has been claimed that the city is subsidizing private parking that is to the sole benefit of private interests. Does the plan provide a subsidy for private parking or any other private interests? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for OSEG. It might be better directed at Janice, but we've talked a lot about sports the past 2 days, which is certainly one of my interests, but not everyone's. So I was wondering if you could share if there's anything outside of sports that the foundation contributes to the community?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Kitts. Believe you come out and participate and seen firsthand some of the impact that we've had in some of our programming beyond sport. We're proud at the OSAG Foundation. Our reach and depth, my last answer was specific to sports as a result of Councillor Tierney's question, but our reach and impact goes much broader than that. We leverage sport as a hook to help youth across the city. We've reached 5,000 youth over and above the youth we help through our sport-directed community investments, and it's citywide. We really look at youth who have barriers. That includes economic situations. It includes accessibility for a variety of reasons, their social status, where they live, postal code, and we deliver citywide impact programs. One of the earlier delegations talked about the MLC Launchpad, and the OSAG Foundation is tremendously excited to look at building a similar model program here in our community. We partnered with Ottawa Community Housing to do that, and it would be in one of their new developments, and that will be transformative for this community. It will reach those youth most in need, and it will engage them through sport and help change the life trajectory for the youth in our community who need it the most.
Councillor, if I may just for a second, for the benefit of your colleagues, for those who may not know, when OSEG was first started, we came forward to the city. John Ruddy and I had determined that we wanted to do more in giving back to the community than just what the Lansdowne project was. And so we always had in our mind that at some point we would create the OSEG Foundation. It took us a couple of years to get the main operation settled down, but then we were blessed to hire Janice as the first and only executive director of the OSEG Foundation. I'm the chair of the foundation, and John's on the board. And I'm very proud that we've created a vehicle to help. In particular, our focus is to increase the ability of youth at risk who are unable to participate in sports. We do a little bit more than that, as Janice has outlined, and we have some exciting plans for the future. But that's something that happened part and parcel because we decided to create that as a specific way of giving back to the community even more than what John and I do already in our personal lives.
Okay, thank you both for sharing that. I think it's important. Another thing that I want to highlight, we heard a lot of emotional testimony about accessibility barriers in the current arena, and I want residents to understand how different the future is going to be. It's in the report, but I'm hoping staff can outline the accessibility improvements included in the 2.0 design versus the current facility.
Bear with me, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Jack. Oh, I can. So thanks for your patience. In terms of accessible seating, for example, the new event center will have over 120 seats. That's 3%. Seating will be accessible, and new Northside stands will have over 300 accessible seating opportunities. All main entries will be accessible, unlike today for the TD Arena. There'll be mobility device opportunities. We heard from the community at both the Accessibility Advisory Committee and at the Accessibility Fair about listening devices and opportunities for other technology throughout the facilities, which we'll be delivering on through the design. Elevator access will be provided to accommodate guests, unlike in the existing facility where there's an underserved ability to have elevator access. All athlete facilities will be designed and are designed for parasports, not just for the athletes, but for employees and referees. Concession stands as well, ensuring that all concession stands and guest services have counter spaces that are lowered for wheelchair accessibility, information booth as well for the opportunity for people to get information on listening devices. And I think if Mr. Krosky wants to step in for anything else I missed.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. We have sensory rooms throughout the facilities, and it's about equity as well. We have gender-neutral washrooms, men's washrooms, women's washrooms, family and universal washrooms. And then we have seating throughout the venues in different seating categories, down by ice level, down by field level, up above, where individuals can come with their friends, by themselves, with companions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's a long list. And as I said earlier to one of the delegates, the accessibility improvements is one of my favorite aspects of the new plan. So I just wanted to highlight that a little bit. Another, I think, important part of the project that I'm surprised hasn't been talked about more is the improvements to energy efficiency. So this redevelopment will reduce energy use by 36%.
This redevelopment will reduce energy use by 36%, and reduce greenhouse gas emission intensity by 31%, yes.
And I guess to Isabel, that ultimately represents lower long-term operating costs for the city, correct? Or Sarah?
Correct.
Yeah. And currently Lansdowne is one of our worst performing city-owned facilities in terms of energy efficiency.
Through the mayor, I think the term that my staff tell me, it's an energy aug.
Yeah, okay. That's an important aspect of this that I'm surprised we haven't spent more time on over the last 2 days. Everyone knows I'm sensitive to transportation issues. I have heard from a number of residents in my area who do support modernizing Lansdowne, but worry about transportation. And that's in part because the transportation network has changed significantly since the plan began. So I'm hoping staff can walk us through how transportation demand modeling was updated to reflect current realities, and I guess specifically ensuring transit and shuttles will keep pace with event demand.
So, Mr. Mayor, on the transportation impact assessments to begin with, the staff conducted and had our consultants conduct 3 different transportation impact assessments throughout the zoning and site plan stage to ensure that the number of residents used in the living in the towers, the street network could accommodate that. So we did a model for 1,200 units, and then after 2023, when the third tower was eliminated, we did a model for about 770 units. So the transportation studies have demonstrated that there's no new network improvements needed for the residential. In terms of the transportation demand management system, the city through OC Transpo will augment, for example, the frequency of routes 6 and 7 on demand for the various events and the need for transit users as those buses fill up. And I'm not sure if our OC Transpo partners want to come and speak a little more about the transportation that they offer.
Thank you for your question. As my colleague was mentioning there, we work very, very closely with the event organizers in looking at what our service levels are for specific events. And we have the ability to increase service, increase frequency of the routes to meet the demand for events. But we're also obviously always watching our service levels in normal times. And, we make those adjustments on a quarterly basis as part of our seasonal service changes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that the model keeps getting looked at, and it's still a bit of a concern of mine for event days, but there's transportation challenges across the city. So my final question to staff. I had a motion that passed November 2023 that sought to ensure Lansdowne's public facilities are better leveraged for community use. I'm seeing in the report that this work has been scheduled for 2028, which is 5 years after council direction. So I'm wondering why the implementation is scheduled for then, and whether there is an opportunity to accelerate the planning so that residents can start seeing expanded community use sooner.
So, Mr. Mayor, the date of 2028 is in there because that's when the event center, end of 2028, will be constructed and the Great Lawn will be returned. So we thought it'd be prudent to deliver any improvements that we can do in partnering with RCFS on how to do that once the construction of the event center is done and once the Great Lawn is returned, giving us some time to deliver on that.
Okay, and I'm wondering, is this going to include looking into supporting established events like 613 Flea? We heard from them.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. In addition to what Sean has mentioned, work on the Aberdeen Pavilion roof is also going to require some staging of part of the park as well, of the urban park. And so we are looking at 2028 as the opportunity to make real changes. However, starting next year, we recognize that with start of work on Aberdeen and perhaps the start of the event center, that we will have to work with Farmers Market and Flea, as well as several other tenants, to modify the footprint of their event. There is no doubt that there will be challenges and a requirement to reduce the footprint or adapt. Use new venues, for example, those that were used to using Aberdeen Pavilion will to some extent be able to be accommodated in the horticultural building, but with a different footprint since the buildings are not as large. But we've already had discussions with most of our tenants in terms of how to do that, and and a plan is afoot to be able to do that.
Okay, so what I was looking for is assurance that those events will be supported. That's what. Okay, you can. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. I'm going to go to Councillor Luloff next, just because it's his first time. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few questions just for clarification. What's the life cycle costing plan for the new event center and stadium assets, and how will future capital reinvestment be funded to avoid the deferred maintenance trap that we faced with the original Lansdowne?
So I can speak to the fact the partnership has a life cycle fund that they must contribute to based on engineering reports. Every 5 years, they have to look at what are the requirements to maintain the asset going forward and have to contribute to that life cycle fund to do so.
Okay. Have we, oh, sorry, does somebody else want to jump in there? No? Okay. Have staff stress tested the project using a pessimistic absorption model for residential and retail? What's the break-even point for the city's share if we see, for example, like a 20% decline in projected revenues or a 2-year delay in delivery?
So there really isn't a break-even point. The residential property tax uplift makes up 3.6 million of the total funding strategy of 17.4. So there is variability in that number, but it doesn't make or break the funding strategy. The funding strategy is still based on adding 1.3 million annually to get to the 17.4 debt servicing.
Okay. Given the Lansdowne success depends on vibrancy, how is the project going to guard against monoculture? Are there lease diversification clauses to prevent a single corporate or chain-dominated retail landscape? Do you want me to repeat that? Oh, no, somebody's coming up. Okay.
We're just waiting for our partner to come to the mic. Thank you for your patience.
Mark's getting his steps in today.
Councillor, is the answer for the new retail that's going in, is there something that prohibits a major chain from taking up too much space? Was that the gist of the question?
No, are we ensuring that it's not just like a single corporate entity that's going to be taking up the space, or are we going to have like a good mix? Is there a clause that prevents sort of like a monoculture when it comes to the retail?
Yeah. So there's no clauses that I'm aware of right now. The space will be about 50, little under 50,000 square feet, right? So kind of just replacing the space that's there right now. Um, the plan is that Good Life will move back into that space at probably bigger than they are, say 30, 35,000. So it doesn't leave much space. So it would be, I believe, most likely subdivided into a couple of units, shops or restaurants that would take up the rest of the space. Good Life will be the most likely biggest tenant in that 50,000 feet.
Okay, that's wonderful. I mean, look, we're right in the downtown core, right? So I'd want to make sure that we're not just like taking kind of what we, and this is no shot at big box stores, but just kind of taking what we have on Innis or whatever and just stuffing it in underneath the stadium. So no, I appreciate your answer to that. I guess just my final question. There's been a lot of great discussion around the table, a lot of great questions. So I'm just kind of filling the gaps in my knowledge here. Given the work, Mark, don't run away. Given the work being done to ensure the facilities are accessible for both athletes and members of the public, will Lansdowne 2.0 be positioned as an appropriate venue to host an inclusive games like Paralympic qualifiers or the Invictus Games?
I hope so, right? It will be perfectly suited for that, both in terms of its location and the ability of the facilities to be able to do that. Somebody was talking earlier today about, why would wheelchair basketball come to that stadium with all of the problems that we heard about it? They love coming to Ottawa. They love coming to Lansdowne. Like Lansdowne's an awesome place for those events to be because they're all-day events with multi games or ticketed events or whatever. They have stuff to do when they're there. And they love our staff because we're flexible, we make things happen, and we make their events successful. So that's why someone like wheelchair basketball will come. But we're on the last legs of that being possible, right? Like it's going to be a very difficult event to be able to conduct. We'll do it successfully. It's in a whole bunch of venues in Ottawa, but looking forward to not being embarrassed by our venue and being able to have, not only us, but Ottawa Tourism out showcasing it as a world-class event where, all kinds of sports and all kinds of associations can come and use.
No, I appreciate
Invictus
that.
Games would be awesome to be able to get to Ottawa at some point.
It would be amazing, and it would also be great if the para athletes would be able to enter the building by a different door than the one where we take out our trash. Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mr. Getty.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of last questions, if I may. The first one was raised earlier. I believe one of my colleagues asked who will own. I think it was Councillor Kitts. Who will own Lansdowne? And the answer was the city will own Lansdowne. I think it's important, just for clarity, that there is parts within the geography of Lansdowne that the city will not own. That will be the property of a third party. In this case, Mirabella.
The air rights?
The air rights. So there is property that is bounded that is not the city's property.
So for clarification, and I might lean on my colleagues, we will own the land and the sort of the subterranean rights and sort of the air pieces, much like today, where you see those residential towers or those towers are the spaces that we are having the purchase and sale agreement.
It's not a big deal, but I think it's important just for clarity that there will be some private property within that geography. It does. I may pursue this before council, but it'll be interesting to see how the interface works between the retail podium that we own and then the towers that are on top, because now you've got adjacent property owners where what affects one landowner in terms of repair work or things like that will affect the other one because they're so tightly integrated. But that's something I may explore with legal in more depth later. So the second piece is I just want to make sure conceptually I understand what is being touted to the residents of Ottawa. We're going to borrow enough money to build Lansdowne Park that we will have an annual debt payment of $17.4 million through 2070. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have told residents, though, that that's not how much it's actually going to cost us. It's going to cost us less because there are offsetting revenues. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, and it's been explained that there's 694 million in debt payments, but there's 658.4 million in revenues coming in that time period also to offset it.
Okay. And is it fair to say that staff and project proponents are very, very confident that those offsetting revenues will be there?
There was a lot of rigor put into these projections. They are not like 1.0. There is an upside to these projections, and that has to be clear too. There's a downside potential, but there's also an upside potential, just as equal.
Okay. And I certainly have some significant sympathy with where Ms. McKenzie was on whether or not we should be counting property tax uplift or not, but I will, for the purpose of this discussion, grant that to you. So if you are very, very confident that the revenues are coming in, why are we baking the full amount to service the debt into the budget out of tax dollars?
So, Mr. Mayor, again, it goes back to that another layer of risk management approach. So come, again, slide 44, this chart right here, come 2031, sorry, and 2036, actually, when the full amount is there, in 2031, we'll start to get some 2.1 million in revenue coming in from those other sources. And then 2.1, 4.8, 4.9. So that risk there is, I'll bring those forward in terms of those budget years. That's new revenue in those budget years. We could have easily backed that out and made the assumption that that will be guaranteed. But from a risk mitigation perspective, we did it this way. So that way we're guaranteed a base buildup of 1.3 per year. And then in 2031, we're going to start seeing some of those revenue sources come in, property tax uplift, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. That base funding, however, will be baked into the budget through until the end of the repayment period?
Mr. Mayor, so that base, so we're doing 1.3. We started in 2024. That will be continue out till 2036. So in 2036, the full 17.4 will be achieved. That base will be there. From 2037 forward, any revenue from that will continue to come in through property tax uplift, ticket surcharge, rent paid to the city. That's stuff that will be in those budgets.
And the term of the debt is 40 years, so that debt servicing falls off in 2070.
Okay. Are those dollars that are being used to mitigate that risk, are those tax dollars?
So again, Mr. Mayor, be clear, is not adding to the tax increase burden. No. So these are basically other dollars that I'm finding within other sources. You know, when I do my budget, which I'll table in 2 weeks, I talk about property tax revenue coming in, the growth revenue coming in. I talk about all the efficiencies we take out. I talk about increases in our investment income, all these non-departmental revenue items that are not taxation. That then becomes the pie of all the things I layer into the budget. These would be one of the items that I consider within the non-tax buckets, if you will.
Sorry, what was that last part again?
So the 1.3, so if council directed me to build the budget at 0% in the directions report, I would have been able to find this 1.3 through efficiencies and other revenue sources to fit it in.
Is there an opportunity cost to using those dollars to build up a mitigating fund?
So, Mr. Mayor, if council chooses to take that money and use somewhere else, then that creates a gap in the business case. If council chooses not to proceed with the funding strategy that's outlined for this asset, that will create more risks and will create a tax burden because the asset then becomes potentially 500 to 700 million, et cetera, et cetera. So council can choose when I table the budget if you want to take that line item and reallocate it somewhere else and create a gap to the funding strategy that you have before you.
Okay.
If I might add to that, the funding strategy was part of the 2023 report. And so this was put in front of council. And at that time, council had blessed and approved the approach that we were taking.
No, understood. You're following council's directions here, and I just want to make sure I understand what this is conceptually. When the revenues start flowing, those would be, if I understand the report properly, those would be incremental to funding that is already available. It can be put into other purposes in the budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I forget the date already at which they start flowing in beyond sort of break even.
Mr. Mayor, 2031, they start flowing.
So in 2031, how would you anticipate that council would, as a matter of process, budget those dollars?
Mr. Mayor, so from the property tax uplift, that will be part of our growth, additional growth. So I would expect to see, additional properties come online as an example. Ticket surcharge, these would be revenues that would be coming in. We can certainly identify those in that budget process at that time, if that would be the will of council. We've been quite clear in our details in our budgets. So these are items that I can certainly, I say I, but whoever's here at that time in 2031 can certainly isolate those funding sources, because we will know those funding sources.
Yeah, I would be interested, and this council can't bind the next, obviously, with respect to that, but I would hope that there is something along those lines, because it sounds like you're very confident that those funds will come in the way you say they are, despite the fact that we are prudently budgeting tax dollars to ensure that it's fully backstopped if they don't. So I'll leave it there. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As the mover of these motions have made a clear commitment to vote against Lansdowne 2.0, I just wanted to ask Councillor Menard if committee acceptance to any or all of these motions would lead to supporting a modified overall Lansdowne report.
Mayor, I'll answer just in that I am mitigating as much as possible for my community. I'm doing my job as a local councillor to mitigate with these motions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions. I remember hearing, I can't remember who, but somebody on staff was talking earlier about break-even points. And I know that there are some elements about the deal that I'm pretty sure that my community is not aware of. From what I saw in the EY report, we have various scenarios of what might happen financially with various contingencies, but there's a baseline financial summary, and in that baseline financial summary, the break-even year for both partners is 2057. Is that correct?
2057. Yeah, that's correct.
And there are scenarios where if the project were to incur 30% construction cost increases, that break-even year, and that's not an impossible scenario to contemplate, but that break-even, and not only would the city be on the hook for those costs potentially, but that break-even year, if there were a 30% increase in construction costs, that break-even year would be delayed by 4 years. The break-even would be 2061, correct?
Correct.
And I'm pretty sure that those are figures and understandings that the average resident is not at all aware of, that we only break even by a certain point. I want to switch to...
Can I just clarify break
yes.
even though? It's payback on our investment. Like, it's not making or breaking us. It's when do we get all our investment back?
And
that
only
takes
after
a long
then
time.
do we become profitable.
And it's actually before we pay off the debt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the line of questioning that Councillor Luloff brought up about retail and monoculture. I do believe that monoculture can certainly be the death of retail, especially in what Lansdowne wants to be, which is something that attracts lots and lots of people. I remember seeing a comment from a resident just the other day that I don't want to go down there. The 3 restaurants are all the same. If I understand correctly, we own the retail, but as the operator of the retail, OSEG would curate who can be part of the retail. Is that correct?
So OSEG partnership operates at arm's length from the city. We can't make operational or management decisions.
Then I wouldn't mind asking Mr. Gowdy a couple of questions. Oh, doesn't my time get paused while he walks over? Oh, it did. Good. Look at you. Yeah. So from what I understood from Councillor Luloff's questions, that there will be a certain amount of clients returning. However, we are having more space for retail. I know that when we talk about drawing tourists from across everywhere, when we talk about bringing people in the city into Lansdowne, this ain't Seattle's Pike Place Market. There's no winners. There's no, it's Seattle's Pike Place Market. If there's going to be more retail, is there any way to commit? Would OSEG be willing to commit to some kind of terms that we establish strict terms about the diversity of retail so that we don't have monoculture?
Yeah, so there's no more retail, right? Like we're replacing the retail we have with kind of the same square footage of retail. So there's some stuff from the basement, like the Good Life, that's coming up above grade, but we're basically replacing 50,000 square feet with 50,000 square feet. So in terms of that new space, again, I think I talked about Good Life is probably 35, so we're looking at 15,000 square feet, which is going to be 1 or 2 kind of new units, whatever that is. To your point, though, I agree with it. The site was leased, and I don't want to be commenting on our tenant base, but the site was leased back in 2012, 13, opening up in 14, 15, under 15, 20-year leases. So it's starting kind of turning over, and it will start turning over in the next 10 years or so. There's some stuff that works really awesome there. And the stuff is destination based and experiential is really cool. So what I'm hoping that we'll see, and I'm asking you to trust us with it, what I'm hoping to see is more experiential, more destination based, because that's what works really well at Lansdowne.
Thank you. I'm going to switch back to my questions about seating capacity and now on to PWHL. Earlier, I heard your answers to Councillor Kitt's questions of that OSEG had offered favorable terms to the PWHL on scheduling more weekend games than the league required. That's correct?
Yes.
That was definitely a good crystal ball decision, I would say, because of how well they do on those weekends. It seems like that kind of terms might not necessarily be favorable in the new Lansdowne 2.0 because the arena, even on a weekend, would still be 5,500 and they're selling past that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
That wasn't so much a question as a comment towards where I want to go now. So we heard from PWHL yesterday that they are considering all options in this smaller capacity venue, including leaving Lansdowne and over the city, which I think is something that no one at all would like to see. I believe that would hurt the partnership. I believe that would cause significant reputational damage to the partnership. With that possibility of that loss, do you anticipate that there might be an urgency or a willingness to broaden the scope of what's on the table in any ongoing or new rounds of negotiations with the PWHL to find mutually acceptable terms?
Yeah, and I think that's where we've left off, Councillor, right? So I'm looking forward to picking up our conversations with the PWHL whenever they want to do that. I think you heard yesterday what was asked of us is, the PWHL trying to find another $1 million. And, as the partnership, getting them another $1 million would require the partnership to write them a check to play in the building. And I don't think, as a partnership of the City of Ottawa that's trying to get back to self-sustainability and start distributing money through the waterfall, I don't think that's something we can do.
Well, whatever might be on the table to keep them either at Lansdowne or in the city, I think would be something in all of our interests. And I don't know how many seats you need to expand to make $1 million, but I'll leave that to all your partners. Thank you. That was all the questions I had for
Yeah,
you.
we can offer extreme flexibility as we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think it would be a loss to everyone. I have a few more questions for staff on the issue of accessibility. And this goes to the question earlier about where prioritize. What's the number of visits to Nepean Sportsplex per year?
Mr. Mayor, it's approximately 2 million people a year.
2 million people per year. Nepean Sportsplex also has accessibility issues. I understand, Tammy, that we conduct accessibility audits in all of our facilities. Would I be able to get a copy of the accessibility audit for Nepean Sportsplex?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. And my last question, I've heard it referred to before. Would you consider the Nepean Sportsplex also to be an energy hog?
Mr. Mayor, Nepean Sportsplex has many mechanical systems that use a lot of energy for both the pools and the arenas, so it is energy intensive.
Yeah, and the only point I'm making there, whether it comes to accessibility or making our facilities greener, this is a problem that we are experiencing all across the city, including for the venue that has 2 million people per year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. So just before we vote on, we'll vote on the motions and then on the original items. I'll just go through each of the motions in the direction with staff and ask them to just offer whether they're in support of them. I've offered Councillor Menard and Councillor Leeper the opportunity to wrap up, and if something comes up, I was just going to say that if anything comes up in the next few minutes that you want to, because you originally said you were okay with not wrapping up, but at the same time, if something comes up you want to reply to, I'll offer that opportunity to you. And then I'll just make a few quick comments and ask a couple of questions, then we'll vote. So I'll just start with the direction that Councillor Menard provided to staff on the agreements, the Tier 3 agreements. Are staff okay with that direction?
Mayor, we would, it's actually in contradiction, I believe, of recommendation 3 in one of the sub-bullets, which I think is 3B. I'd be happy to provide them and leave them with the clerk's office, as we have done with the rest of the legal agreements when they are complete for viewing by members of council, if that should please councillors.
That would be fantastic. And I think all I'm looking for is, you know how you provided the public LPP changes, the broad scopes as part of the publicly released documents. That's mostly what I'm looking for, is because that kind of highlighted the main changes. So if you can do that, fantastic. And if they're made available in more detail, that's fine. But the broad summary is really what I'm looking for, similar to the Tier 1 and Tier 2 that you did.
And Mr. Mayor, Legal Services would be happy to meet with any member of council to go over those Tier 3 agreements and to summarize and answer any questions that the member may have.
That's great.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
So does that mean we're withdrawing that direction?
I think, Mayor, if a summary can just be sent, then I can go in and talk to them after the summary is sent. That's fine.
Is that okay?
The high level, just like the public ones you did before.
We support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So then the next motion is on the sports team guarantee. And Councillor Menard, I understand this would, if you're saying to the end of the revised Lansdowne Partnership Plan, that would be 2075. Is that correct?
Yeah, the motion speaks to it speaks to the end of the partnership, Lansdowne Partnership Plan.
Right. So are staff supportive of that?
Well, we heard Mr. Greenberg speak to making a guarantee until 2042. So I would be supportive of the motion referencing 2042.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next is the...
So Mayor, I'm happy to change it to 2042, just to highlight the what we heard during committee, to at least enshrine that piece. That's fine.
Okay. Can we make amendment to that to say rather
until
than
the end of 2042
instead of the revised Lansdowne Partnership Plan till the end of 2042 based on the commitment? Okay. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thank you.
Then next is the motion on affordable housing. And Councillor Menard, you and I spoke about perhaps working on that between now and the city council meeting next Friday. So are you okay if we move to refer that motion to the council meeting next Friday?
Yeah, with the commitment from yourself that we want to see more affordable housing dollars than has been committed thus far, and the initial council direction from Councillor Dudas, I'm happy with that.
Okay. So Vice Chair Kitts, if you wouldn't mind introducing a motion of
Sure.
referral on that?
I'll move referral. That the motion list is the motion on affordable housing moved by Councillor Menard be referred to council for consideration at the special meeting called for November 7th, 2025.
Okay. Is that carried?
Carried. Thank you.
Carried. Okay, great. Thank you. Next is the motion by Councillor Leeper on the municipal accommodation tax. And just on that, Councillor Leeper, I spoke to you about this, but could we, the reference right now is saying 40% of the city share of the MAT. And I'm just thinking that over the next few decades, it's possible that the city's share of the MAT might go up. Right now it would be 1%, but it might go up. So if we could just amend that to sort of indicate that it be 40% of this increase in the MAT, which is 1%, or 0.4%, I guess, of the MAT, however you want to word that. Would you take that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I think we spoke about the fact that there might be another basis point added to the MAT at some point, and that might be the cities to determine what to use. I'm not thinking that far ahead. My intent is to fix the 40% of the additional point that's been added, so I would take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so I'm not sure the best way to word that, but 40% of this additional 1%, perhaps? You comfortable with that? And our staff okay with this?
Yeah, we support that.
Okay, great. Then we have the motion on moving surfaces. Are staff supportive of that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. And then there's a motion on the oversight of Lansdowne 2.0 financial performance. Are staff supportive of that?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
Okay. And then we have the motion on the Lansdowne bus shelter. Are staff okay with that?
Staff are supportive.
Okay, thank you. And then there is the motion on the Aberdeen Square through traffic. Our staff,
Yes, Mayor.
You're okay with that? And finally, I believe there is the transportation, the transit and transportation plan. And I'm not sure if maybe staff could speak to what the impact of that would be. Because we're talking about shuttle services, we're talking about improved transit service for the number 6 and 7. So do we know what the impact of that would be?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, at this time, we can't support the wording of the motion at this time. We need to conduct more analysis. We need to understand, more what the impacts are, what the implications are, and the timelines associated with that. So, based on that wording, we need some more. We need some more time to do that analysis.
Okay. So I don't know, Councillor Menard, if you'd want to amend it to say to go away and study that and report back or something to that effect?
Yeah, Mayor, I had talked to transit staff about it and understand they want to analyze this a bit more. I mean, the thrust of the motion is for shuttle service from suburban areas with the free parking at the park and rides to then attend events through transit, as well as the 6 and 7 service and rate speed, because we have tickets that are included with your price already on Bank Street, and staff have reported in previous plans on this, and that we consult with OSEG community members in the Glebe BIA. I know OSEG and Glebe BIA and community members in the past have been supportive of these types of measures. So I'm happy to have it analyzed. I don't know how we do that functionally in the motion, but to say therefore be resolved that the following clauses are analyzed by staff to come back. Happy with that.
Yeah. Or do you want to refer it to council as another option, I guess?
Sure. I mean, yeah, I'm in your hands. I'm happy to refer it to council or have them do what they just said they want to do, which is analyze it. Right. So, and come back.
Okay. Are you okay with that? With just amending it to say that, that in each of the be it resolved clauses, rather than it being mandating anything, that you're going to go away and analyze each of those and report back. Is that all right?
That's something we can do,
May I
Councillor.
propose an option just
Sure.
before? Just throwing this out there. Councillor Carr and I have been working on a transportation-related motion because of exactly what you've been speaking about. And if the councillor would be willing to team up with us, maybe we can incorporate pieces of this. And if he wishes to introduce it again in this format at council, he's willing to do so. But the three of us together could find something that works if he's willing to.
Yeah, I'm totally willing to do that. I think if we can get the analyzing of staff happening with that corollary, happy to do that. Absolutely.
Okay. So you're okay with that if we amend the wording as indicated?
Mr. Mayor, that works for us, yes.
Okay. And then I did have one question on, is it easy to figure out what if Councillor Leaper's motion passes on the municipal accommodation tax, and I know it's hard to predict what the revenues from that would be going forward, but I assume we have a rough idea. What would be the potential impact on the model?
And Mr. Mayor, we can do that. I can't do that on the fly, but we can certainly do that.
I thought you could, Cyril. I was counting on you there.
Not at
Okay.
6:05 on a Thursday,
Yeah.
whatever time it is.
Okay, so if you could do that and get back to us, that'd be great. So I'll just say very quickly, I appreciate all of the delegations. I appreciate all of the questions from councillors. Thank you all for the discussion over the last couple of days. I just want to ask both Wendy and Cyril 3 straightforward questions. We're lucky to have great leadership on the financial side of the organization, including our city manager, who is former treasurer. So I'll ask each of you, in your professional opinion, is the proposal before us consistent with and even better than the proposal that was approved by council in November of 2023?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think staff have done a great job in terms of identifying additional revenue sources that can help cover the cost of this from the city side.
Thank you. And in your professional opinion, is this a good investment for taxpayers?
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I think staff stand behind the recommendations that are in the report. We all worked tremendously hard in terms of putting it together based on the analysis. I'm going to say the results of the request for offers and request for procurements in terms of putting this package in front of you today. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit more long-winded.
That's okay. Thank you. And finally, in your professional opinion, will we have more money to invest in other priorities if this proposal is adopted, and less money to invest in other priorities if this proposal is rejected?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Yes, I agree with Cyril. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for answering those questions. I just want to take a second before we vote to say thank you to staff. I'm aware of just how much work went into preparing this report, all the work that went into bringing us to this day. You've answered a lot of questions in the last couple of days, but you've also done an incredible amount of work and heavy lifting over the months leading up to today. So thank you all for that hard work and for your dedication. We appreciate it. Let's vote. And first, just going through our agenda, there are 2 items that we're just receiving. So first is item 3.1, the 2025 Lansdowne Annual Report. Is that received?
Received.
And item 3.2, the economic impact of Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment. Is that received? So now we'll vote on 2 items that pertain, 2 motions that pertain. Oh, sorry, it's just one now motion that pertains to item 3.3, which is the Lansdowne Partnership Plan Agreements, which is the motion by Councillor Menard on the sports team guarantee to 2042. Is that carried?
Carried.
Pardon? We're on the sports team guarantee. The motion by Councillor Menard on the sports team guarantee that would go to 2042. Okay. Okay. Carried? Okay. So now item 3.3 as amended, is that carried?
So Mayor, 3.3 is the full plan?
Yeah, we can do a recorded vote on that if you want.
Yes.
Item 3.3 is the Lansdowne Partnership Plan Agreement. So if we can have a recorded vote on that, thank you.
Councillor Lulaf,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Brockington, Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, carried. So now we'll move to item 3.4 and the motions that pertain to that. So first, the motion by Councillor Leeper on the municipal accommodation tax. Is that carried? Second is the motion on the moving surfaces public art. I don't know if anybody wants a recorded vote on that, or is that carried? Carried? Okay. The oversight of Lansdowne 2.0 financial performance, is that carried? The Lansdowne bus shelter, is that carried? The Aberdeen Square through traffic, is that carried? And then the transit motion, which has been amended to, be it resolved that the following be reviewed and analyzed by staff who will report back, followed by the items that were in the original motion. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, and then a recorded vote on item 3.4 as amended.
Councillor Lulaf,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Brockington, Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to item 4, which is the postponements and deferrals. And there's a motion that we referred from the meeting of March 4th earlier this year, that Finance and Corporate Services Committee recommend council approve. And this is contingent on whether or not Lansdowne 2.0 actually proceeds, which we won't know until the council meeting. So I would prefer to see a motion to refer this to the council meeting. Councillor Kitts, are you okay to introduce that? Do we have that referral motion? There we go.
Be it resolved that the motion listed as item 4 on the agenda be referred to council for consideration at the special meeting called for November 7th, 2025.
That carried?
I'll just
sorry,
speak
did you want to
briefly,
speak to that?
briefly to it, Mayor. I think that's fine. The second portion of the motion is not really related directly to 2.0 going forward or not. It's the rest of the site. There's been some work on that, but I don't want to lose that second portion of the motion when we consider it at council on accessibility improvements to the broader portion of the site. So just wanted to say that.
Okay, so we can still consider that at council.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, is that carried? Okay, motion to adjourn, carried? Okay, thank you, everyone.